Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he is shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. The win rate is still pretty underwhelming, under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in the last week of groups, considering at least for EMEA and Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Meet the Rivals. Today I've got a guest with me. I've got someone who I've known for a very long time. We're talking about Zenstari, the Vanguard, out here representing Gen G in Pacific OCE. How are you doing, Zenstari, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, Logan. Thanks for asking.
Happy to have you here today. Now, let's just get into it. We want to know, how did your esports journey begin? How did you end up on Gen G in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
As most of you know, I came from GZ. Well, I went on to GZ as first as like the little introduction of my little career, I guess. And then after that, we went unsigned, went to Chopper Mag, went to Atlanta, did pretty well as an unsigned team and got the green light basically that Gen G were, looking to put us on. And here we are. So, yeah.
Respect, respect. Well, you've been competing very well right now, top of the region, but outside of competition, what's your profession?
This type of thing is my job at the moment. I don't have any extracurricular activities, or I did have school, but I don't have it anymore because, I had to prioritize this a bit more in the moment than school. So I have, dropped out of high school to pursue this a bit more efficiently. Yeah, other than this, I don't have any other profession.
Right, that's fair play. Fully committed to the grind. We respect it. Now, in the MCU, do you have a favorite film or TV show?
Look, I honestly do really like the Moon Knight show, but my favorite categorical of Marvel heroes would probably be the Fantastic Four. I don't know, something about them just reaches out to me a bit more than any other heroes and whatnot. So
a choice to make. What is your favorite hero to play?
Overall, everyone knows that Venom and Groot are my most standing out heroes that, I'm known for back in the day. But at the moment, Season 8, Devil Dinosaur is going to be up there. I'm not going to lie. Even though he's OP and he's broken and whatnot, he's still really fun to play in the current Season 8.
Hey, that's all it is. It's all about the fun. But, who's your least favorite hero to play against?
It would depend. I feel like to me, it all depends on the player. I don't have a preferred hero not to play against. I mean, Penny is kind of annoying, but it all revolves around the player. But I think Venom, good Venom players are annoying. I think it'd be annoying to play against a Venom. I'm not gonna lie, or a Cap.
Now, which hero do you wish you were good at? Someone that you feel like you're not good at, you want to be like the best at?
I think it would have to be Captain America. I think if you're good at Captain America, I think you will carry at least 95% of your games. The hero is just such a high impact hero, it's like fits well into the meta at the moment. His ult is really good. Yeah, if I think I'd be way better if I got better at Cap than what I was at the moment. So
that's a good shout, good choice. Now, you've watched a little bit of Marvel, maybe even read some comics. What hero or villain do you want to see come to Marvel Rivals?
Maybe I think Carnage would be cool. Expand on that symbiote roster a little bit more. I feel like it could. I feel like I would see how they would work around that. Seeing that they could kind of do maybe the same abilities, but because Carnage is a bit different than Venom, could expand on that a bit more. But I think that'd be pretty cool to expand on that symbiote roster a little bit.
I like it. I wouldn't mind seeing Agent Venom as well one day. It'd be pretty cool. Mix it up a little bit. Now, speaking of mixing it up, what's a new team up you want in Marvel Rivals? Maybe you want to give your favorite hero something cool.
I would honestly not mind them bringing back the Spider-Man Venom team up. I can't think of a new proper team up, but I would prefer like a really good old team up to come back than them having a new team up and it's just absolutely disgusting. You know what I'm saying? It's just...
Which hero would you nerf to bottom tier? Absolute worst in the game.
I'm going to be a bit biased about my own role because, some people say that Tank has the highest impact and Tank is the most OP role in the game, but I'm not going to lie. I think we've got to tone down Black Cat a little bit. Her kit is really cool, but I just think that the damage output that she has is a bit high for what she can do as a character. I think we might have to tone her down a little bit. And Phoenix. We got to stop buffing Phoenix. I'm not going to lie.
I can agree. Well, who would you buff? To the top tier. Who needs that buff? Who should be up there as strong as Phoenix even maybe?
This is hard because honestly, I wouldn't mind Magic. I think Magic. Sometimes Magic could be a good contender to be a decent hero in some situations.
Now, you spoke about him earlier. What's your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the, no bias, I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the most overtoned heroes that they've brought on release. Maybe I think on release Gambit is a bit better. You know, always the heroes on release is always they're always stupid, and they always take a while to tone down, at least like until 8.5, and then they're still not even that toned down. But I think Devil Dinosaur is probably one of the most fun heroes that they've released in a while, for especially me as a tank player. You know, the infinite overhealth, the sustain, the grab, the bubble, even the ult as well is really good, and it's really fun to use. I think there's a massive skill ceiling in it as well. I'm not gonna lie, even though it's pretty basic of just sitting main and, you know, you can grab people and beam and whatnot, I think the skill ceiling is very high as well. So I do really like the new hero that they brought out.
That's a good shout. Well, speaking of new heroes being brought out, what are your predictions for what role Cyclops will be?
Look, they did what did they release last season? What, Black Cat, White Fox.
Yeah.
They did what, Angela, blah blah blah. And I think Daredevil. I think he suits the DPS role. He just has to. If he's a support, I think they're doing something wrong. If he's either a DPS or a tank, then it suits him, because it's just, for what he's known for, it's too much to put as a support. It's just, yeah, you just can't. You just can't.
Currently, you're in the process of stage 1 for Ignite in OCE. How do you feel about the current meta as a whole?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit, maybe a little bit messy. I think for some teams it's very straightforward, but I do think the comps that you can play around Dino is very experimental. You know, as you see in some of our games, we play the Rocket Atom. I don't think that's overly a strong backline comp. I just think that, you know, with the dive and with the sustain that Dino has at the front line, and Adam Rez, and, you know, all the other contenders, I think that comps like that can get really experimental. I think there's no really definite, there's obviously a definite meta, but some people are still figuring it out. You know, there's new things that people learn that are good and what's bad and what can work every single day.
Now, let's talk hypothetical scenario. If you could compete in any other region besides your own, where would you go?
I think every person that you would interview would probably either pick EU or NA, because it's just the most competitive, but it also is it's almost the most highest player count. So, you know, there obviously is a whole bunch of skill ranges that differ going into a highly populated region like that. But I think it would probably be EU or NA that would obviously show the most.
Okay. Well, let's add on that. You know, let's say you had to swap teams with another pro player for just one stage. Who would it be? Any region.
It's completely hypothetical, so I'm just gonna be straight honest. I would maybe swap like myself maybe for Vinny to go 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves is a good team to, you know, participate in and whatnot. You know, their players have had a lot of experience, but yeah, I just think that 100 Thieves is a good team to move forward with and whatnot.
Who in Ignite is your rival? Who's that one player?
Look, I mean, you know, every person I talk to that's on the other teams, we all have banter and whatnot. I just think that for me personally, it would have to be someone on my role. You know, you can't banter someone with the DPS role. You can't banter with someone on support. It would probably have to be maybe Tinny or Isaac on Kanga, or Donald or Beast Node on Chiefs. You know, you just balance out the playing field. You know, got to have that ego on each side.
Now, a little bit of a fun one. You know, what city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN event?
I think somewhere maybe like England would be cool. You know, I just think for everyone it'd be cool to get that type of you know, knowledge around the world, and I think England would be a cool country, or, you know, whatever it's classified as, to go to. In NA, I think maybe like California or something, or either one of those two. You know, maybe it'd be fun to host a tournament in a really big state where everyone can see.
Why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Well, I mean, I've been gaming since like I was little. You know, I got my first Xbox when I was 5, and I always loved playing games and whatnot. So I just think that having this opportunity to finally have something done with what I've always wanted, not even just going pro, just loving playing games since I was little, I kind of do it because of motivation, because of that. And, now that I've came so far, there's no point on going out of it after, not getting what you want. So I think it's just the whole factor of motivation and, support really that keeps me going in this. Just wait until mid-season. We're gonna get a different placement than 5th and 6th, hopefully a bit higher, and with the meta will changes, and we're gonna be the kings of Pacific. I bet that. I bag that.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Zenstari, and everybody at home. Congratulations once more. You've officially met another rival.
Thank you.
Welcome in, everybody! It's time for Marvel Rivals Ignite Pacific Asia with Metzi, Liger, and CB! How you doing, everybody?
I'm awake now. I was I was a little bit drowsy in the green room there, but that intro, you just woke me up. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to join my 2 favorite Aussies. Real quick, I wanted to ask you guys, like, Marmite or Vegemite, like, which one's the preferred one for you guys? You like on different teams or?
Listen, I'm Nutella gang. I'm always gonna be Nutella gang. I'm going with Nutella.
Nutella.
And some peanut butter. I am not Camp Vegemite. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
To the Aussies that are, go for gold, but I am not Camp Vegemite. Not me.
You are American at heart, my friend. You are American at heart.
Yeah, I'm not Camp Vegemite either. I'm more like maybe Camp Cheesy Mite, maybe Camp Biscoff, but not Vegemite. But it sounds like we got some fun things to talk about right now, everybody. So let's take a look at some of our new favorite costumes.
All right, everybody, I had to get in there taking this one. Absolutely sure. It's time for the Iron Samurai. Lead your allies with grace, but spare no mercy to those who cross you. Command the battlefield in style with Iron Man's Iron Samurai and Mantis's Mandy Celestine, the greeters' costumes, and leave your mark forever etched into eternity. Everybody, it's going to be available right now. Literally, go in-game and get it today. Heed the call of glory. It's time to show them what you're made of. This suit, I'm gonna codename this Mark 47 Ronin. Come on now.
When we saw the ad reads for this week, Liger called dibs on that one so fast. He wanted to talk about that Iron Samurai costume. But that means that I get to talk about something that I'm still excited about to this very day. It is the partner team bundles that are still live in-game right now. You can gear up with your favorite team's bundles, showcase your loyalty, and take your esports spirit into every match. And if you're a true blue Pacific lover, Genji or Reject, like, I'm gonna see you in my games rocking those for sure, right?
Oh, you know it. You know it. I got the Pacific bundle on lock. I'm ready, Maybe I'll wear Genji, maybe Liger will wear Reject, or vice versa. We'll switch it up. Show our Pacific support there.
And I'll wear Madepool.
That's perfect. We got the best trio right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Q's beware. We're coming.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, you can't have more than 2 Deadpools in a lobby at a given moment, and we'd have to be on different teams to even have 2, so...
We need that arcade mode back, right? Where everyone can play the same hero. We need that one back. Full teams of Deadpools. Sounds good to me.
That would be a pool of Deadpools. That's just a lot going on.
It sounds like Elsa Bloodstone's like worst nightmare.
Yeah, true.
Or maybe the best dream ever. You never know until you do. But we do have a lot to talk about today. So we are going to be having some great matches upcoming. Things have really been starting to heat up as our first week of competition came to a close there. You can see group stage started off last week. We had the beginning of it all across all regions. Was really looking great in every sense of the word. Upsets in the Americas, you name it, you saw it. But we're getting dangerously close towards those playoffs as well. We have our final week of competition in the group stage here, everybody. And how are you both feeling about that?
Ooh, honestly, look, this is crazy. Like we're already at the final steps to close out Asia group stage. We're going to find out who these top 6 are very soon to take on Gen G and Chiefs in the playoffs. It's very, very crazy. But speaking of taking on expectations, we've got to talk about this asymmetrical banning system, everybody. You know how it is, the bans, the locks, everything all has to be played very carefully. Teams are winning games, winning matchups before they even walk out the spawn door if they play this right.
And there's a lot of different ways that you got to navigate it, and it also depends quite heavily on the map where you're taking these bans to the battle. Where are we taking the battle even to begin with? Here's the map pool that we have been working with, and we've been seeing a whole lot of Museum of Contemplation, as is our want. We actually got to see a little bit of Spider Islands, which I think is like first time in a long time we saw some Spider Islands. I was really excited to see that one coming across the docket last week. And then over on Convergence, of course, if you're just joining us for the first time this season, Lower Manhattan has been added to the map pool, and a couple of brave souls have reached for that one with mixed results. It's an interesting one for sure. Definitely kind of one of those off-kilter map picks, but it's there if you need it.
Yeah, love a bit of Lower Manhattan, don't we? And it's always nice to have a bit of diversity into the map pools there. You know, thinking holistically around the maps in general, my hope for seasons into the future is we see a new domination map or two. That's my hope. We add to that pool instead. But speaking of the pool, you can see our pool of teams right now. EXO on top. I'm sure that one, Dan, is a very happy man right now. Will he still be happy by the end of tonight? We'll find out. But Reject right behind him, a Triple AD, close contention there as well. The Burgers, the surprise entry there, taking it in 4th place, closely tied up with Z10, and the triple threat down the bottom. Who will qualify? Who will make it? Let's decide that between M1 Hex, RVL Esports, and Loyalty.
We get 2 of those, N1 Hex versus Rival Esports, kicking things off tonight, and you know, with all 3 of those teams pooling down towards the bottom of the pecking order, and one of them is going to be able to escape that vortex. 2 of them will not be qualifying for playoffs. Every match from here on out for those 3 teams is going to be a must-win, and it's so fitting that we get to start it off with 2 of those teams going head-to-head. Not necessarily a qualification match, but it kind of feels like it because, you know, maybe you assume, you know, going forward, both of these teams, maybe they get a map win on Loyalty. Whichever team loses this one, though, has got to find a win somewhere else, and there's only one other opportunity after today to make that happen.
I mean, there's so much we have to bring to the table here as a team for what these players need to realize, because, you know, as you said, it's qualification in substance rather than reality. You need to figure out how you can collect these points now, because this is the last weekend to try to do that. It's your last chance to get through the door. Now, people think, oh, I'll make it through. Some of these teams probably think, oh, it's 6 spots out of 8. We can make it through. There's no stress. But there are teams out here who are really fighting for absolutely every moment they can. And N1 Hex has proven themselves very formidable right now. I mean, they are locked in right now. They were seen to be predicted by quite a lot of people to be at the bottom of the bracket, maybe facing that, you know, missed opportunity to make it to playoffs. But they've been doing well, put themselves in the green right now, even getting, you know, their score up there to be potentially rivaling Z10. So that's N1 Hex out here, Dear Spooky, DC Danny, NRX Louis, Sunga, Fish, Exile, Blaziken. This team has got a banger roster, a lot of diversity, and they're trying to prove something here, that they're still in the game. They're not going to just go out easy. They want to try to get more points on the board. Let's see if they can do that today. But it's a tough matchup. Going to be going up against RVL, who are sort of in the same position, just as hungry. And of course, both these teams, when you don't have much to lose, you're going to be very scary on the battlefield.
Yeah, nothing to lose, everything to gain, and I mean, there's something to this N1 Hex team. I'm super excited to see if they're able to pull it off, but I'm also just as excited to see 6 Angie double dinos marching my way. Here is your Rival Esports squad: Zeft, Proxies, HK Mario, Lick, Netra, and Spocky. This is another one of those teams that, coming out of the preseason, made some adjustments to their roster, hoping to try and turn their fortunes. And so far, it hasn't quite worked out, so they're still in the hunt for their first win. And if it's not going to come against N1 Hex, it's going to have to come against Loyalty later on down the line. And just like I said, somewhere else, but there's only one other day, aside from that Loyalty match, where you can make that magic happen. Last time around in the preseason, it was Rival that qualified for the playoffs, but will they be able to get through in Stage 1? Remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's going to be something to be seen, and you know, the first glimmer of whether they may or may not make it could be here tonight in this first matchup. You know, all could be decided by how this bout plays out. And as you both said there, you know, teams with basically nothing to lose could be the most unpredictable rosters there. And Looks like we are getting at least a glimpse of where we're going to be kicking off here. The classic domination map, Hell's Heaven.
Okay, Hell's Heaven. We'd like to see it's a bit of a fun one because, as we know, it's a lot of environmentals, a lot of dangerous places. You know, don't touch the lava. We'll be very careful, but a great dino area to play. Box them in on that first corridor. There's a lot of opportunity depending on how you play, especially if you take it to the soldier factory. Things can get very dicey very quick. And, you know, honestly, I don't know. I have a feeling the meta necessarily we've been leaning towards, you know, the Black Cat sort of being primal and crazy with the Dino doing a lot as well. But there's been a shift. We now know that people have caught attention to Mr. Rocket Raccoon. He has been a very prioritized ban. Like, CB, unpack that for me. What's the go with this Guardians of the Galaxy hero right here? Why is Rocket terrorizing everyone?
I mean, it's the CYA. It's just the amount of versatility from that ultimate. There was a time, you know, back in the preseason meta, you think back when it was Gambit versus Elsa Bloodstone kind of jockeying for position. If you couldn't get the Gambit through, there were some teams that would substitute the Rocket for the Gambit and then still pair with the Star-Lord and just use that as your 1-2 wombo combo. And a lot of teams are bringing that back. It's still just as good. Star-Lord's only managed to get buffs. Rocket has only managed to get buffs since then. So both of them have just kind of waltzed right on into the meta unannounced, like no one even really noticed. And it's kind of gotten to a point for me personally where I'm looking at some of these pick ban phases and I'm almost thinking about protecting the Rocket before the Devil Dino. Of course, these teams aren't going to reach for that particular, you know, that particular tool, but you got to imagine later on down in the ban phase, one or both of these teams are going to have to keep that one on their radar.
Oh, you're going to have to for sure right now, but dinos are protected for both sides. Lock that one in. We're going to see what the change will be. This is around the time when things get a bit different. Going to go for that Mantis one to be safe there. Not allowing N1 Hex to have the Mantis. Forcing their strategic line down a certain path. Not too many strategists available in Ignite because we're always banning out as many strategists as we can. There it goes. The Phoenix as well, not available. It's going to be good firepower, nullified from N1 Hex because of RVL. But at the same time, ooh, it's a bit of an interesting one here. Mantis for no one available. Luna one-sided secured for N1 Hex. That's going to be the first step there to claim a little bit of a lead here in this ban phase.
Yeah, and of course, you know, they're going to be the White Fox ban, hovered right now by RVL. If they commit to that, which I think it would be a very wise thing to do, because Luna triple strategist compositions, you know, with or without the Mantis, either way, it's a deadly combination. White Fox and Ultron, but there is still the sticky matter of the Rocket, so they're actually going to change it up at the last second and go for that Rocket ban, potentially go for that one-sided. So, you know, you do have an opportunity for that White Fox Luna combo in the backline for N1 Hex, whereas for RVL, they're able to get Mr. Raccoon on through.
Oh, there it is. Okay, final ban coming out. What's going to affect RVL? What's it going to be? Decision by N1 Hex. It's going to be Phoenix. Nobody's going to get the Phoenix available. That's going to be locked out. Nobody has the Mantis. That is also locked out, but we're going to have the differential right there of the Rocket versus Luna. Let's see if that all unpacks in their I saw Iron Man. Hold on. Please spook.
No.
Get on the Iron Man.
Right, Amazing is in North America. We're not going to be seeing a whole lot of Iron Man over here, I don't think. Like, we'll keep that in Sentinel's
Maybe
toolbox.
Bobo.
We don't need it.
We
Maybe
might
Bobo?
get it in Pacific playoffs. Bobo might bring the Iron Man. We got our own Iron Man in the scene. We do.
It could be. I mean, I think that's the last thing that we need is another hero like an Iron Man to come in and just kind of dominate the pick and ban phase, because, you know, as we go through it, we're kind of seeing, like, there's so many things that are so strong right now that you have to try and, like, take your pick, you know, pick and choose Rocket, Phoenix, Mantis, Luna, White Fox, all of these things, and that's not even discussing the Devil Dino and the Gambit, two of the strongest heroes in the game right now. Also, the Black Cat, you know, she's, like you said, fallen out of the pecking order. Less and less teams are prioritizing her. I think some people are starting to figure out how to play her, but also how to counter her. Other things are just a little bit more stronger and worrisome than the Black Cat right now, so a lot of different ways that you can go with this. This is the way that we have gone with it now, though, and in 5 seconds, we're going to see these two teams throw down, not necessarily with their tournament lives on the line, but one step away from it.
Well, lives on the line. Get ready to walk the line forward to victory. Let's see. As N1 Hex start up their matchup against RVL Esports. Let's see who's going to get that first pick already. Netra on the front lines on the cap. Cap v Cap on the top. Maybe the Spooky out here, rotating back to their team who do have point control for now. Missionary still unlocks in 5 seconds, waiting to see for that first mark, detect who they can catch out first.
Metro does have a pretty good angle on the backline there. Just a quick little Vibranium energy saw. Leaves them in half, but doesn't quite find a whole lot off of it. Now just gonna brawl down with Winsger on the point here. Winsger, by the way, making the swap over onto the Devil Dino. Normally a strategist player, but this time manning up the Vanguard and doing a pretty good job to kick things off with a quick little KO there. Spooky getting in there, taking down Blaziken, and the tray is going both ways, but it seems like N1 Hex seemingly the ones who have their feet on the point right now, and looking to try and get that early cap. RVL going on in, Zeph melting down Winsger and trying to retort a nice little 2-piece for him, and Zeph's gonna buy Rival a way back into this fight, and as HK Mario is just raining hellfire down on Xlail in the backline, RVL will be the ones to find that first cap.
100% right there, you know, secured for themselves, doing well, feeling confident that they can take that right there. And they did take a very nice slow fight for themselves, RVL, but, you know, money's up right now for Spooky. It's just a lot of money in the game right now. Cashing in on the next team fight, stealing a good 300 there, right there from Winsger. I don't know, does the dinosaur have pockets? Where did those coins come from?
You know what's crazy is I was also watching like a Black Cat against a Loki, and like you can actually farm money off of the clones. I'm like, why did you give Loki? Why did you give your clones wallets? What is wrong with you?
It's so true. Well, to the mix of it all, see pops from Proxy. Zeft going for that Galactic Legend. This guy does take out one's guy 3 down as well from N1 Hex, and that's for the Spooky. Gonna retreat for now, running away as they can. It's very hard to catch Captain America and Black Cat. Like, listen, they're gonna go in, they're gonna annoy your backline, but when the fight is lost, you're not gonna catch them. They're too fast. They're already gone.
But you also see the power of the CYA in that fight, right? Like, they go for the Wombo combo, invest in the Galactic Legend, but the Galactic Legend isn't even where the lion's share of the damage is. It's just RVL, with all that amp damage, just crashing in on top of you one after the other, and there's not really anything that you can do unless you can somehow break the amplifier, but if you can't do that, you're cooked.
Right now, speaking of cooking, we've got the Dinos on the front line on the mission area going for chomps, but it's going to be Spooky with the calling card right there, taking out Xlail. The Luna's down, and of course the Dinos are going for the barriers. The boundary is down. One's guy takes out Netra. The cap goes down. Power to the primal one right there. Zeft taking out another. The Dinos are down, back into the fight again. The RBB can maybe active, but we're going to cross the path of NRX right there. Slashing once, twice, taking out 2. Make that 3, potentially going in once more. Triple KO certified for the Black Cat, just absolutely slashing through. And that's going to be the flip. N1 Hex need, as they're going to capture the mission area right now. Finally get some percentage on the board.
And not a bad way to do it, too. You know, they do invest 3, 4 ultimates, actually, as a matter of fact, but they get to hold on to the Fate of Both Worlds and the Devil Beast Rampage, 2 things that they can use to stall things out and try and build up a little bit more percentage. They've got quite a hike in front of them, though, because 91%, you're going to have to try and match that in one go. Otherwise, you're already investing a strange TP to try and buy yourself back into it. At that point, you're cooked again.
Oh, speaking of again, it's going to be Lucky's friend, going assembling again right there into the madness of the power of the Captain America right there. Dear Spooky taking him out right there. The Spooky taking out Zeft. Big power coming out from those, you know, Wakandan vibranium shields, you know. Split the shield into 2, double the firepower, double the attack rate. It's just a little bit of a, you know, costume change, a little different expectation, you know. A little bit of LARPing, guys. Don't ask.
Speaking of attack rate, though, like N1 Hex, they take that fight so quickly that Rival Esports don't really get a good opportunity to build up to any ultimates, so they have to spend a little bit more time farming up before they can try and force out this Fate of Both Worlds from Xlail. He just hold on to it until it is forced out of his hands.
Yeah, definitely right there. Oh, 60% and climbing. Very good right there for N1 Hex. I think very good slowing down RVL's approach right there. RVL do have the high ground, but big slam coming out from D Spooky, taking out Lick right there, but into the sky. Zeph goes Galactic once, taking out NRX, trying to shred through the sustain, but it's just quite a bit too much. But fortunately, we got another corner play for Blaziken right there, taken down by Netra. It's a tough time with a little bit of Ultron disrupting the flow right there, but nonetheless, 99% is going to be locked in right there as RVL do capture the first round.
And even with that Fate of Both Worlds, like the damage from the amplifier, it's just too much. You just burst right on through it. Remember when like everything felt like you were just completely invulnerable inside Luna's Snow ult way back in the day? No more.
Yeah.
It's too much time has passed and too many teams have figured out how to crack it, and it was the Rocket Raccoon all along. When that comes out with the Galactic Legend, it's just too much. There's nowhere you can run. There's nowhere you can hide. The dance floor is definitely the least safe place in an event like that, and Rival Esports able to walk away with that one, but a good fight and a good run back coming up from N1 Hex. They didn't quite make it a 99-99, but you know, if they maybe played the first couple of fights a little bit more clean, they definitely would have. So I think this one is going to get closer as the series draws on. I'm hoping I'm right, because I want to see these two teams fight like their lives depend on it, because like I said earlier, they're one step away from it being the case.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for the old friends team up to kind of take effect here to see if we can get some value coming up from N1 Hex when it comes to D-Spooky and Blaziken. Maybe they can get that combo going, really box in, maybe catch out Spooky in the backline, maybe deny that Black Cat value. But right now, it's really on the call right there. But we've got to be careful, as of course, Winsguard and HK are kind of matching each other on the Devil Dinosaur, really setting themselves up to really prepare for that mission area. But for now, both teams are moving in, trying to get the action, trying to get into an optimal area to start a fight right now. But it's just these dive Vanguards and these dive duels out here, the Black Cat and the Cat players are really dictating the pace of these matches.
Netra, again, being the tip of the spear when it comes to that dive. Blaziken putting a little bit of damage down with the Rathasaurn on point, trying to put Zeph down in a nice headshot. Beautiful stuff. Disgusting, as a matter of fact. And NRX gonna go in and clean up a nice little double. And with the Kumio being invested from Fish, this is all N1 Hex all day long, baby.
Swinging that tail of the dinosaur right there from Winsguard, taking them out. Pushing Aviel back to spawn. N1 Hex did capture that one there. Looking smart, looking good for themselves. But, ooh, Kraken Impacts online, CB. This could be big. Blaziken might be able to go off again.
I would definitely put money on him going off when this Kraken Impact starts to come online. Your RBL, like, you have to try and scout this out, but that's the least of your worries. There's also a Freedom Charge and potentially a Calling Card that could come out as well. And now the Devil Beast Rampage as Winsker gets a fair bit of Volt Charge off of that laser beam. D-Spooky forced out and canceled. What a chop coming out from HK Mario.
Calling Card going off right there from NRX. Another one, taking out Blaziken, getting Spooky. That's the big picks coming out from the Bucky. That's Zeph trying to get the POV, trying to get the action, trying to see if they can get 100% of their ultimate ready to go. Phase shifting, taking out NRX. That's good AoE from Starlord right there. That ability allows them to just take out Black Cat. Hard to hit, but you can hardly dodge that move if you're just too close to the Starlord. But it's going to be a lot more firepower than if they want to turn this fight. So they're going to pop the Galactic Legend right there. Zeph in the sky is amped up, as you said. The Rocket Ultimate is going to be that damage differential right now. N1 Hex on the back foot. One goes down, the second goes down, 3 down to the count. XLR trying to survive, but he's taken out by Mario as well. That's going to be value for RVL. They flip it right there, taking it at 61% to match, but it's on them to try and catch up right now. And they're going to win this next fight really, really quickly and try to get that 60% mark sooner rather than later. Otherwise, N1 Hex is going to tie up the round.
The scary thing, though, is when that CYA comes out, how much ground N1 Hex have to concede. Like, the cap nearly comes through before the fight is even over, just because they fear the damage and they know they don't have a Strategist ultimate. Xlail was lagging a little bit behind in terms of that Fate of Both Worlds. Is going to have it now, but Kraken Impact going to come up from Blaziken, stomping right down on HK Mario. No other targets showing themselves right now, but as he goes back up, comes back down again, looking to try and find the cleanup, and will get one onto Lick. Somehow threads the needle there, and Fate of Both Worlds going to come from Xlail. A little bit of damage and potentially coming out for Blaziken as he goes back up yet again, and this should be a good opportunity now for N1 Hex to try and buy their way back into this one, as NRX is able to take down Proxies, burn the BRB as well. They have to trade Xlail to make that happen, though, and that's an opportunity for Rival to try and buy themselves back into it, and the Calling Card going to come out now from Spocky to try and do just that. N1 Hex holding on by a wing and a prayer and a Kumiho, and that Kumiho is unleashed. It will stomp down Spocky. Fox beats Cat, and this should be N1 Hex finding the flip if they can just get rid of these last few members of Rival Esports.
They're going to have to go and hard and crunch as much as they can right now for N1 Hex. That's the value Winsguard's going for with the Dino Time. Zeft in their grasp right there, taking them out as the Dino can. Devil Dinosaur looking primal, looking sharp, going for the jump, taking out Netra, and they do flip it in their favor right there. Strong fight, strong start right there, I gotta say, but you know, looking good as they are. The ult charge right now for Winsguard's almost there. Gonna have that primal time right there. Gonna be able to rampage if they need, but Zeft also has the Galactic Legend. Netra as well with the assemble could be big. Both assembles online, D-Spooky as well. Looks like the fight's about to kick off again right here. 80% and climbing. RVL need to move in now, and a Rampage starts off from Winsguard, diving straight into the midst of the backline for RVL. Taking out Proxies, the Rockets down early. No chance to build an amp. They're going to try to go for Zev, taking out the Starlord. The Guardians are down. HK Mario down as well. A strong Rampage right there. Was so good by N1 Hex, using one Rampage to stop an entire fight from RVL. And the beautiful thing is, there's a chance for a portal. Do they have a chance to contest though? 98 to 99. And they do. RVL still contest.
There's going to be an opportunity to come through that portal with a Freedom Charge. They actually find the flip. We might be into a 99 to 99 situation. There is that Freedom Charge. It's going to be mirrored on the other side. They want to try and get as much out of this as they possibly can. The Galactic Legend now going to come out with the CYA. Is the damage going to be there? Indeed it will. Lick going to get res right back up. Zep looking for targets, but they've all gone. They've scuppered away into the bunkers, and they're not showing themselves. One will, and unfortunately it's Fish, so the healing's not going to be there. No Kumio will be unleashed. Blaziken caught out, tries to go in with the Trooper's Fist, but taken out, and Rival Esports snake it right out from N1 Hex's nose.
Ooh, 1 point on the board for RVL. Right here, that is a big win for them right now. That is exactly what they needed. And everybody, mathematically, check the scoreboards. That's RVL's first map victory in group stage.
And it comes with the one-sided rocket. It's just that easy. Like, you just go for the one-sided rocket, you pop that wombo combo, you get 11 final hits. Spocky able to get 11 of his own, definitely getting active on that Black Cat for the most part. But I think the problem for N1 Hex, they should have won Frozen Airfield 100%. They just needed to shut down that portal play, or at the very least, have a better fight to try and contest and shut down that combo when it comes out, because that is, it's just too lethal. You know, you can't let that one come out again and again and again, and you definitely can't give them one last opportunity to get it online.
I mean, as of this moment, these teams are officially tied. Officially tied up as perfectly as possible, which means, woo! It could be crazy, it could be crazy. RVL needs to get points on the body, and they need to also at the same time deny N1 Hex points. They have to. That's the only way they survive and make it to the top 6 to go to playoffs. That's what they have to play here. They cannot look, maybe if they win the series, they might think they're in a good position. No, they have to dominate this series. But N1 Hex, they've had momentum, they've been crazy, and they've been showing great stuff too, so they could flip it, and the advantage is on their side because they do get to choose the map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, they might try and play the pick and ban phase a little bit differently, but honestly, I think they just have to try and go for a little bit more of that killer instinct, like we saw in a couple of fights where they just go super aggressive and try and snuff out any opportunity for Rival Esports to try and get back in there, but they let up off the gas just a little bit too much at the final hurdle and let that strange TP play come through rather than go in, use some sort of CC ability if they even had one. I'm not sure if they did, but try to deny it with anything, stop it from coming out. We go to a third point if they're able to do that, but unfortunately, it's not the reality we live in, and in this reality, N1 Hex still lagging behind Rival Esports, getting their first map win, like you said, getting themselves on match point, potentially threatening to get the fight win here, the entire series win, as a matter of fact. And just like I said, assume both of these teams are capable of beating Loyalty later on. They both have matches with Loyalty later on this weekend. Assume that they both can. The losing team still has to try and find another win on top of that, and that is a tall, tall task. And we will see who that team is going to be on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back with more action coming your way.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable!
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Pacific, Stage 1 in Asia. And wow, guys, what a first map that came through there. Were you guys expecting Rival to take that?
I was kind of expecting N1 Hex to at the very least come out with Frozen Airfield. You know, I have high hopes for this roster after they were able to take a map off of Triple AD previously. There's something to this team, and if they want it bad enough, they can get a win, but they stopped wanting it at the worst possible second, and they let Rival Esports get back into a map that they had no business being in.
Yeah, and what do you think was, I guess, the thing that really broke the straw on the camel's back there, Liger? What do you think was the turning point for them?
I mean, it's clearly the Guardian himself, the hero of the Guardians of the Galaxy 3, the main character, Rocket Raccoon, 100% absolutely just, coops up everybody's expectations and just absolutely just goes crazy with it. Set the Seer, get that amplifier going, beacons as well. Nobody was taking him down, constantly evading every single... Hey, funnily enough, everybody, I think someone might be good against Black Cat, and it may be Rocket. I don't think Black Cat can keep up with the Rocket. I think that might be the strategist pick people can use to, not necessarily fully counter, but maybe delay it.
I also kind of feel vindicated because I said, like, maybe for me, I'm like considering prioritizing the Rocket Raccoon over something like the Devil Dinosaur. I'm just gonna say it. We have seen teams completely forego trying to protect the Devil Dino, getting it banned against them, still win. But it feels like every time there's a one-sided Rocket, whoever comes away with that, they're getting the dub. And like the numbers don't lie. All right, the numbers just they don't lie.
Yeah, the numbers certainly don't lie there, and I'm hopeful that, either side will be looking to change up the drafts moving into the next one. If that happens again, well, you ask for the consequences you're given, is what I'm going to say for that. But I guess heading towards our next map in contention, we're moving on to a convoy map. We don't know what it's going to be yet. How do you feel the compositions might change up here?
You know what? It really depends, and it's got to be the contemplation map, okay? It's going to be contemplation, right? And when it's contemplation, I know exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be Gambit, not even going to see the light of day, right?
Of course.
Right. We're not. I'm gonna crash out on behalf of Dan if we see a one-sided Gambit. Okay, let's not. Let's keep him banned. Let's take it easy. All right, and let's look towards this Rocket Raccoon factor. Let's see if we can not make it one-sided. Maybe both teams get the Rocket, even it out, give opportunity. Dino's going to be in play as well. Teams are going for that protect, but in my mind, I'm like, where's that shield break? Something's missing that firepower. We saw a little bit of Bucky there, but there's a couple times that Blaziken, had a bit of an issue to get that Kraken impact fully off. There was a bit of hesitancy in it, but yeah, we're still contemplating.
You're saying, like, where's the shield break? And I thought you were trying to steer yourself towards, like, that Iron Man, get the samurai out on the field. He's not bad when it comes to breaking shields.
It's not on the tournament client. It's not. The costume's not available for the pros.
Oh, then don't even bother. All right, plan B. Go with a Moon Knight and Groot.
Ooh, hey. Now you're talking.
Yeah. So I know how to speak Liger. I've studied I've done my Duolingo for the day. In preparation, I studied Australian. I know what a shoey is now. I know. I learned about what did you say earlier, Matt? Cheesy Mite. What is Cheesy Mite?
So think of it like it's like a cheesy Vegemite, kind of, right? But I like it in like, so I like it in like a bread roll, right? They have like cheesy Mite scrolls. And it's it's a little different, and I like it. Check them out if you ever get a chance. All right, if you come down to the land down under, I got to put you on that one. But we're moving on to the draft now, everybody. Good luck and get down to it.
Hopefully there's maybe if you're N1 Hex and you want to try and get one over on Rival Esports, maybe you got to bring out a little bit of cheesy Mite in your comps. What do you say, Liger?
Well, look, if we're in the good old Aussie spirit, we gotta, as they say, we gotta give it a good old fair go. We gotta see what these teams are gonna do, and absolutely just send it down the Badlands. Do something crazy, but don't lose the Rocket, okay?
Yeah.
Don't lose the Rocket, but
you gotta lock that Rocket down ASAP.
100%.
ASAP
so,
Rocket.
What could happen here?
Yep.
Oh, now what could happen here?
So I can see Matt laughing at my dumb joke as we kind of gloss over it. Yeah, we're seeing the Dino Protects coming out. A ban from the Luna Snow, and I think N1 Hex are probably gonna try and go for the one-sided Luna again. And again, like, she's strong, but we've seen the Rocket be able to just burst through Fate of Both Worlds. So I just kind of feel like Rocket kind of trumps Luna right now, and the Protect's gonna come out from Rival Esports as well, like you said. Do they go for a one-sided on it? I think you kind of have to if N1 Hex don't go for the Protect.
Yeah, honestly, like, why not? It won the round. It gave you team fights that you otherwise wouldn't have won in the neutral. Take it. Take it for your favor. It's the secret recipe right now, and it's only just been revealed. Oh my god, they can actually pull it off. Wow. In order to secure the Phoenix factor here. Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry, they're safe. We're safe.
You're just like you are the thinker
calm.
right now. You are like you've got you're like stroking your chin. You're like you got the graphs. You got like.
I was cooking too hard. I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna remove some spice. I put too much spice.
I'm looking at Liger's cam right now. He's got like the numbers flying all over, like math equations all over his head. He's looking at every different scenario. And the one we come out with is pretty predictable, but I think the Black Cat ban that comes out from Rival Esports towards N1 Hex, I think is going to be a little bit extra salt in the wound. All right, the rich get richer for Rival Esports. They get the Rocket Raccoon through. N1 Hex have to try and sacrifice one of their protects onto it. Luckily, they also get the Luna Snow that they would have wanted, but that kind of steers your backline in a different direction altogether. You're going to have to try and play this Luna and this Rocket. Maybe you can get a double damage amp kind of going there. I'm not quite sure, but N1 Hex are going to have to make the best of what they got there. I think Rival Esports looking pretty solid coming out of this ban phase.
100%. You know what we can actually bring to attention as well? Another great pick on this map due to the low ceilings, the quick rotations, Venom. And Venom works amazingly with Rocket and Luna, especially with that Feast combo. And we know the one-more combos get you a lot of value, getting good wins here when it comes to Museum. Because we know it's all about, you know, how you play the Museum, how you hold that first area. And right now, RVL's the one that's on defense. They're the ones out there with the Dino in the front lines. They're going to bring out the Captain America as well. They have the Black Cat advantage, and Zed Style is pretty primed up right now. Looking very good, but let's open up that corridor. HK Mario wants nobody to have any cover, as we got to be very careful as this mechanized beast is in the front lines, already throwing that primal laser, trying to catch any one of those early flankers from N1 Hex. But CB, I got to say though, that bus is kind of moving. RVL's not really planting their feet just yet.
Well, HK Mario going to move those feet forward a little bit and try and pressure, but the pressure is coming back his way, and Rival Esports holding the S keys there. I think was anticipating the dive from D-Spooky. A good CC coming out, though. D-Spooky might not be able to get out of this one alive, and no, Zep is going to clean him up, and now that's going to be Rival Esports clamping down and stopping the wheels on this bus from going round and round.
Round and around we go. We're going to sing that song and hear these players try to maybe perform a duet. I see it in the skies. Louis trying to maybe get an enabling point there. Trying to pick someone up in the back line there, but not going to get the full value. Got to be careful of that laser. Send them down to sides, but Captain America Netra flanking around, trying to balance around with Spooky. Louis, oh, going in for a face shift right now. In a tough spot. Got to be very careful. Spooky right there. And Rex on the trunch in action. Daredevil looking ready to fight in the night. We got to be very careful, everybody. We're here watching Marvel Rivals Ignite. And there it is. First pick right there. Louis taking out HK Mario, tearing down the Dino. Big whip right there from Spooky, taking out Fish as well. And that's going to get the value. That's going to be Fish back with the BR Beacon. But the stacks and the coins are just rising right now for Spooky, who's just cashing in, taking another down. That's a good defense for RVL right now. Nullifying a good, already at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Half of their opportunity to push here has already been munched.
But they did have to use the CYA in order to do it, so there's not going to be, like, there's going to be a desync now when it comes to this Galactic Legends. Zeps is going to have to try and go in raw, and this is an opportunity for Fish to try and build up to that Beta Book Worlds and be able to counter it outright, but Nep's going to try and stop that from coming to fruition, and as Baki takes down X-Layo, there's just not going to be enough healing, so even without the CYA, the damage is just too much. Zep, like Chaperone, gets the job done, and HK Mario is going to clock Winsger out, and it's another easy fight win, but I feel like this next one for N1 Hex, you have a look at all those ultimates stacking up, about to be 6 strong. It's going to be a bloody fight any way you slice it, but it's one that N1 Hex do have just an ever so slight advantage in, and they should be able to come up with a dub here.
Honestly, I don't want to call it early, but there was a desync, and it's already looking pretty even right now. I think Proxies is building it up quickly, and Zeft is already at 20% again. they could probably get that combo next. But even if they don't want to, they can go for the primal charge combo, Cap and Dino, just force that full sustain, full rampage, and completely just dive in. But let's bring out the boundary, let's bring out the amp, let's bring out everything that we can right now as N1X are going for their big fight here. They're going to commit 3 ultimates for now. They got 3 more in the bank. They're going to have to go in right now. Big primal counter coming out from HK Mario is what they need. If RVO can pull it off, he's waiting for it. There it is, the primal counter right there. Holding forward, gonna match it with the dance from Fish right there, going crazy. But there it is again, Amp's back. RVO bring the Amp back online just in time. Zeft is very close to the Galactic Legend if they need that extra bit of firepower right now. But both teams are evenly matched. Everybody is still around 6 on 6. Everybody get into the mix. Dear Spooky taking a lick. Spooky taken down. Back again. Dear Spooky avenged right there, taken down. That's value. That's power. N1X looking good right now as they have the numbers game. But Zeft is in the skies. Going Galactic right now, shredding through. And N1X dive under the corridor for now, but it's on the Venom. The chase is on. Dear Spooky does retreat, uses a bit of overhealth to survive, and it's kind of the fight is kind of neutralized here as we've got this portal coming out from RVO to really keep their defense going.
They want to try and make sure they still have 10 toes down. Everybody strong on the point, ready for this defense. But like you said, we're back to a neutral. No ults coming online for either side. Proxies is building up to that CYA pretty quick, though. And N1X have to try and do something before that comes online. D-Spooky tries to do just that, but gets caught out. Will force out the Symbiotic Resilience and swing back out to safety. But it's another scary situation. They're not done with him. Say, come back here. We want you, and we're going to get you. HK Mario chomps him down, but he's traded out. A res coming out now onto D-Spooky. The CYA coming out. I think it's already been bursted down, so N1X are able to deal with it. Spocky gonna get chopped and carried off like a chew toy, and Winsger is gonna put him down. Rival Esports still have enough people to try and keep this one in contention, and N1X trying to keep the fight going. Now they get to pop the CYA. There's a Galactic Legend on deck, but Louis doesn't even need it. Able to just go in raw with the damage. The Blaster Barrage, and he's taken down 2. And N1X, by hook or by crook, they will have point A.
Yes, back in the game, N1X right there, as they do push past the first gate of contemplation right there. Let's see if they can keep it going. I don't have much time left though, but it's a bit of a dip here, as we know. We gotta be very careful around this spire here. You gotta rotate around a very tough spot. You're gonna lose high ground very quickly, but it's on RVO to try and keep them in that box there, in that opportunity for themselves to really just kind of track them down there and not let them get a push. But speaking of being a push, you gotta be careful. HK Mario's with that rampage, and last time we saw Mario in this situation, he just sent it. Going for an early rampage to win an early fight. But speaking of early, NRX going in, letting it out right now. Taking out Lick in the backline. Spoke at the same time, takes out Louis. That's big value. The BR beacons do bring them both back though, neutralizing both Rockets' utility. As we still have Louis going in, taking out Spooky in revenge. And big power coming out from the Star-Lord Zeft as well. NRX, it's just trade for trade right here, CB. 1 for 1, bang for bang. Both these teams so evenly matched right now in their compositions.
Yeah, but as these trades keep coming out, the cart is still making more progress, rounding that spire. Galactic Legend now going to come out from Zeps. He wants to try and put the brakes on this bus, but the Fate of Both Worlds is going to keep N1X in the fight, but Winsger nearly got separated. There's an invisible boundary coming out from Rival Esports as well. They really want to try and win this fight, but now N1X are ready to start investing. A Galactic Legend of their own, and NRX, even without the ultimate, just getting active in the back line there. But the calling card from Spocky, and he's able to find 3, going in crazy deep, and will get chomped for his trouble, but the damage has already been done. Zept is there to clean up Winsger, and N1X shuns it from this point. Rival Esports standing their ground, and the calling card gets 1 more on the exit. Spocky going absolutely crazy and still has 3 in his sights, but they're in the spawn. All right, fine. You get to live for now.
Ooh, for now can run out very quickly. When you're messing with the Daredevil, you got to be very, very careful here to see how it all unfolds. Big splashes going out. Mento Fish to deny the chance of Spooky to try to set up a dive there. Very good by Spooky right there. But we got to be careful. Mario going for the rampage right now. Gonna start it up. Gonna go for the crunch. Hits the combo of the face there, and the final proc does take out Fish, denying the chance of a bit of healing right there. But counter crunch coming out right there from Winsguy. They're going to be enough for themselves, though. We don't know. Going to be retreat back with the barrier right now to try and nullify these Spooky, trying to get that bus moving right now. This is it, everybody. 5 seconds on the clock. Overtime is definitely has been achieved right now. The final fight for N1X. Let's try and get more value on the contemplation right here. But the amp is off from Proxies, and that's going to kick it off as Lyle also drops the amp. It's a double amp city, everybody. Lock in.
No more amps going to be coming out as X-Lyles is going to expire here shortly, and Now we are again back to a neutral. BRBs have also been burned for both sides, and no ultimates online. Galactic Legend will be coming online for Zep before long, and N1 Hex have to try and shut him down, and Louis is trying to take the duel, but Zep wants to write his own legend, takes to the skies, and Louis wants none of it, does not want to be even a footnote, so is going to teleport right back on out to the spawn. The easy way, preferably to the hard way, and N1 Hex still in this fight, but as Netra takes down D Spooky, now he has full range over the back line. He's going to be rezzed back up, and he's going to fall for it, and now there's no BRB on the other side, so it's N1 Hex, but they get off the point, and Rival Esports will draw a line in the sand as N1 Hex. They tried a little too hard to make it happen. They wanted it a little too bad, and unfortunately, they're not going to be able to make it through point B.
Ooh, that is a tough one. That is a tough one right there. That's got to be a moment you got to really lock in and not let yourself step off the gas right there. Unfortunately, they lost a fight that they didn't need to lose just yet, but who knows how it could have ended up if they still had contention. But we're going to flip it now. We're going to see how RVL do. They're probably feeling really good right now. They only have to push half of the Museum of Contemplation. They don't have to encounter the glorious, beautiful outside of the Museum of Contemplation, which is just unfortunate. I don't know about you, CB. I feel like we never see that. I feel like we see other maps in Convoy more than we see the end of this map. It's always being held in the orange void. It's always the orange void that we remain in.
There's a couple of like Convoy maps that are like really hard to get through point B. Like I know Spider Island's point B is a real pain to try and get through sometimes, but Museum of Contemplation, like a lot of carts I feel like either stall out on point A, like it's either full hold or just midway through point C. Usually you can try and brute force it through point B, but it just doesn't come out this time around. Like I think, like again, like N1 Hex, they were in the driver's seat in that fight, but I think they put their foot on the gas a little too hard and ended up getting ahead of themselves.
That's fair. That's fair. Now as they clear out the rooftop there, building a nice cove for Louis on the Ultron.
Good thing that wall isn't load bearing. I mean, we bring down the whole museum.
I mean, you know, let's get Hulk in there. Just take it all. All of it can go down. Chomp it away. But speaking of, you know, somebody who doesn't want to go down, somebody who's using the terrain to their advantage, D Spooky, right here, out here, doing it on the Venom, trying to adapt to every situation right there. Big Crunch is coming out. Oh, big steal right there, but it's not a lot of damage, not a lot of opportunity there. Just a little warning shot saying, hey, you better watch your step. This is my stomping ground. You better be careful out here. And there it is, a clean Crunch right there from HKMI. It does take out Winsgo. Winsgo's back though with the BR Beacon. They still got a chance to fight here. As you know, there's a little pressure coming out from the Venom there, but the movement is pretty good. But N1 Hex really need to activate here. They're down a very pivotal Venom.
Yeah, and now they're going to be down Windsor again for the second time, and no BRBs this time around. HK Mario with a nice little chomp there onto Fish, and the adjustments that are coming up from Rival Esports, like they ditched the Captain America and put Netra instead over onto the Emma Frost, which means you don't have a dive Vanguard to try and take out that BRB, so you just try to play for full front-loaded damage, burn it the old-fashioned way, get a quick elim, and then go for the second one. And it's working out for them so far. They've already forced out the strange TP from N1 Hex, and as ults start to come online, Proxies is going to beat X-Lail to the punch, so this might be a point A cap if N1 Hex don't find it, some sort of frag in the neutral somewhere, or try and find a miracle. But here comes that Galactic Legend before the CYE even comes out, and N1 Hex are already scared.
Going for the chomps right now. Dino Actions, Eft in the skies, trying to get value from the last remaining moments of that impactful Guardian. But big Crunch coming out. X-Lail taken down from the Frenzy from the Fury right there. Big power. Slashes coming out as well from Spooky to just take down that last one. NRX trying to stall. That's a good push for RVL. They've got a good position right here. I mean, last time we were at this point, N1 Hex walked with 2 minutes 20 left to try and get to that mark right now. RVL have almost double that and already setting up on the high ground, trying to deny N1 Hex getting up there and preparing. But be careful there, even if they go for the flank. Spooky's already marked them with a little pyro turret there. You got to be very careful here. We're going to see how it all unfolds. Ultron setting up as well on the high ground. Louis, Rage of Ultron's online. That could be the deciding moment for this fight.
It's gonna have to be. I mean, it's the only ult that they have to their name that Rival Esports can't really match right now, as they don't really have a good defensive utility. I mean, they have the invisible boundary, but using the Rage of Ultron to force that out and then clamping down with that CYA damage, I think would be a good way forward for N1 Hex. We'll see what they choose to do. Right now, they're trying to bide their time, and time is definitely not on their side. Devil Beast Rampage gonna come out from the side of Winsgur, and A good chomp onto HK Mario. They want to try and isolate this Devil Dino. Good body blocking coming out to try and really put the hurting in, but the damage just isn't there. The rest of Rival Esports was able to play Bouncer, stop any reinforcements coming in from the side of N1 Hex. There is that Rage of Ultron trying to pressure out the backline, but Rival Esports don't flinch. Galactic Legend now coming out. There's the Invisible Boundary. They finally get it out, but now the CYA just gets burned down, so the damage just won't be there. And N1 Hex, they're trying so hard to make this happen, but it's just not working out. Windsor gets caught out there by Lick, and as the Fate of Both Worlds come out from Fish, Rival Esports, they just disengage.
Oh, they're going to be very careful here.
Oh, what a pull!
Going for that. What?
no, they can't confirm the
Oh,
Elim.
that is a clutch assemble. Coming out from D-Spooky right there, surviving the fight, still buying some time for N1 Hex on the stall. But you got to be careful, RVL. Only have just a little bit of the heal to push up here. Got to be marked, got to be ready for the amp. There it is. Proxies hits the sea in the skies. Zep's going to go for it. Denied, denied. You're kidding me, Fish. Blast and Zeph out of the skies, denying the Guardian of the Galaxy to try and get value. That is insane marksmanship coming out right there. It's going to deny quite a bit for themselves, but that also means the push is still going. 4 meters left. N1 Hex, do they have a chance to try and contest here? Do they have the moment? Do they have the power to build up to the Rage of Ultron? It's RVL as well. Both teams in the neutral right now. No ultimates online, waiting for someone to spark the fire to win it here. Who's going to do it?
It's gonna be Smocky. He goes in, he just takes down Fish, and that is your lifeline cut short. And X-Lail so far away from that CYA, it's just not gonna come through. This Rocket Raccoon healing is gonna have to be load bearing. HK Mario chomping down Windsor, and there's just no way you can help him. Louis gets grounded, extermination canceled. We will live to fight another day, and fight we shall, as this day belongs to Rival Esports, as there's nothing left in the tank for N1 Hex. All they can do is hope to throw their bodies at the cart, but corpses cannot contest, and Rival Esports have left the very same in their wake. On Museum of Contemplation, a 2-0 victory for them, and for N1 Hex, the road to playoffs gets that much more bumpy.
Woo. Put it all on the line, as RVL have won their first series in Asia Group Stage 1. Out here. Congrats to RVL for a stellar performance here, taking out N1 Hex. Now this was crazy, because last we checked, N1 Hex seemed to be the team that was maybe going to climb out of the bottom of the bracket, but right now, RVL said, hold on, we're still here, lock in. I love to see it. I love when we got a little bit of a competitive bout here. And of course, like I said earlier, so the question is now, how do these teams fare against Loyalty? What is yet to come for them?
I mean, if Rival Esports is able to get a win over Loyalty, that's good enough. You know, if you can best both N1 Hex and Loyalty, you qualify. Even if it's in that 6th place position, doesn't matter. As long as you get to playoffs, the job is done. You just take that reset, and then you go through playoffs as is your want. So one more win for Rival Esports over that team, and whatever else happens the rest of the weekend doesn't matter for them. But for N1 Hex, they gotta get that win against Loyalty, and they have another matchup against a much stronger team that they're going to have to win. This was the most winnable game for both of these teams outside of that Loyalty matchup. Now, it's getting a little bit darker. I mean, I wouldn't count this N1 Hex team out just yet. There is something to them, I promise you. They took a map off of AAAD. That's a significant punch-up for a team like that. They're gonna have to do it again, and this time they're gonna have to stick the landing as they fumble really hard against Rival Esports here, and Rival just ride the waves on through. The BRBs, the CYAs, the Galactic Legends all coming in spades, and the power of the Rocket Raccoon is on full display, and even when it wasn't showing its head, Spocky was putting on a clinic on that Black Cat, and that is something that, even though, you know, like we said, she's kind of fallen a little bit further down in the pecking order, she is still a capital T threat if you cannot keep her on a leash.
Wow. What an impressive series coming out there. Like, I can't believe it. You know, we witnessed Absolute Cinema, RVL finally break the dry spell and will be able to take away their first win. Surprising? Maybe for some. For me, I was there from the start, support them from the beginning. No, congratulations.
Ride or die,
on
Matt,
the win.
ride or
Yeah,
die.
that's it. Ride or die. No, we love to see it, and yeah, really impressed with the turnaround of pacing from them into that one. And I guess break it down for me. What do you think really made things fall apart for N1 Hex there?
Oh, I'm gonna let you go, Liger. I want to see the equations flying around your head again. Let's get the calculus going.
According to the math flying its head. Look, basically, It didn't work out for them early because of the rocker factor. They couldn't catch up after the rocker factor went for RVL. Because RVL had that advantage, they caught them off guard. They gained momentum. As we know in this game, momentum is everything, especially in Ignite. 3-0s, 2-0s, 4-0s, unfortunately. Nobody wants a 4-0. I'm sick of 4-0s, guys. I want a competitive best of 7 when we get to them. But we're not there yet. But yeah, that's what happened. It led to the point where N1 Hex, they can take a map of Triple AD, but they couldn't even get themselves to third map on Hell's Heaven against RVL, who went absolutely stomping in. There's a little bit of an understanding there to that dinosaur factor, and then you had the one-sided Black Cat on Museum Contemplation. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. It's like you're playing on the back foot and you're going into a map disadvantaged from the ban phase. That's sort of where they were here. That's sort of how this one went for them. But tomorrow's a big day for N1 Hex. They got themselves a double block. They're going to have to take on Burgers and Zero Tenacity. So there's still a chance to get a map there. It's tough. CB said it before, it's tough, but I don't know. It really was, like you said, the moment where they could try to get points here, but it really also depends how are they going to rotate around and start playing these sort of neutral games and necessarily, you know, not donate. They're donating ults to take ults. You need to do that without losing the pivotal ult you need to then win the next fight. So that's what they're missing. They're like one step behind me.
I think to their credit, they were doing enough to keep their head above water, but just a couple of those anti-clutch moments just came back to bite them, and they sank.
Yeah, and speaking of sank, we're going to be sinking our way through the ring. Who could it be? None other than Zeft. Welcome in. My goodness, what a series, and it's a pleasure to finally have you on board. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling good, bro. I'm feeling really good. Me and the entire team are really happy with that win.
Oh, I can imagine it must feel surreal, you know, to be here in this moment. And I guess coming into it, like, did you expect to take away that victory?
Definitely not, I think. At the start of, like, the tournament, we were in, like, shambles. But it turned out well. We won 2-0. And we're pretty confident into making playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I would be pretty confident about making playoffs because I think realistically, you guys only have to beat Loyalty. That like is your main competition, your only must-win match from here on out. How do you feel about that one coming on a little bit later on this weekend?
Yeah, we're really confident in beating Loyalty tomorrow. Make sure to like tune in, support Rival Esports, support me and my Indian brothers, Spocky, Blake, Netra, Mario, all of us. We're going to try our best to beat Loyalty.
Represent. We love the culture out here. We love seeing all folks coming around from all across the world. This absolutely lovely, multicultural, marvelous society we have playing Ignite. I gotta say, how do you feel about this current situation with Rocket Raccoon? What have you guys figured out recently and realized we need to get this guy one side on our team?
So basically, I was a flex player, I was playing melee, but there was like no hitscan players looking for a team, so I had to play hitscan, and my aim sucks. So just put me on Starlord, just build my ult, just spam Rocket Raccoon Beacon with the Starlord ult and just win. Not much to it.
Simple as that. Simple as that. Love to see it. And I guess looking further forward, if your team does make it through to the playoffs there, how do you think you guys will fare against your Oceanic counterparts?
We're pretty confident in doing well against them. We'll see though. Should be fun.
Love to see it. And
you heard it here first, Rival 3-0's Gen G.
Oh, yep.
Whoa.
You've heard it here first. We're ready for it.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But Zeph, do you have any final shout-outs before we close out today?
Yeah, shout out Grezin, our coach, for going to bands and drafts with us. We're really grateful for Grezin, and that's about it. Yeah.
No worries. Well, thank you so much for joining us here tonight, Zeft, and maybe this might not be the last time we see you. We could see you again tomorrow. Best of luck in that one, but thanks again for joining us.
Thank you. You'll definitely see me tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow as well.
Looking forward to it.
Confidence. Lock in.
That's what
Confidence.
you need. I like the turnaround.
I like the coach shout out and specifically helping him through the picks and bans phase because, I mean, I feel like in a situation like that, this coaching stuff got to be easy. It's like, just pick Rocket. Get the one-sided Rocket. However you do it, just get one-sided Rocket. Profit. I have yet to see a team secure a one-sided Rocket Raccoon and then lose a map. It just doesn't happen.
Well, not only are they doing that, they're going to make sure Phoenix is not available either. That's the key. That's the secret key. To get the Phoenix out of here and lock in your Rocket.
That's it. Speaking of locking in, we are going to be locking into our next series right on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저기로 날아올라. Rush on my window frame. 얼어붙은 my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's the streets to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of light.
welcome back everybody into Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 for Pacific Asia here. It's Matsy, Liger, and CB coming at you with all the action here today. And what a fantastic way to kick off their RVL, taking down N1 Hex. Feeling good about it, but there's more matches coming up, aren't there?
And we got 3 more matches coming your way, and we're starting things off with an MRC qualifying team, the Burgers, who have been very impressive and cemented themselves right among that middle of the pack versus the top dogs, the alphas of the pack. I guess, you know, technically second place team, not really the top dogs right now, but technicalities, we'll get there. It's Reject versus the Burgers, and I'm pretty excited because we get to see the power levels of both of these teams.
I mean, they're the big bad wolf. They are the partnered team, Reject, you know. They're a team that probably has the most experience taking on the best in Pacific that people perceive to be as Gen G. Who knows? We're still waiting for that grand matchup one day, but Reject want to get there. They want to make sure they're nowhere near elimination station. They want to make sure they take down the Burgers here, claim back that top spot, so they get a good seed going into playoffs. That's their goal here. You know? This might be 2 teams that feel like they're sitting comfortable, that they can make it top 6 and pursue themselves further into that good old playoffs, but you still don't want to let any free points go out to anyone. I'm suspecting it's a 2-0 here. The question is, who's going to get it?
Who's it gonna be? Who is it gonna be? Could it be the Burgers? Could it be Reject? Could it be EXO? All will be proven, but as we alluded to earlier, this is going to be our Burgers squadron here, so you'll love to see them in all their glory with Ved, Scrappy, Wounds, Navoy, Diabolical, RF, Smux, and Aviad. They're the manager. So, an incredible team. They've showcased a lot of unique plays so far, haven't they, CB?
Yeah, and I think Wounds has been a standout for this roster, you know, on the Phoenix, on the hit scan. It's definitely been a player to watch, and going forward for this team, I think would be the main guy to watch, but I wouldn't rule out the rest of this team because, again, they qualified through MRC. They were forged in the fire. They have taken the place of the Pirates, and while they might not be sailing to the same highs of the Pirates were just yet, I do think that the fact that they came through that same route, have come through as a team, the more their synergy starts to build up, the higher their ceiling gets. But if you look to the ceiling, you will see this team staring right back down at you. It is Reject, some of the best in the business right here. The partner team, the Asia top dogs, the winners of the preseason, rightfully so. Hit a bit of a slump in preseason group stage, then came back with a vengeance in playoffs. And this time around, I don't see a slump happening, all right? They are not messing around for stage 1.
They're not playing around at all. I mean, you know, you think back to when we interviewed Piggy last time, they think that the rest of Asia's bad. And I think the task is going to be on the Burgers right now, or any other team that's facing them for that matter, to try and humble them. You know, Reject are confident coming into this one. Rightfully so, you know, the results speak for themselves, but I think it's going to be an interesting challenge for, all the other teams trying to say, hey, why are you talking smack? We're going to take them down a peg.
Listen, maybe no smack talk, but I want another Piggy interview because Piggy's funny. And I'm here for the jokes. I'm here for the next crazy line that Piggy will say. All right, I'm ready for it. And, well, it's on the Burgers to deny my hopes. Have you seen his Jeff?
His Jeff carries.
Yeah.
Listen, but does it get them 8Ks, though? That's what I want to know. Take off some teammates as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Who was it?
Everybody's going down.
That one? Who, like, I know we had it.
It was a Lonely Phils.
It was a Lonely, yeah, you're right. It was right.
Yeah. I want some Jeff. Can we get some Jeff? And also maybe, you know, I don't know about you guys. I want Burn T'Challa. Can we go to Burn T'Challa? It's been a minute. I want to get out there, get in Wakanda, and maybe even Dracula's Castle and get some Jeff match, please. Come on, it's time. I'm sick of Museum of Contemplation every single day. Even in my comp games. I got Museum of Contemplation 2 games in a row, guys. Why did I get it 2 games in a row?
You're so well practiced for casting today because we're going to be going to a lot of Museum of Contemplation. You know that map like the back of your hand at this point. You're ready. It's all in prep.
That's the best warm-up you could ever ask for, Liger. You know, I feel like you need 3 more after we're done tonight as well.
The Guang saw our schedule and was like, we got to get this guy in museum. We got to help him prep. I got you.
Hey, listen, I'm happy. I got Samurai Iron Man. It's a good day. I'll take whatever suffering they want to offer me. That's the way it is. But beautiful thing is, my suffering is not what's going to be dictated here. We're going to Krakoa. It's a good, beautiful domination map. Matsy, as we know, this map is the home of mutants. What is that? Can we see some mutants?
Well, I hope so. I hope we're going to see some mutants portaled in the map of many of Portal's here. Portal combat will ensue, and very eager to see what they can pull through with onto this one. So they are going to have to take down a bunch of the terrain before they inflict any further pain here. But we'll see if anyone lets through single-sided rocket to kick off, or whether this one might go a little differently. I hope it doesn't go that way again.
I think, you know, if the power scaling is... If the power scaling is kind of where we expect it to be, like, I think Reject could potentially even give up the one-sided rocket to the Burgers, let them have it as a treat, and then still come out ahead. I think, you know, most people's eyes are going to be on Reject this series, especially going forward, as they have quite a few challenges ahead of themselves. Tomorrow, they're going up against XOXO01, who are currently... They're in a race for the top spot right now. EXO sitting at 4-0, Reject sitting at 3-0, and neither team wants to flinch before they clash tomorrow. So we'll see if Reject are able to get the dub here, come out with a dominant win over the Burgers. Don't drop a map. Don't give them an inch. You can give them the Raccoon as a treat, and have a look. Like, they want it. They want it really badly.
Ooh, the Burgers really want that rocket. Oh, whoa, whoa!
Ooh, no.
Dino first.
No. No. Don't do that. No.
Dan's
Not
crashing
against
out.
against Rejects? No. All right, so where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
What? What are these bans?
All right, well,
my God.
a ban on the rocket and a protect onto the Gambit. So no amp for you at all, Burgers. You're cooked. All right, you're like, well, I don't even know where you go from here.
You kidding me? All right, everybody, welcome to the first one-sided Gambit of week 2 Asia. We're gonna update the percentages. We'll get them back to you as soon as we can. We'll let you know how many teams. Actually, you know what? There's a chance here. Can Burgers be the first team? Is it safe to say the first team in Ignite to win against one-sided Gambit? Has anybody beaten it? Has anybody beaten it yet?
I want to say some teams have beaten it in North America, but it's only because like too many teams have been letting it through. I'm looking at you, NRG. NRG have gotten a couple of map wins and, you know, been given that one up a couple of times, but it's not consistent. Like, I think it's more of a theory than it is a law right now, and the law is being dictated entirely by Reject in this pick and ban phase. They're going to protect the Jean Grey next, and if you're the Burgers, like, okay, you got the Devil Dino and you got the ban onto the Black Cat and the Star-Lord. That's a good start, but there's so many other things that you're gonna have to worry about. A ban onto the Rocket is being hovered right now. This last protect is gonna be load-bearing for your team comp. I don't even know what you pick at this stage, and I sure hope they do.
Oh, this is gonna be very interesting. Let's try to break this down though. It's looking like Reject won the ban phase, but let's break it down from the Burgers' perspective. What have they nullified? Okay, let's see. Reject can't play the Black Cat, can't play Star-Lord. So even if they got Gambit, they can't get that Rage and Royal Flush combination with the Galactic Legend. No Galactic Flush today. They don't have the Rocket either. They don't have Dino. Honestly, it's still pretty good in favor of the Burgers, and they do get one-sided Black Cat. So the question is here, can Reject just fully force Gambit to amplify any other crazy composition? Because right now, we're talking about the 3 best in slot heroes on our screen right now, all protected. The Burgers have 2 of them, but Reject have the one big boy, Gambit. I don't know.
I also kind of think that ban onto the Rocket from the Burgers is a little bit of a wasted ban, if I'm being completely honest with you, because you already got the Gambit through if you're Reject. Like, you weren't going to play the Rocket anyway. Those are the 2 heroes that kind of, like, jockey for position depending on who does or doesn't make it through the ban phase. 99% of the time, it's the Gambit that gets banned, and this is the 1% where you're probably not going to see the Rocket come out from Reject anyway, so maybe you could have used that on something like the Luna Snow, because you've also given up the Luna Snow White Fox team up to the other side as well, so, you know, Reject, they get pretty much the perfect backline with Gambit, White Fox, Luna, whatever you want. You got all of it. You also have the Rogue that gets through as well. Yaki, sure, he doesn't have the Black Cat, but he's also got the Daredevil, which we've seen just how good he can be at this hero. And then you didn't ban the Phoenix either, so Brownie has that. So I hate to spoil the show, but when you look at Reject's comp, there are going to be no surprises. And when you look at the Burgers, they're going to be looking mighty tasty, I'll tell you that much.
No, I just want to give a quick shout out, of course, to everybody out here farming their drops, getting those Ignite drops, getting all those Twitch drops as they can, of course, you know, and all the co-streamers out there. Shout out also Dan's co-streaming right now, currently crashing out as we speak, as he is absolutely livid that a Gambit was let through on Ignite Asia. But
With a
we're
live
here,
Dan
everybody,
reaction
lock in.
cam going up in the upper left corner there.
Can we get the Dan reaction cam? Can we get Dan on the mic real quick? We'll see. I'm sure Dan's probably a bit relieved that this didn't happen in an XOXO game, but nonetheless, let's rip into it. Let's see how it is. Oh, Wounds with the first pick taken out. Yaki, down goes the lawyer right there. Unfortunately, Court is not in session, but pressure and power is how the Burgers are going to play this one with the advantage. 6v5 for now. And try to claim the high ground. Going to rotate around to the mission area and start up their capture. It's on Reject to start up the contest themselves right now. A very tough position for themselves because they don't have the Dino to contest on the forward front right there. Look, we've got a bit of Vanpool, but it's very limited right now. The Burgers have a lot more space they can cover with that barrier from the Devil Dinosaur as well.
Wounds was just taking a beating that whole time. Lastro on the flank there with the self-snowflake, putting in the damage. Is going to be brought down, but now that Yaki is back into the fight, it's going to be a good old-fashioned dive off, and 2 beats 1 every time as Yaki goes in with the Rogue by his side, bursts him down, and now Scrappy going to be next up. And I mean, it's just Gargoyle and Yaki just running roughshot one after the other, picking their targets, running them down, ganking them in a dark alleyway, taking their lunch money. Oh, there's going to be another one now, and Highbolical, your life is on the clock, my friend, and clock strikes midnight. Reject are going to find the flip, giving up 38% to the Burgers. That's not nothing, but it ain't a whole lot.
They did take their lunch money, but luckily the Burgers did get to spend a little bit of lunch money and at least get the patty. It's on them now to maybe get the lettuce, get the tomatoes. What else do we put? Sammy, what do you put on your burger?
I'm a
What
big
is your
fan of like
ideal burger?
cheese and a good like chipotle aioli.
Ooh. Okay. A little bit of sauce. I like that. We love sauce. And speaking of the sauce right now, Yaki got it right now with the mark right there, taking out a bit of that Black Cat presence on the sky now. Trying to deny the engage, again countering that diving area as they're trying to stage for their team. Oh, what a freeze! Lastro, you're insane! Taking on the Void, denying the Black Cat, following suit. Wounds falls as well to Brownie. Marksmanship of the Phoenix right there. Piggy gets a big, Yaki gets a big. So good. They all taking a piece of each other right now. This team, Reject, they share in the glory right now. No Hexacare. It's all of them taking out the entirety of Burgers right there. What a clean counterfight.
Yeah, and it's just off of the Raging Royal Flush from Sunghoon, right? Like, you don't need more than that. They didn't even combo it with another ultimate because you don't have to. The damage is just so overwhelming with the Daredevil getting in there and with Brownie just hitting the shots on the Phoenix, the sparks building up. It's just too much, and you really just don't have a way to deal with it. Now the Endsong Inferno are going to come out, and oh, it is going to be a sweet as Yaki is going in there and getting all the cleanup. There's a flip coming out, but as the contest comes out from Rejects, Navoy is going to be able to find Brownie slipping, and maybe Burgers can mount something off the back of that. But again, that's only one ultimate forced out, and in the neutral, Lastro just getting in there with more damage coming out. Light and Dark Ice still lodged in Navoy's frontal cortex, and as the Burgers are mounting up in a reasonable ult advantage, they still have to try and find a way to get to the point, and Reject are going to take the fight right to them.
Oh, into the Crocodile borders we go, everybody on the other side of chaos through the double dances of the Lunar Snows, the fate of all four worlds today with the slashes coming out from Piggy right there, trying to get that Van Hammer going, trying to get that boundary nullified. Highbolical does get that up though, does bring the power, and there goes Gargoyle going in, trying to be a heartbreaker and breaking up all of the scrambles, the fights. They're all going in favor right now of the boxing glory right here. Yaki as well. It's just bang for bang right here coming out from Reject as they take the Burgers down one after another. Triple down for the big Daredevil Yaki right there. Bit of a contested to go overtime from Moons. Is it enough though to trigger the portal from Highbolical? That might have been a clutch sacrifice.
It might be. We'll see if it comes through. Yes, it does. At the last possible second, 1 frame left, a pixel of overtime left, and Burgers are going to have to cling to it for dear life. Sunghoon is not there, but will be joining in the fight. And a nice ante from downtown. Just collapse RF, and Lastro doing the very same. And Reject are going to take this first point, and I'll give credit where credit is due. Burgers did manage to get a good amount of percentage there, and did manage to find the flip at one point, but how much of that was Reject playing with their food?
I mean, depends. It really depends, you know, how they prefer their burgers. Maybe they prefer them, you know, double stacked like Navoy out here. We don't know. We're going to be careful.
Smashed at this stage, I would say.
Maybe a bit of true, yeah. Maybe medium rare. Some want a bit of cuisine. Maybe Piggy prefers it differently. We don't know. Gargoyle, as we know, prefers to, you know, break up the pieces, deny the chances.
Have you ever had a Wisconsin-style butter burger?
What is that?
It's exactly.
What
It's
is
just it's just a burger that's like covered in butter. Like it's cooked in butter. It's just exactly what it sounds like. It will clog your arteries right up, but
How
the
do
hospital
you
trip I think
cook-
alone is worth
that
it.
deep fried in butter? How is that cooked?
It's just like pan seared, you know, but with like some butter on
Pan-seared,
top
okay,
and
that's all right.
using butter instead of oil. I mean, butter and oil. They're both fats. Like
That's fine, yeah. But hey, two different. Some people make butter with omelets instead of oil. Depends.
yeah, that's right. Butter
I'm a big
is
fan
it's
of-
delicious. It's flavor.
I like canola oil. Canola oil is nice.
Let's
shout
talk a
out
little bit more
people
about the
who cook.
burgers that are currently in front of us that Reject are currently staring down. And Gargoyle, again, committing to a little bit more smashing. And Scrappy is going to be taking down Navoy as well. And that is a failed flank coming out from the burgers. And Reject, once again, just playing with their food.
Listen, if I'm, you know, I go out one night, I go to the burger restaurant, I have a good feed, and I go off in an alleyway, and somebody's trying to jump me, I hope that I have Yaki and Gargoyle by my side, because they can throw hands. And they are literally catching the burgers in any off angle they can and absolutely throwing fists to their face and absolutely just going for those burgers right now. Absolutely going crazy and just denying so much time for the burgers to set up. The burgers, they get ults, they get timing, they get staging, but immediately Reject just change the fight back to their pace. And that's what's going to happen when you have the Gambit. As much as you try to get a lead, Gambit's going to bring their ult charge back up, going to allow them to fight again. Going to allow them to fight even in the neutral with just one Royal Flush right there. And Sunghun is absolutely clean on the Gambit right now, bringing all that value to Reject. And already 50% is going to be close for Reject. But Burgers, though, they got the ults now. It's time for them to show something.
Yeah, even though it looks kind of dark in that fight for the burgers, they do kind of come out ahead a little bit there. But Navoy gets frozen up there by Lastro, and yeah, it just turns right back on its head. Reject again in the driver's seat. I was going to say, like, you know, when Sunghun has that Raging Royal Flush, you're not going to win that fight. All you can really try to do is bleed it out and build up to your own ult bank, and burgers do successfully do that. But if they keep getting caught out on the flank and they can't actually pinch Lastro, it's just not going to work out in their favor. They keep trying to go for back caps as well, so they're not even taking a full fight as 6. Galactic Legend on one side, but Yaki just going in. No ult needed on the other, and just Elite's Diabolical. Now as the Devil is going to be let out and Wounds being brought back down to earth. A nice little Blaster Barrage for some spare damage, but Rejects are more than happy to take this fight as Yaki is taking the fight to the backline again, and Gargoyle is there! And again, this two-man hit squad, they take down RF. Navoy getting taken down again by Lastro, felled by his old nemesis, and this is just curtains for burgers. I don't know what's left at this stage. 88% Reject fully in the driver's seat, still with ults to their name, and Sunghun coming up on another Raging Royal Flush. It's going to have to be a portal play from the burgers, but they're going to be teleporting themselves right out of the frying pan and right into the fire.
Now this is the moment where things heat up. This is the last moment overtime. Reject, can they secure the map? Can they take the first map in this series? Or are the burgers going to show up and bring a little bit of sauce to the action right now? A bit of dueling right there. Yaki, and of course, Wounds by Wounds is taken down. Silo down, Veds down. That's going to be the power of Gargoyle. You got to be careful. They're just the Quantum Entanglement team up right there. It's just too strong. It's just too strong. Rogue is literally undeniably an insane threat in Ignite. When you have that Gambit, you turn Rogue from what people consider D tier into S tier. Into absolute top of the line and can box even Devil Dinosaur, who's considered insanely one of the best Vanguards right now. And Rogue is just like, yeah, let me scrap with the Dino. I'm ready to get down. Like, it is literally insane the power that it literally is summoned just from letting Gambit through. You can't let that happen again.
You want to know the
Burgers.
scariest part, Liger? You want to know the scariest part? Reject didn't even play Loki. They could have doubled up, but they didn't. It wasn't even a double flush situation. They were like, no, one flush is all we need, and the burgers have been passed. It wasn't close here on Krakoa. Lastro getting that MVP with 10 final hits on the Luna Snow, and like a lot of it coming off of those freezes onto Navoy, who was trying to go for the flanks there, and a fair bit of damage from the Self Snowflake. This is what Luna Snow is all about. Look at the damage numbers. 10k damage versus 14k healing. Like, we're almost kind of at like an equivalence there. That's what can happen when you start to get this Luna Snow off the leash, when she's not feeling the pressure, when she's not having to patty cake with her other strategist. And Sunghun, you know, was definitely happy to patty cake if needed, but again, not needed. Lastro can just skate around on his ice skates with his own Self Snowflake in his lane, farm up the damage, farm up the ultimates, freeze Navoy anytime he tries to put a stop to the dance party, and they just keep going.
Let's address the elephant in the room. You mentioned it earlier, Loki. Why aren't the burgers playing Loki? Why don't they can can steal a Gambit ult. They can use it too. They can build around it. If that seems to be the case, if teams are getting one-sided Gambit and it's being let through, at a certain point, you got to at least have that Loki ready on counter. I would have suspected not the case. Maybe teams that do get one-sided Gambit immediately ban out the Loki. So as you said, they don't need the Loki themselves. They'd rather be one Gambit ult than let themselves have two and the opposing team have one. But at the same time, it's just there. There's a missing element. They did have Black Cat, they did have the Dino, they did have the Rocket, but even those three still do not rival Gambit right now. And it's statistically looking like that.
Yeah, and I think like we said before, the numbers don't lie, and statistically speaking, Gambit is still the top dog. You cannot let him through again, no matter what you think is more important to ban. He has got to be at the top of the pecking order. You just simply cannot beat the heart of the cards, all right? You've seen Yu-Gi-Oh! You know exactly how OP it is. This is the same story, and hopefully this next chapter in this story tells a different story, but we will have that next chapter right on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
Welcome back, rivals! It's time for Ignite Stage 1 at Pacific Asia here, and we have started off with a banger reject taking on the Burgers here, and they came out swinging, didn't they, Liger?
Absolutely went out to the kitchen and absolutely took them down to size, chopped them up, and served them back to the rest of us. And we're looking at them, we're like, guys, got to send you back, got to get something good out of this recipe. First of all, the most important ingredient is Gambit. No. Cannot let Gambit through. It's not happening.
He asked for no Gambit. Please get him like, do not include Gambit in my burger.
Had enough, all right? I want Cajun spice, not the Cajun man right now, okay? We gotta be careful here. Look, I understand where the sentiment came from. Let's actually break that down. They did get the Rocket, they did get the Black Hat, and the Dino one-sided in cost of Gambit, and they didn't bring the Loki. I think if you're gonna ever take that risk, you need to build around Loki. You need to be able to get that Loki so that you also have the Gambit. And what's the best way to even lock that in? If you can get one-sided Loki, if they get one-sided Gambit, it means both teams will both have Rage and Royal Flush equally. That might be the move. That's probably the only theory I want to see tested ever again.
But
otherwise,
even then,
I'm gonna
like,
crash it on behalf of Dan.
even then, it becomes like a game of hide and seek. Like the Loki's got to go try and find where the Gambit is in the backline just to even make it happen, and that's too big of a risk. I think. I think the easier solution here, it's like, the most obvious one. Just simply do not let the Gambit through. If you're not that guy. You are not that guy. If you're not that guy, then you are not going to beat a one-sided Gambit. You have to try and change the calculus a little bit. And maybe that was their way of trying to throw a Hail Mary, try and change things up, throw a curveball, maybe see if they can play something off kilter, off meta, make something happen. And you can already see that coming out from the Burgers. They like to play things like the Thor. But it just doesn't work out against a one-sided Gambit. Like, it just doesn't happen. And, speaking of things that do or do not happen, there's something that we've seen happening quite a fair bit for the, what's it now, fourth time just today, Liger? We're going to Museum of Contemplation.
We don't need to see the map selection screen anymore, guys. It's pretty obvious where we're going. We don't need this anymore. Listen, Matsy, what's the age-old quote? If you can't beat them,
Join
Take a museum of contemplation.
No, it's ban him. It's ban him. We're changing the quote today. All right, we need to ban the Gambit. Come on.
Yeah, I think the best day for Liger would be if Museum was removed entirely from the time stream. I think that would be... You can see already.
Eyes got
Liger's ready
real
for
wide at that
day.
one. Like,
Yeah, yep. Just wide as
Yes.
anything. Dopamine
Yes.
levels at an all-time high there. See you later, Museum. We're going to another map now. We're going to the TVA. Maybe we need to take this to their complaints hotline, Liger.
Listen, we're going to take it to the hotline. We're going to take it straight to the Baxter building. I miss Midtown. But nonetheless, everybody get ready because it's time. It's game time between Reject and Burgers. Here we go. This is going to be fun. This is going to be good. Okay, Gambit first ban. Reject can't play Gambit. Good job, Burgers. Burgers can't play Gambit. Good job, Reject. We're in the money, everybody. Lock in for map 2.
yeah, there's some mistakes you just don't make twice, and that's one of them. Unfortunately, that does mean that they're gonna have to give up that Rocket Raccoon, and that's totally fine. Let's see if Reject are gonna be able to get that through on the Protect side, or if the Burgers are gonna use one of these bans to try and make sure that neither team gets access to the Rocket. And there we go. You just see, like, when it comes to the top teams in the region, like, you see just how high in the pecking order that Rocket is prioritized.
You know, I'm actually going to be really honest. As good as Gambit is, I'm more terrified from the Rogue. I'm genuinely... Gargoyle's Rogue has been consistent for multiple stages of Ignite. Multiple. So to see a sort of situation where this is definitely the one team you never want to let get Gambit, because they have a Rogue specialist. Similar to TLC across the sea, they have that as well. So you got to be very careful how that's all played out.
Like, a good rogue player is a rarity among Vanguard players because she, like, kind of comes and goes in waves in the metas, and it's usually only when she's paired up with that Gambit. Like, what are all the tier lists saying? Like, people are making tier lists where they're like, all right, we got 2 separate tiers for rogue. She is C tier normally, but S tier if you're able to get Gambit through the ban phase. And with that team up, she's just too much to deal with. Unfortunately, Gargoyle, my friend, you are going to have to swap to something a little bit more honest, a little bit less heartbreaking, but I can imagine your heart is not going to be all that broken as you've managed to cure a one-sided Black Cat for Yaki, and if you thought he was dangerous on the Daredevil, you ain't seen nothing yet.
All the difference.
I mean, at this point, I would probably ban Lastro's Luna. Let's talk about it. That is a Luna Snow right there. Flank Luna, living up to the name. But we'll see. RF's also got the Luna. A lot of opportunity available. Scrappy out here, yelling on the Venom. Could see a little bit of mirror dino action as both teams did protect the Devil Dinosaur. Black Cat's going to be one side, as you said, for Yaki. That's a recap of the ban phase, everybody.
Cheeky git. That definitely helps.
Yes, indeed. We will have to get back into the action right there. The moment everybody's waiting for, seeing if Boy can get that. Ooh, the pop quiz is going off right there. You got to be very careful. Laser's going in. Piggy gets grabbed. Bit of a crunch coming out from Vet right there into the action. The Burger's going in. Trying to get the value, trying to get the power. Then, of course, Devil Dinosaurs charging at each other. A bit of sustain in the back line. We've got to be very careful. Yaki swinging the... Ooh, the claws are going right there. Sungun as well, taking out Vet. That's power. That's presence. Brownie on the Elsa. They do get a good fighting for Reject as they send the Burgers back to spawn.
And they even gave them space. Like I said, like, Reject were playing so far back that the Burgers, like, just weren't... Like, you could kind of expect the fight to come to you around this first corner, but it wasn't there. They're able to get a little bit of car progress, but once Reject start to clamp down and start to take those fights, Burgers just don't really know what to do. Like, they're kind of all over the place. I do like this this Deadpool, but it's a strap pool rather than a van pool that's coming out from Navoy. Burgers, again, trying to play something off kilter, but it's just not working because Lastro is just running riot on this Luna Snow, and even the God of Thunder is not going to be enough to put this aim god down.
We indeed, as we see Lastro finally put on a show. We're going to start dancing with Luna Snow in the house tonight in the Museum of Contemplation. You got to be very careful, as the night at the museum can be very dangerous if you don't look up in the skies, because the thunder's coming down right there. Big Thor coming out from Scrappy. We're going to see more of that thunder. We're going to see more indeed, but boxes to Akona. Mjolnir is going to try to help them escape. The Wounds is getting the value. Oh, Gargoyle in the backline. The Venom getting the value as well. Wounds, however, does shred. Take out Piggy, nullifying that Devil Dinosaur right there. Reject in a bit of a tough position here as the Burgers finally getting a bit of momentum as the wheels on the bus do definitely move around and down they go. To the mix of it all, Wounds does retreat and escape from that little tight corridor, but in and out again. Gargoyle really just disrupting the background of the Burgers.
But like as the cart slowly re-rounds that second corner there, it's where Reject have the ultimate to be able to try and contest here. Devil Beast Rampage coming up from Ben and a good chomp onto Piggy to displace him, but Lastro with the headshots and the freeze and the damage again is just putting it all in there. Nice little charm as well to help heal up the team, taking a break from being the sole source of damage from Reject in order to try and keep the rest of the team alive. It's going to be that Large Rock coming out, scooping up some of the members of the Burgers and bringing them back on a silver platter to this lethal backline, and Yaki going into the enemy backline, not letting Wounds get away, and there is a nice little two-piece taking down Navoy as well, and Burgers with less than a minute to go, and Scrappy in unfriendly territory will be met with a very unfriendly welcome from Brownie. Possibly a Portal Play gonna have to come out here before long, as 48 seconds and ticking, and Burgers are making some swaps.
Here we go, everybody, make it happen for yourselves. Be very careful, even though we don't see much of her these days. Elsa's still primal, she's still strong, she's still definitely a force to be reckoned with. Gotta be very careful, and Brownie does have done on long, because we saw plenty of it preseason, but to the mix, RF again with the big snipes on Luna, taking out Yaki, denying right now. I gotta say, Luna kind of adding to the roster against Black Cat right there. Gotta be very careful. Luna really is the one that can handle her. Speaking of Luna, we got the dance coming out from Lastro. Piggy hits the Rampage. Gargoyle as well with the Abyss. Gargoyle with a double KO coming out from the Abyss, taking out Hypolica and RF. That is prime, that is clean, that is power. That is the moment as Piggy is there to follow up and keep on stomping through Sungun as well, taking out Wounds, denying the pressure, and the seconds are done and out. That is a very, very strong first section hold for Reject.
About as strong as it gets, and I called out a potential Portal Play, but the Burgers take that fight at such a bad time that it doesn't even get the opportunity to come out. And Reject know how to stretch those limits and find those KOs at just the right moments to deny anyone able to find that from the respawn, so the contest just doesn't happen. And you were also talking a fair bit about these Luna Snows, man. Like, remember back in the day, again, like, she used to just be kind of like a heal bot. You would put the Snowflake on maybe a flanker if you want to get a little bit saucy with it, but otherwise, you just keep it on your front line, you heal them up, and you play for that Fate of Both Worlds. No more. All right, Luna Snow is a duelist now. I said it with my chest. She can put up damage numbers higher than half the duelist roster, especially with that self-Snowflake, and especially with any kind of damage amp. You gotta be on the lookout, and with those damage numbers, it is a tall task for any flanker to get the better of that K-pop idol, and you saw that happening. RF taking down Yaki, but even that wasn't enough to alleviate the pressure, because it's just like a Hydra. You cut off one head, two more take its place. Reject never let up off the gas, and the Burgers just aren't able to get that full cap, but they do get close, so I don't know, maybe a fuller hold can come out here. We'll have to see.
Well, we will indeed right now. Navoy, the Spider-Man? You got some Spider-Man gameplay? Okay, let's see what the Burgers want to cook with Spider-Man right now. I mean, there's not really a spot to push him off the map here. But goes for the way back. Oh! Spider-Man versus Spider-Man. That is insane out here. What is Asia bringing to the table?
Yaki, go back in there. Swap, you just got gapped, my friend.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that, but I'm enjoying it. The boy out here in Yaki with the Spider-Man duel. We love to see it. That is the moment into the action to see. Oh, another duel. Oh, around the barrier. Yaki takes out the Void.
All right, got his one. I still say that even if you lose this series, Navoy did win the honorable Spider-Man 1v1. There was a little bit of extra damage that came through onto him, so Yaki just cleaned it up. So not quite as clean, and can't cleanly get the Elim onto Wounds there, so gonna retreat back to his team, and Now we're going to take a little bit more of an honorable 6v6 fight, and, well, let's make that a 5v6 as Lastro is going to cut Ved down. Lastro's swapping over onto the Star-Lord, by the way. A little bit of role swapping happening across the board for Reject. We've got the Gargoyle strat line now, and Brownie on the Groot.
There it is right now. Well, oh, insane aim coming out from the strat. Yeah, it's a sad day for Spider-Man players when you got White Fox and there's no backline. You're not diving them. They are running your pockets right there. You got to be very careful. All right, last few minutes for Reject right now. Let's see if they can lock in this second map for the victory for themselves right now. It's a bit of a tough time for the Burgers, but the Burgers, you never give up. You never give up. You never give up because there's still a chance even in the midst of it all. 2 minutes 20. Let's see if Reject can make it happen. Star-Lord's going to go for the Galactic Legend in the sky. He's the moment. He's the action. Gargoyle's going to hit the dance. A Lunar Snow right now. This team is crazy. They got roll switching from Reject right here, looking like Gen G. Let's see if they can bring more to the table. Hyrbolical goes for it as well. Kimiha Unleashed. Scrappy with the Feast of the Abyss. They're trying to hold on. The Burgers refuse to yield. They got Galatrox online if they need, but it's not going to be enough. Reject do push and claim map 2, and they take the series.
That's just the dominance that you need to see from a team like Reject. Like I said, they're in a race to the top with XOXO01, and they are not to be overtaken, and they are not to be taken lightly. But the Burgers, light work was made of them today by Reject, and this guy right here is a large part of the reason why, whether it's on the Star-Lord for a brief fleeting moment or whether it's on the Luna Snow, he was putting in the damage, he was putting in the hurting on the flankers and making sure that the backline was safe and secure, because he was that backline. He's coming out with 13k damage, and I can guarantee you maybe 3 to 4k out of that came from the Star-Lord. The rest was all Luna Snow, baby, and that's just what she is capable of doing in this meta. You gotta keep an eye. That's also why a lot of teams are prioritizing her in the picks and the bans. That's why the Burgers even went for the Protect there, but Reject just have the better read on the meta top to bottom, like you need to be if you are the top dogs in the region.
Absolutely. You got to hold the crown, and you got to show everybody that you know every single jewel that is bedazzling that crown, and that is the plan that Reject have to really unpack and show everybody they're the top dogs in the region. I do believe with this win they do slot themselves back into first over XOXO, so leaderboard's looking pretty interesting. However, of course, XOXO have a match later today. They still have time to claim that top spot back as they go into Triple AD, but before then, of course, the next matchup after this will be Loyalty versus Z10s. Really interesting matchup. Keen to see how it unfolds. Gargoyle with the big double KOs right there on the event, and we'd love to see it. This was a very tough one, but this is sort of how Museum Contemplation is going in Asia. It's a map that people seem to pick, and unfortunately, it leads to a very, very quick round.
I think it's one of those maps that, like, if you're a losing team, you're going to pick it because it's one of those maps where you can play anything. It's a comfort pick. It's not a we have a set strategy for this map kind of pick. It's I really hope we don't lose kind of map pick. But, you know, when the power differential is just so vast and Reject just have so many tier gaps between yourself and the Burgers, they're going to run away with this one.
Yeah, Reject rejected their attempt at a map victory there, let alone a series victory. So unfortunate for the Burgers, they're going to be sent back to the shop there. Maybe looking to put in a few more pickles in the next bout. We'll see. But I think that there was still some good moments that did come through from them. You know, I was happy to see some Spider-Man play come through. It's always a bit of fun when you see the Spidey come out, you know. Shout out to Navoy on that one. Always having a bit of prowess on some of those more melee-based duelists there. But yeah, I guess pushing forward, you know, do you think the Burgers will be able to, I guess, cultivate maybe some learnings from this matchup?
I mean, I think they learned one key thing, and they learned it right out the gate, and that is don't let Gambit through. Like you will get shellacked if you let that through, because again, like we've talked about it before, if you let the Gambit through, there's so many other things that you have to ban. You have to ban the Rogue, you have to ban the Star-Lord, you have to ban the Loki. They didn't even ban the Loki. Reject didn't even need it. They just played a single one flush Gambit and they rolled right over you. Gargoyle got to bring the Rogue out. It was a beauty to behold, and one I hope I never have to behold again.
Well, speaking of beholding things, it seems we're about to behold our interview. Ring, ring, ring. Who's it going to be? It's going to be none other than J-Mac. Welcome, welcome once again.
J-Mac.
It's a pleasure to have you here. And yeah, thank you so much for coming on for this one. And I guess, how's the team feeling after getting a win like that one?
We just happy, very good start this week. Yeah, we just very happy. We just good starting this week. Yeah.
That's good. That's really good to hear. And I guess moving forward, you know, is your team excited to play the OCE teams later in playoffs?
Can you say again? I didn't understand. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. Is the team feeling good heading into playoffs?
Playoff.
Yes. Yeah.
We just only thinking Genji because only Genji can beat Reject. So we just keep thinking Genji and keep keep making planning for Genji. But other team, I think we take the very easy.
Let me talk about one of those teams. How do you feel about your match tomorrow against XOXO01?
First, I'm very surprised because also we Jet. I think they have a new player like JT3 and Pelix. I think this synergy now is also very making like good performance. So, but just our player and me don't think about lose with Soso. XOXO, yeah, XOXO.
Now, what was your reaction to getting one-sided Gambit?
We can't think they just unban Gambit because Gambit is very broken character in Marvel. So
To put it lightly.
Yeah. So we just can't think. Yeah, they unban Gambit. Yeah.
Do you have any advice for people who are not? Do you have any advice to give to people who don't ban Gambit? Sorry, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I guess moving to next season, do you hope that they change Gambit at all?
I really hope. Because Gambit, I remember Gambit now first ban start in just Gambit coming in Marvel. Every time he get banned first in Scream and all tournament, but still same. So I just want to Neddy's really best kick more up need more up Gambit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand. Gonna need a bit of change coming forward. We'll see if that happens in the future. Certainly gonna be hoping on my side too, but hoping to see you guys take victory again into your future games. I do want to say a big thank you for you to joining and a big shout out to the team. You guys are doing great so far, and yeah, we look forward to seeing more big wins from Reject going forward.
This is catcher or just saying?
No, thank you. All done.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, thank you, J-Mag. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Locked in.
Yeah, he wants those Gambit nerfs, and I think a lot of the pros are also kind of on the same wavelength. Like, it was nice when we had like the Elsa Bloodstone kind of like competing for that first ban slot with him, but since she's been nerfed, like there's no one in sight. People think it's the Devil Dino, and those people are wrong.
So maybe the answer is we hold on. I think Twitter might attack me. Buff Black Cat, buff Devil Dinosaur.
I'll
so
attack
they get
you.
banned
Don't
over
do
Gambit?
that. No, I'll
Is
throw
that the
hands.
plan? What if we buff Moon Knight? Don't touch my Moon Knight. I'm sick of people banning my Moon Knight in my ranks, guys. Like, please stop. Let me play.
I think you could use like 3 or 4 more Moon Blades. I think we were talking about that a little bit earlier. That's how you buff Moon Knight. You just give him more blades every time.
It's like 7.
Infinite blades. That sounds perfect to me. Yep. We're going to make it happen. But Speaking of making things happen, that series comes to a close. We are going to get the next one set up, everybody, right on the other side of this break. So make sure you stay tuned in. It's going to be a great one, and we'll be back very soon.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저리로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. Audible to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 realize. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the
Welcome back, rivals! It's time to get stuck back in to Ignite Stage 1 Pacific Asia with Matzy, Liger, and CB. And we've already absolutely speedran our way through 2 series. Let's make it another one. We're moving on to Z10 taking on Loyalty.
Whoa. Hold on. Don't what they say? Don't count your chickens before they've hatched. Don't count your eggs before they've hatched. Don't count out Loyalty before they've matched up against Z10. We don't know. Anything could happen. At the end of the day, Z10's very formidable, but Loyalty, you know, look, listen, fear the teams that have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Loyalty, unfortunately, are sitting at the bottom of the bracket right now, but Z10, a team that a lot of us actually thought would be kind of sitting at the top right now, kind of in that middle range right now. They really need to get some points on the board here to assert the dominance they had previously. Let's see if they can get it back, though.
Yeah, they've suffered a couple losses to the likes of XOXO01, which I think is haunting them quite a bit, and then also to Reject, which I'm not going to say is an expected loss, because you kind of expect them to contend with the likes of Reject, but it's an acceptable loss. That's the one that you kind of were like, okay, we can write that one off, and we're still, you know, getting a pretty high seed. We're still qualifying about where we expect to, and, you know, that with the EXO loss is like, okay, now we're in trouble. We got to try and stop this backslide, and now is a good opportunity. And, you know, like we're talking about for Loyalty, they're towards the bottom. They're one of these teams with nothing to lose, everything to gain. I think for Loyalty, honestly, like I hate to say it this way, but we got to call balls and strikes. The mission for Loyalty is just you got to get through the day. It's going to be N1 Hex and Rival Esports on the other side of it. Those are the teams that Loyalty has to beat if they want to qualify. Those are the beatable teams. I think you just got to put up a good enough performance against Zero Tenacity, and you got to make sure that you are mentally prepared for what lies on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge, you know. You're kind of facing off against one of the Goliaths of the region, if you will, in a Z10 here. You can see they got all their roster locked in. Going to be Circo, Baser, Wendy, Jerry, Marvel, Exy, and Creative there. Curious which version of the roster they're going to be donning today, whether it's Baser in play or Creative, or, you know, whether there's switches in other areas. It's interesting how that team has been experimenting lately, isn't it, CB?
I think, you know, Baser did say that in the interview last week that Creative is meant to be the starter, but I think has other obligations, so he can't always be there, so Baser has kind of stepped in. I would almost kind of argue that they look a little bit better with Baser in the lineup. They're a little bit more well-practiced with them there. And I think that, like, you know, that's the version that I would like to see, or if they do want to try and field Creative in that slot to try and, you know, show us what this team is capable of. Show us at this full power, the more practiced version of that lineup. I do think we will be seeing Baser, but another guy that I want to keep my eye on is going to be Exy. I think this guy is one of the best hit scans in the game, bar none. Not just in Asia, not just in Pacific, but in the entire world. I watched the AAAD matchup back, and I was watching this guy take Star-Lord duels and win while the other Star-Lord was ulting, and he had nothing. Doesn't matter. Just raw aim, raw tracking. He puts him down.
Down and locks it in there. And Liger, I guess, you know, what do you think Loyalty needs to bring into this one to even have like a chance? You know, it's been a grim road, but maybe they can find the light in this one.
Look, I'm sure with their coaches, they've been able to cook up a good ban phase. That's definitely their game plan here. You need to win before you even exit those spawn doors. That seems to be the case so far. Let's see if they've also got the little good old ingredient of Rocket Raccoon. If they can bring that to the table. Just please don't fall for the Gambit trap, of course.
Yeah,
let's not let that happen. It's not going to end well.
I think compared to our last series, the bar for a good ban phase is Subterranean. Like, you just gotta...
Yeah, true. Oh, speaking of Subterranean, we're going to go down to the depths of the Hell's Heaven and experience a little bit of lava action, magma action as we go to a great domination map. But I will say, I do miss Burn into T'Challa. It'd be nice to see it today. But it's time to go back to Hell's Heaven. We're going to lock it in, see how it all unfolds for themselves. But Z10 here. Now, as you mentioned earlier, they got a rough run last week. But this week, there could be a win streak. Honestly, this needs to be the Z10 win streak if we're going to see the Z10 of old, the Z10 of pre-season. You know, the Z10 that said we are the best in Asia.
And I think, like, there's no shame in going down 2-0 to Reject, and there's no shame in going down 2-1 to XOXO01, but if you slide too much further down beyond that, then you start to get worried going into playoffs, right? Like, you start to being like, okay, this Zero Tenacity team was our runner-up from preseason, and we expect them to be in that same slot going forward. If not them, then, you know, of course, we're going to have Reject and Gen G most likely at the top of the pecking order with Z10 not too far outside, but how far away are they going to be? That's up to them, and they have to try and keep this momentum going. I think for Zero Tenacity, you're looking for a dominant win against Loyalty today. Don't give them an inch.
Yeah, that's where they have to apply the pressure, right? They can't afford to really let themselves slip here. You know, they need to just really hammer it in as quickly as they can there and just give it their absolute best. And I guess the aim for Z10, you know, is to try and turn things around at the closing stages over the group stage here and look to give it their absolute best heading towards the playoffs. But they're going to have ample opportunity to prepare themselves for all that. Obviously, things will be moved on to a different season, you know, when we move on into the playoffs there. So, exciting times to see Cyclops locked in there. But before we get locked in there, we must get locked in here into Hell's Heaven and Liger. I think we might just be right there.
Oh, we are indeed, everybody, in the matchup between Loyalty and Z10. Zero Tenacity, let's get into the mix of it, CB. This is a very, very divisive band phase, as we saw. Gambit first up probably will be the calls. I'm pretty sure Z10 will do that, and let's hope Loyalty follow. Looks like that's going to be the case as we get into the mix of it. Now, I'm seeing some Spider-Man, some Scarlet Witch. I don't think we'll see them in the band's protects, though, but Devil Dinosaur definitely surefire to be that first protect for Z10. In return, though, they are going to lose access to something here, probably a strategist, and it's going to be Luna Snow. Smart choice by Loyalty.
Smart choice, but not the smartest choice. We'll see what their first protect is going to be. You got to imagine it's going to be, no, not the Devil Dino, but instead going to go for a one-sided Luna Snow. Okay, not a bad opening salvo there from Loyalty. I can't say I hate it, but there is still the tricky matter of the Rocket Raccoon, and Zero Tenacity are going to snipe that one away. There's an opportunity for Loyalty to do the same, and I think in that situation, you do kind of favor the team that comes out with the one-sided Luna Snow, so that is Zero Tenacity giving Loyalty at least a crumb, but I do respect that even in this situation where they can kind of give up these picks in these bands and they can let Loyalty have a couple of wins here and there, even they are not willing to give up a one-sided Gambit.
No way will they. Well, we're waiting on the perhaps, maybe could they go for the Loyalty Devil Dinosaur Protector? Do they not want to play the dinosaur here? They're going to let it go through. I mean, Z10 right now, they have an opportunity to get something pretty clear for themselves, maybe even a one-sided dino. Wait to see if they're going to invest in that. Instead, they're going to go for the Mantis Lockout. Denying the Rocket, denying the Phoenix, the Mantis, and the Gambit that nullifies all potentials of attack boosting power there. In turn, they get themselves a massive one-sided Rocket right there for themselves. That is going to be a very tough hill to climb for Loyalty, but they do knock out the Phoenix in return. Both teams don't have access to the Phoenix, and both teams will have a bit of a tough time, but nonetheless, White Fox is pretty good, and both teams can bring that to the table. But very interesting to see that not too many one-sided plays were made from those protects, but Rocket's still one to keep an eye on.
And it's the one that I think is just going to hand Zero Tenacity the win, if I'm being completely honest. Because, like, Loyalty, they try to go for this Luna team-up with the White Fox, and of course that team-up is really good, but it starts to really become unshackled when you get it with that triple strategist lineup, whether it's with the Mantis or with the Ultron. And the Mantis band comes through from Zero Tenacity. They're privy to that. They're not going to let that one through. Maybe Loyalty make an adjustment and try and throw in the Ultron and then play Jay-Z on this Luna Snow as a little bit more of a duelist Luna, as some teams have played, but if they don't go that way, then it's just going to be Rocket dictating the entire pace, because you also got the Star-Lord through. Xe is going to be manning up the Star-Lord, of course, and I was just talking earlier in the pre-show about what he is capable of doing on this Star-Lord. Doesn't even need the damage amps. To be completely honest with you, he could just go in completely ampless and still put in the hurt, and I believe could still win a Star-Lord duel against a damage-amped Star-Lord mid-ult. I want to see him take that one. Let's keep the power scaling going. Just see how high Xe can climb with this one, as Joey is going to open things up with a Doctor Strange teleport. Loyalty going to waste no time, take the fight straight to Z10. We'll see if Z10 are ready.
We're going to get ready for that portal play right here. Z leading the squad to the high ground. Lead them to their destiny. Let's see if it truly is going to be Child's Play. We'll find out. 5 seconds of the missionary unlocks. It's working towards those ult charges as they play into the neutral here. Into the mix of it all. We do have a Strange on the front line. Nice to see Doctor Strange not just, used for the portals, but in a bit of...
What just happened? What just happened? Jerry just took down 3.
Can we get a replay? What just happened?
He
Where did
Thanos
they all
snapped
go?
loyalty with one claw swipe. He took out 3.
Where did bro even get the money? What? Okay. All right, well, lock back in, everybody. Jerry out here taking out 3 of loyalty in that last fight right there. Just insanity. Craziness. What is that? Alrighty. All right. Blackhead, everybody. Welcome to the beautiful Season 8. Now, we got a 15% charge here on that mission area. We're going to see if Young can also get it. Nice phase shift on Jerry, taking him out there. That is the answer right now to Black Cat. She's hard to hit, so you've got to use moves that can just hit anywhere around you.
Good enough. Put them down now, and Zero Tenacity going to be on the back foot, fading loyalty back into a fight on the point there. But the damage from Bumhyung is just so much. All the headshots into Soko is just too much. Gonna get res back up, but loyalty are able to take control of the point, and they're also going to take control of Marvel, take him right back to the rest of the team, chomp him down, and it's going to be Zero Tenacity forced to retreat all the way back to the spawn door.
Soko got the hops right there, retreating back to their team. They've gained 33% lead, but ulti is on the strength right now as they're going to climb to their 30% mark as well. They got a chance as well to bring out a little bit of a pop quiz, maybe surprise Z10. But a bit of a punch coming out, Soko does grab NXTs, that's going to force Strapple to hit that ultimate right there. Joey as well taking out Soko, big power coming out from the elegant Emma right there. Hopefully that's going to be more than one they need, but forcing Kumiho coming out from Laser, that's going to be a massive Galactic Legend coming out from both Eggsy and Bumhyung at the same time, forcing a Sonic, and the Kumiho goes wild with the absolute amplifier right there. Eggsy gets a big, taking out Joey, Jerry's taken down, NXT's falls as well. That's 2 down for loyalty. Z10 though do have the numbers game, but they need to capture it back right now as loyalty's really stalling it out.
I mean, I will give loyalty full credit. They do have a pretty decent read on this meta right now. Like, bringing the Emma Frost in does give them another tool to try and deal with this Galactic Legend. And XE, even through that, though, is still able to find one. And now he's pissed. He's going to take 2 more on the back end just for taking away the potential 3K he could have gotten with that Galactic Legend. And now he's halfway to another ultimate. How much damage did he do when no one was looking? This Zero Tenacity team, if you take your eyes off of XE or Jerry, whoever, they're going to pop off somewhere else on the map. And now loyalty, we're going to lose the lead as Zero Tenacity going to retake it. Jerry going to pop the calling card, and loyalty has to be on the lookout. There's going to be that call, that Fate of Both Worlds, and Akrobe able to take down XE, so that is a good retort coming out, forcing out that Freedom Charge from Marvel, and there's going to be a little bit of dino flipping action happening again. Soko gets caught out, and loyalty are in the driver's seat.
Into it all, they're going to keep on with the net pressure. Big crunch coming up from, ooh, Joey does get away from it. Better rampage from NXT's though at the same time. Trying to build up to that pressure, trying to build up as much primal energy as they can to push on through and pummel through Z10. This is a loyalty we haven't seen in a minute right now. They are holding their ground right here. They are, as you said, they got an understanding of the meta right now that has kind of shifted in the middle of this season, and this is good to see. At the same time, the White Fox factor is there to consider, as because everybody, you see it, it's almost Baiza time. We might see the Kumiho coming out. We got to get ready for it. 85% climb for loyalty. If they win one more fight, they're going to take the round. Let's see what Z10's got. They do have the Seer. Wendy could pop it at any moment. In return, what will loyalty answer with?
Oh, NXT's also going to be coming out with the Galactic Legend, so that Wombo combo could come out. Keep your eye on the skies as both of the Star-Lords look to write their own legends, but XE had the damage amp, and so he's got the damage, and he's going to take down Bumhyung. The Fate of Both Worlds is not going to be coming online. Wouldn't even have been enough as the Kumiho unleashed. Not going to be enough either. XE just burns right through that, and loyalty, one by one, they will fall. And with a swift 1-2 punch, the CYA and the Galactic Legend, Zero Tenacity, will claim the point, but loyalty managed to make it up to 99%, so gonna be a little bit dicey from here on out. Zero Tenacity gonna have to leverage this ult advantage.
This is a bit of a tough one. Z10 did use 2 ults there to take down loyalty's capture. At the same time, loyalty did have to use 3 ultimates there to try and stall it, but wasn't in their favor. Nonetheless, Portal's going to be going off from NXT's. They're going to be able to bring it into the fray. They got a chance to build the Agamotto here, but first, they need to keep Jay-Z alive to hopefully get that Lunar Snow going, get that dance, get that Fate of Both Worlds. It's the fate of their chance of winning this round here into the mix of it all, and he's going to be able to use that Beer Beacon nice and early. Sonic coming out right now from Joey. That's going to pull them into size. Jerry gets away from the fire. Bigger slash, bigger crash. There it is. Assembling the team forward. That's Marvel. That's going to be Jerry taking out one pick. Loyalty's down 1. They're down a second. Right now, the numbers game is not not in their favor. They don't have a chance of another portal contest. It's all on the line if they can get these ultimates off, but it's not enough. The resets have begun. Jerry is slashing through one by one, and that's going to be 99 down overtime, 100 to Z10, who turn it and take the round.
I mean, let's be honest, Loyalty were not going to win that fight because Zero Tenacity had the ults and Loyalty were forced to make the swaps to make the portal play happen, but they shouldn't have been all the way up to 99. This, like you said, is a different Loyalty. It is a much stronger Loyalty than we've seen. And I'm not quite sure if it's just Zero Tenacity just, you know, getting a little bit of a slow start and Loyalty catching them off guard, or if Loyalty, like I said, like maybe they just do have the right read right now. The Emma Frost adaptation from Joey, able to help shut down Exy, I think was a really solid read. It wasn't quite enough because that Star-Lord Rocket combo is just still so strong. It's just so much damage to try and deal with. And like even that wasn't enough to lock him down, but it did put up a pretty decent fight. We go 99 to 99. If Loyalty can keep this up, I don't know, maybe we could see the full sweep here on Hell's Heaven. Maybe we go all 3 rounds.
I'm down for a bit of a competitive bout. I know people were expecting 2-0 Fiesta all day today, but I want cinema in Asia today. I want to know I was promised chaos. I was promised some upsets, and this could be a very big one if Loyalty can pull it through. But I mean, they showed some good stuff last round. Let's see if they got what it takes to take Z10 down. But Z10, they're formidable. They've earned it. They've earned the respect and acclaim they have, and they definitely have what it takes to win this as well. Only one round away from taking a map and gaining a lead once again. Let's see if they can do it. We already know how point contention's going. Loyalty already set up, but into the mix of it all again. Jerry stacks him in the backline, and they just blink. 2 of them down, 3 of them down. Loyalty already lost half their team to that combination right there. It's gotta be the simple answer of don't stack in the corner, because Jerry will slice you up.
Yeah, but it's so hard not to stack in the corner because that's exactly where Zero Tenacity corral you. With Soko going aggressive there, especially with the Devil Beast Rampage coming out as well, all you can really do is back up, and if there is a wall behind you, you better believe on the other side of it, Jerry is going to be lurking, waiting to strike, and he does just that. Zero Tenacity now with 3 ults coming on over into this next fight, leveraging 2 of them, and it's 2 big ones. See ya, Jay-Z. You are definitely not feeling the Empire state of mind right now, and your mind belongs entirely to Zero Tenacity as they just knock them all down, and Bum Hyung just gonna sit and spawn where it's safe. You know, a little bit of shelter.
Yeah, a little bit of shelter is the answer right now. Z10 looking like the Z10 of old right now, being very formidable, being very optimal in their positioning, in their mission area control. But we're going to see some ults early as Loyalty try to walk out of spawn. Jerry's going to hit that calling card. They're going to try to pull something crazy out of the deck of cards. We'll see if it's enough for themselves. Bum Hyung taking out Jerry. Jerry's back with the beacon though. They're going to be barreling on forward, bringing that firepower. Let's see if the pump action can definitely come from punishing right there. But in the backline again, Jerry goes, slashing once, slashing twice, taking out Necrobe. Jerry in return is taken by Bum Hyung. The answer is the pump action. The Punisher might be what is needed to take down the Black Cat. They do land that execution, but it doesn't get the value they need, and they do not have the potential to try take it here, but we'll see nonetheless. Gumiho's unleashed from both Gumiho and Aiza right there. We're going to see if it's enough for themselves, assembling into the Freedom Charge right there for the stall of the Sentry to see if they can keep gaining more percentage.
Almost 82%. Jerry just goes in. He is just in there and breaking those claws and robbing Loyalty blind. All their cash now in Jerry's big fat pockets. And even with that final exam coming out from the Krobe, the sustain just isn't there. Exy takes the skies. Galactic Legends, see ya. You're done. There's going to be another portal play coming out from Loyalty. They'll have a Fatal Worlds on either side, but the CYA is now going to come out from Wendy. And again, it's just so much damage. You just burst right on through it. And Jerry again raking the claws across the eyes of Loyalty, even taking the fight straight into their spawn door. And you will not want to come through this portal and see what waits on the other side. It's Exy with a little bit more damage and just doing it like it's easy, taking down Joey. And that is 100-0. That's what we expected for both points. Like you said, the Zero Tenacity of old came out to play on Frozen Airfield.
That is literally the win condition right there. Jerry on the Black Cat. Unleashed, unmatched, unchallenged, and will absolutely slice you up. That is a crazy, crazy presence right there from the flank line of Z10. That dive presence, that power Marvel there to back him up as well. As well. Crazy.
Yeah, how did Baser get 15 damage, 15k damage? How do you let that happen?
Ooh, ooh. I will say though, look, I saw Bumyoung going for the thing. If that came out a little bit earlier, it might have been the answer. But the problem is the Star-Lord. Very tough to handle. A lot of firepower coming out, and it can really put a big thing player in the back line, and not in a good spot that they want to be. But nonetheless, that is a strong first map for Z10. And we got to bring, you know, a bit of points to the board when it came to that ban phase, as you said it, CB. One-sided rocket. It matters.
Yeah, what's scary is like even with that one-sided rocket and with Exi on the Star-Lord, Jerry just running roughshot on that Black Cat, and you can even see, like you said, Bumyoung swapping over onto the thing, potentially trying to go for a little bit more counter dive to try and shut Jerry down. It's so worrying when you see a team go all in onto one particular combo, and that's not even the biggest threat on the field at any given moment.
Too true. Too true. I mean, there's just so many things to unpack there. Like, how can Loyalty turn around? They started off strong, but they had no momentum going into that second round. It's almost as if they just gassed out too early. Still a chance for themselves, though, going to second round. We'll see. The question is, what are they going to pick? Are they going to play into the same trap again? Are they going to go Museum of Contemplation? If
Yes.
they go to Museum...
Yes,
it
they are.
opens
I
up-
can already tell you they're definitely going to Museum of Contemplation. It's every
No, I
time
didn't.
a losing team is like behind the 8 ball, they'll be like, one Museum of Contemplation, please, top shelf.
It has literally not worked for a majority of these players. Going to Museum
Doesn't
after
matter if
you've
it
lost
works
has
or
not
not.
worked.
It's not about whether or not it works. It's about what's gonna happen. You and I, we both know it.
Forget comfort. Go to chaos. Chaos is all you have left when you're on the back foot right now. If you're at the bottom of the bracket, you got nothing to lose, everything to gain. Throw chaos into the mix. It might be the move. But before all of that, we're going to go for a quick break. We come back, big times, game times, map 2 between Loyalty and Z10.
Hurry up! Bombs away! Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
Don't
Welcome
mind me,
back,
I'm jamming like
everybody.
Mantis.
Ooh, yeah, you jamming out? I love it. We
100%.
need what is it? We'll get a full dance party. You know, we get Luna on the mic there. Mantis jamming out.
go.
Who else is coming to the party, guys?
I'll hit the Devil Dino dance. I know he's got some schmoves. I've seen him out there in the discotheque over in Central Times Square. Times Square. There's so many New York locations. I almost said Central Park. Not a place you want to be dancing. No.
Certainly not. Hey, maybe somebody wants to, you know, dance with Brother Tosco. Why not? I can see that.
Probably got a couple moves.
No, thank you. I've had enough blood hunt of Ratatoska. No, thank you. I'm good. No more. No more. What I will say is, let's get a map. Okay, hypothetically, what if there was a map where it truly dictates its own meta, and I'm talking about there is no flaw, and the convoy was airborne, and you would be forcing you to play airborne heroes on that map. Maybe there's some platforms to jump in between and stuff, but there is no. I'm talking majority of the floor of the map is 80% just you fall and you get gone. I'm just saying, I'd love to see that. But you know what I'd love to see more than that? We got Lower Manhattan. We got Lower Manhattan. We are done contemplating. We're going downtown. We're taking Kingpin down. Happy days.
What do you know? It's another New York location. Worst place in the MCU to potentially live. There's always stuff happening in this city.
What is that in the sky? I just noticed there's something. What is in the sky right now of that map? What is behind them? What is Thanos invading? Are we there yet, guys? Hopefully not anytime soon, okay? Because we don't want Thanos to invade in the midst of Ignite here. We got games to play. We got tournaments to get through. We need.
And we already got Jerry. We don't need.
Yeah, true. Jerry's doing the snapping.
Yeah, they're snapping away, making triple KOs for days on that one. You know, for all we know, what was in the background could have been Galactus. Could be anything there. You don't know until you know. But what we do know is our second map is about to get in order. So, good luck, everybody. Let's get to it.
Ooh.
All right, couple of Gambit bans. And first protect, Devil Dino.
Now, great Venom map. Very good Venom map. I could see the Venom Luna being something prioritized by these teams here. As we swing into Manhattan, we could see quite a bit as well. Now, Anixis is hovering Penny. Penny not played too often, but can work very well on defense here. So if Loyalty want to run that, I actually kind of vibe with it because it's a bit unorthodox and they need to catch Z10 off guard. Right now,
Correct.
Z10, they've got the formula. They've got the formula.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Penny actually has a 100% win rate in Americas. Can we fact check that? Can we get Jamie to pull that one up?
Listen, I can call up Jarvis. Jarvis, send some chocolates to Anix's house so we can get some Penny Parker gameplay and spice it up here on Ignite tonight. But in the mix of it all, we did see Lunar Protector for Jay-Z. At the same time, nobody gets to play Phoenix. Oh, actually, I'm pretty confident Phoenix will get banned on both sides. Mantis following suit as well. Z10 do not have access to the Mantis. Smart decision as well by Loyalty to lock away Jerry's Black Cat. That she needs to go to prison for a little bit for her crimes.
Even smarter decision to lock out the Rocket, though, too.
That's big. These are some heavy good. This is a great ban phase so far for Loyalty. However, Z10 in return deny them the Rocket as well, but they do protect themselves a White Fox. I do like the White Fox from Loyalty. That is giving a good presence there. Let's see what the final ban is that's going to offend. Oh, it's going to be the Mantis.
Yeah, the same thing as we saw on Hell's Heaven, where Loyalty are trying to play into this Luna White Fox team up, but they played it with the Strat Pool rather than the Ultron, and I don't generally love it, but I also don't hate it. It worked out pretty well for Loyalty, at least to catch Zero Tenacity off guard to begin with, but we talked a little bit about the Phoenix, and we're going to be talking a lot more about her, as that's going to be protected one-sided for Zero Tenacity, so you take away the damage amp for Exy, tell you what, he's got something even worse.
Alrighty, there it is. Devil Dino is the protect, and Phoenix for Z10 at the same time. The absolute legends right here. The backline, nobody wants to face White Fox and Luna Snow, protected for Loyalty. See the potential of a Wolverine maybe from Gumbo. That could be big. That could be good. Joey on the Emma, constant with it. Jerry considering some dual pull mayhaps. Dual pull kind of crazy. Not seen too much in Pacific, but has potential.
And Jit Ward taking a trip abroad, playing on Jerry's account. Maybe we do actually get to see a little bit of dual pull action. I mean, it's Lower Manhattan. It's new, it's different, it's wacky, it's chaotic. It's something that I think does kind of force you to play off-meta compositions, does kind of change things up a bit, and, go with the flow, change it up a little bit as well. Bring out something that Loyalty's not expecting. If they're gonna take you to a map you probably weren't prepared for, I'm sure you've scrimped a couple of times, but maybe you don't have a solid strategy locked down quite yet. This is a good opportunity to maybe return the favor, try and catch them off guard. But speaking of being caught off guard, 100% win rate Penny Parker is going to be flashed by Anixes and is brought all the way out on the defensive side. And again, I don't hate it on a map like this, where you have a lot of interesting angles of approach that you can just lock down with the Spider's Nest, with a couple of well-placed mines. And Marvel is going to have to be scouting that one out on the Captain America. Probably even going to have to punch a hole through that wall you see on the right-hand side. I think that's normally the preferred method of entry. And you can even see the whole team getting involved in the reconstruction.
And already they are on the rotation. Loyalty do meet them. They do bait around, which baits Loyalty around. They're going for a little bit of a cat and fish game right now. You got to be very, very careful as they turn the corners, try to get different angles. Eggsy already farming up to that, and Song Inferno. We're going to see that get very heated, very quick right now as they do close in, take the left, take the middle, take the right, and try to box Loyalty back into the mission area. A strong pick right here. Marvel on the group. A group pick is great here because they can go Strangling Prison into the Ensong combo. And just to add that little bit of extra spice, Jerry has a little quick switch right there. Going onto the Moon Knight. But he does get hooked and sent out of here by Bumyoung right there. Taking him out on the Bucky. Soko taking out Joe in return. That's a trade right there. That's a Vanguard down for Loyalty. And you don't want to be a Vanguard down when you're on defense right here. Spider Nest being set up, but they're going to be taken down. Anixis, though, formidable. And the front lines, getting that Spider Nest set up allows them to bring sustain for Gumbo, allowing the Dino action to be... Oh, it's a quick grab right there coming out from Soko in return, but they're healed up. Bumyoung's trying to get the value as well. And you already know what Eggsy, in the midst of it all, already has Ensong Inferno ready for the next fight. Anixis gets blasted by Phoenix Marks. They were so perfect.
Yeah, like you thought Exia was in trouble, but no, he just one phase shift and then a couple of shots coming down range, and he pops Anixis like a balloon, and an Ensong Inferno is going to be good for a little bit more damage. Jerry there with a cleanup and a nice little quad for Exia to close this one out. Gonna get 1 ticks, make it 2. Anixis swapping over to the Doctor Strange to try and deny the third and stand their ground while they still have ground to stand on.
Honestly, you do not want to play Penny into Phoenix Knight. Honestly, it's just too much. There's too much firepower. There's too much damage. Dropping the hand of Khonshu, taking Undercroak, Ember falls as well. Marvel gets the pick, Wendy as well. That's 1-to-1-to-1. Everybody taking somebody down as they get to the shield vehicle here, as they're going to get that moving. Shield Mobile is already on. Wendy is the one leading the charge. Let's see if they're going to set up on the Ironwood wall on the high ground right there. There's a good spot by Marvel giving himself that, you know, indestructible situation. Set up the Thor/Walls as well inside these Manhattan buildings right here. These apartments, these are well furbished, but unfortunately they are being destroyed as we speak. The rent is going up.
Yeah, typical New York fashion. I mean, as destroyed as they are, that's still probably like $3K a month, you know? New York
God,
moment.
Man, what?
It's crazy. It's insane. I'm so like it's. Yeah, it's pretty rough, and I can only imagine that since Kingpin's takeover, it's only gone up. Jerry is going to be caught out there, forced to retreat. Fate of Both Worlds is going to come out from Jay-Z. Gamebo is there as well, and Bumyoung. Loyalty are just investing everything to try and make it happen, but Exy off here on a flank is finding the damage, and for all those ultimates coming out from Loyalty, only at 1 KO, and Exy doesn't need an ultimate to do it. He just does it raw, finds 3, and is looking for the 4th, and let's give it to him, and Necrobe gonna fall, but it's gonna be Baser robbing Exy of the glory, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna be able to get halfway through this point here, threaten the point B cap, and Loyalty still collecting themselves.
The power of the Secret Spy and the Lawyer was there to nullify the Soldier and the Knight. You gotta be very careful when you trade those ultimates. You gotta make sure you get the value you want in return, but Exy is on the Dino trying to push forward past the Ironwood wall. Gets forward, gets the momentum. Exy with the Ensong in the back line right there, taking out JC and Gamble for the double KO right there, burning it up as a Phoenix should right there, and already setting all marks onto Anixis, who gets blasted away. There's no one there to sustain. They're gonna have to go back to spawn right now, but their spawn doors right there, and Exy is already marking them as they walk out barely, as half their body was outside the spawn. They lost half their HP bar too.
Oh, good freeze to force that phase shift back out. But Exy is still just clicking heads left and right, and then literally flicking to the left, hitting ahead, flicking to the right the other way, and now you gotta turn around, as that is where Jerry is lurking and has caught Jay-Z outside of the invisible boundary, so close to that oasis of salvation, and it just doesn't come through. Jerry cuts the back line in half. It is not done chopping. One more for Necrobe, and that is going to be 2 strategists down in the dirt, and that means that everybody else is Exy's for the taking, as he is going to find one, pump in the damage onto Anixis, and not going to be the one to find the Elim there. Hand of Khonshu. Nope, Exy is having none of that one. A nice little 2-piece and a headshot there onto Jay-Z. And what do you do against this guy? How do you stop somebody who is just this damn good?
Ooh, you gotta shut it down, and there's only a few heroes that can answer that call or try to outmatch it themselves. The only issue is they don't have access to some of them right there. There is no Phoenix of their own. Maybe they could bring out the Hela. Maybe they could bring out Elsa. Elsa could honestly be a great option here to handle Eggsy if Loyalty have it in their arsenal. That's another thing. Black Cat is available for Loyalty if they want to bring it out, but waiting on that moment is the key. May not be the map to do it, but there it is, letting it out right now. Jerry going to bring it up as the Lawyer shield right now, swinging the gavel down. Liza's going to hit that as well, going to get that Kumiho unleashed themselves. Bumyoung as well, making actions happen. They take down the Kumiho. They do grab him and shut them down. Gambo is going to bring that damage, going to bring that Punisher, consistent firepower, and shut them down, as we can see. group on the back foot. Everybody on the back foot right now is reject. Sorry, Zertanasti have to regroup. Oh, never mind. They're not regrouping, right? They're turning it up with the Strangling Prison into the combo right there. They're not done. They're not out, but they counted it. Necro dropped the cleanest boundary right there and countered. Z10 got crazy there. They almost flipped it, but Loyalty were ready for it. They did use two strategists.
Yeah, they were too ready for it. They popped both the Fate of Both Worlds and the Invisible Boundary, and now this next fight is kind of cooked. Like, Bumyoung and Gamebo have to go absolutely massive here, burst through Wendy's Fate of Both Worlds just to try and stay alive in this fight. And you can tell, like, they want to take this one on the card so they at least get an opportunity at a second fight if they lose this one, which they very well might, not having a strategist ult to be able to shut it down.
Oh, Jerry caught out by the flank right there as Gumbo lined them up and set that marksmanship. You got to be very careful. Frank Castle knows Matt Murdoch very, very well, but there's no timing out. Kraken Impact does get a couple reset marks, but the question is, can they get the resets to follow? Setting up the execution on right now, but Zertanasti playing it safe, playing it on the back foot right now as Soko's Rampage runs out. They're going to be able to just kind of keep the fight neutral here as everybody did use their ults. And it's going to be a bit of a stalemate here for now.
Good situation for Loyalty, though, as they're able to get Necrobe up towards that invisible boundary, but it's going to be too late to save Bumyoung, and it's just not going to come out. Joey is going to fall as well, so going to have to keep that one in your back pocket for another day, as Zertanasti seemingly have this map in their back pocket, and Jerry is going into your back line and taking it all for himself. Exi with a parting shot onto Necrobe, and Zertanasti threatening the full cap, but now as the strategist ultimate starts trying to come back for Loyalty, there's an option to stand their ground, and only under a minute left for Zertanasti to get this the rest of the way.
Only a minute to win it right now. There's still very good time for Loyalty, but of course there is more and more to consider here as we get to the final door at the end of downtown Manhattan. Everybody lock in. Boundary going out from Baiza right there. That's going to be it from Baiza. Exi with the Ansong Inferno. Necro matching with the boundary. Oh, another double strategist situation for themselves. Loyalty in a very tough spot. But you know what? There's only 20 seconds left. Maybe it was worth it. Strangling Prism does collect a couple, and they go for the Saintbolt Mindwood Wall combination from Marvel themselves, getting a double KO taken out too, and the rest fall one by one after another as Z10 get that shield mobile to the very end. Nobody can make it in time.
That's just like, it's one of the worst mistakes you can make, right? Layering the strategist ultimates like that, and especially against a team like Zertanasti, you can see just the killer instinct of Marvel. He will be having all of that. He says, oh, no strategist ultimates? Catch. Eats a Strangling Prison and catches both of them, like you said, throws in the walls, throws in the Spore Bomb, and it's just too much damage. It just bursts through any healing you could have without those ultimates there, and what can you do against something like that? And even if you manage to clean up those mistakes, you still have the tricky situation of how do you deal with Exi on the Phoenix. You took away his rocket, so now the Star-Lord not going to be coming out to play on this map. Doesn't matter, you gave him something far more sinister. The Phoenix, I don't know what his damage numbers are right now, but they have got to be in the stratosphere, and we're only halfway through the map.
Absolutely right now. That is the moment. Let's see if they can make it of themselves. Oh, I gotta say, there was something there early with that Penny factor. You know, Penny Parker was good, but when you get walked down by Phoenix Moon Knight, there's got to be something else there to give that consistent shield, and I don't think Devil Dinosaur is the answer to that. Devil Dinosaur is a bit of a meat shield. You know?
I feel like it bought them a little bit of time, but like once that Spider Nest dropped and Soko put in a lot of effort to try and get that Spider Nest down, it all just kind of crumbles, right? Like you said, there's no shield at that point.
Definitely right there. Oh, into the mix of it. 5 seconds till those mission area doors unlock, and everybody locking as Exi is gonna go for the. Hold on a second. Exi spotted it. Exi knows they're going for the portal, which means Z10 are rushing back for the contest. They know that there's a portal to the high ground from Loyalty, but they've already set up for the defense here. Bunkered into the corridor. They're gonna try to rotate around Joey as well on the Doctor Strange. Seeing if it's going to be the value for themselves. All the mines are set up by Marvel. Taking out a bit of chunk of Joey's HP right there. You got to be very careful. Somebody's going to heal up Joey. Alex is taking quite a bit of damage as well as Z10 are kind of in a flip situation as Loyalty is defending their mission area here. It's a bit of a mirror realm situation.
It's just like we went back in time to the previous round, but one tick has already been claimed for Loyalty, so Marvel's got to go in with a damage takedown Annexes, and that's a great way to try and get themselves back in the driver's seat. And speaking of divers, Gamebo gonna get caught there by Exi yet again. Jerry has access to your backline, and he did bring out the dual pool. A little bit of Jit Ward traveling abroad, just like we said, and Zertanasti getting the fight win here, but they did give up one tick.
All right, 2 minutes and 55 left for to try and make something happen here. All Z10 have to do to claim this round, to claim this map, to claim this series is hold these Manhattan doors. Let's see if they can deny their chance of getting into this building right here as we go into another fight, another bout. Everybody's got their ult scanned as well, thanks to the glorious Kingpin technology out here. Nobody has a secret left that cannot be told, as we now know where it's all adding up, where it's all stacking up. Ulti have a chance to go through the right side, go through the main doors. They see those doors at Schwarz, and Bomyoung's going to be the one to try and shred through them, but puts himself in a bit of a dire spot and takes a bit of poke coming out from Eggsy. But they do manage to get through. Goes for the hook, goes for the... Ooh! Barely misses Soko.
Doesn't miss Exy though. Will not be able to confirm the Elam on there, but does put him to critical HP. Has to fall back to get a little bit of healing. And speaking of healing, there's an invisible boundary to keep Bomyoung alive. He's able to deal with Jerry, and that is a good opening now, but Loyalty have to stick the landing, and Zero Tenacity gonna concede a little bit of ground and clap back with a vengeance. Good strangling prison, but Joey got in there and bursted him down. Soko not able to capitalize off of that Groot ultimate. Says it's Spider Sweeper time, does Marvel, but he's getting bursted down so low that the Fate of Both Worlds is forced out from Wendy, and Zero Tenacity are on the back foot right now as Loyalty have seemingly found their way in, but Jerry has managed to find his way back into the back line, and this time nothing will stop him from claiming his man. He'll take one down, get traded out though. Kraken Impact taken to the skies, crashing back down. Can he find anything? No. Marvel puts in the justice, and Exy clicking heads as is his want. 2 ticks for Loyalty, but I don't think they're going to get a whole lot more than that on this exchange.
Oh, way indeed right there. A minute on the clock left for everybody to see who can hold it, to see who can potentially capture it back. Look, they're getting progress though, CB. They did get 2 ticks every single time they've fought. They've bought some more opportunity for themselves right now, and it was a good fight, but they need to activate, and there it is. Bomyoung gets to pick on Exy right now. That's the firepower down from Z10. There's no beacon. There's no chance to come back quickly. They need to go in now, and honestly, NXT should start rampaging.
Forcing out the Symbiotic Resilience from Soko. There's that final judgment and a Psionic Seduction. They're able to burst down Soko. That is a good early salvo, and now they're going to just melt Marvel down, and that is going to be the 3rd tick coming through, and Loyalty going to unlock point B, and they're even going to get a couple of staggers there. That's a late death for Baser, and that's going to mean Zero Tenacity have to peel so far back, give up so much ground to Loyalty. They can maybe try and get these hit scan duelists set up on the high ground here, claim these apartments. Like I said, $3K a month, but they'll be having it for free.
Ooh, bit of a bout right there from the strategist. Gotta be very careful. Oh, Eggsy. Oh, Eggsy marked down by Gumbo on the sidelines. Are you insane right now? Jerry matches though, taking out JC a piece for a piece as they avenge each other's duelists right there. But there's the mix of it all. There's the firepower right now. Boom! Big crunch coming out from Soko with the last proc of the feast there. When you bring in that attack power, a little bit of dino jumping action. Gumbo's going to be taken down. It looks like Z10 do stop the momentum of Loyalty's shield mobile here, but we will have to see how the next fight unfolds. Still 2 minutes left. The Crub's got bounty for the next fight too.
I think Loyalty are doing a really good job of finding some of these picks, but they're having to stretch themselves so far in order to find them that the backline just gets left vulnerable, and that's when Jerry strikes. And if he takes down, whether it's Jay-Z or whether it's Necrobe, doesn't matter. The job is done because the healing is already cut in half for Loyalty, and they can't maintain this, like I already said, stretched thin offense. And they're going to try this again, taking out the high ground, but they need to be careful. Where is Jerry? Can they mark the back line? There's going to be the invisible boundary. And they're able to deal with Soko and even get a little bit more for their money. What a rampage coming out from Anaxes, taking down 2, and a Kraken Impact as well, going to deliver Exy right to Bomyoung. There's a treat for you, my friend, and Jerry will be brought to justice last, and Loyalty going to win this fight, but that fight happens so far back. They're going to have to win 2 more fights potentially to try and get this point B cap.
It's a very tough position for Loyalty right now, but this is the momentum they've been craving right now to see if they can keep on going. If they win 1 more fight, they're going to get more time in the bank, and they're going to get more opportunity to clear the rest of Manhattan. We're going to see if they got what it takes to fire on up against Z10. Let's see. First up, Soko goes for the rampage. Mix it up, match it up with JC. Going to drop the Fate of Both Worlds. Everybody's going to see Gamble lining up the shots right now on the Punisher. Shredding on through, trying to take down more and more. They did get Jerry in the mix of it all. The boundary drops from Baser right there. That's going to be enough from Baser. That's going to be Marvel Taking out Alexis as well on the group right there. The Dino is down. That's going to be a lot of pressure. You know what time it is. Marvel smells the chance for a Strangling Prism. They're going to build up to it for now. Eggsy in the front lines as well. Land the mark of the Phoenix right now. Joey taken down by the last shot right there. The psychic battle between two crazy mutants goes in favor of Eggsy. They're going to set up more marks. They're going to buy more time. They're going to get as many picks as they can because they are shredding through the last hopes of Loyalty's time bank right there. There's only one more chance for one more fight.
A few things in life more exciting and more fun to watch in this game, more satisfying than a Phoenix who is just clicking the head, stacking up the sparks. There's about an ult bank stacked up here for Loyalty, but Exy has the angle, knows where they all are. They have all been scanned. An invisible boundary is going to give them a little bit of safe cover, but as the final judgment comes out, Zero Tenacity, they just kite it. Look, there's no Joy, there's no targets, there's no nothing. They do catch Baser out all by himself, and they will be able to take them down there. And Song Inferno now crashing down from Exy. Blink and you miss it. Loyalty are done, gone, swept under the rug, as Zero Tenacity will find the dominant fight win, the dominant map win, and a dominant series win as Necrobe tries to go for the strange TP, but it is too little too late. He can't get there in time, and Zero Tenacity with a 2-0.
Eggsy's Phoenix is just insane right there. And there it is. Wrap up the series, everybody. Woo! And put it to the power of the Phoenix right there. There it is. You know
right.
it. Well-earned MVP.
About as well earned as it gets. I want to see these damage numbers because they have got to be, like I said, in the stratosphere. Astronomical amounts of damage are being pumped out there by Exy, with no amps, by the way. No Mantis, no Ultron, no CYAs, no nothing. Just raw left-click actions and a couple of psionic detonations sprinkled in here and there. Nearly 45k, 24 final elims for Exy. Like, that is disgusting. Gross. Ew, you can't show that on Twitch.tv.
Whew, it's more than double the top elims. Final hits coming out from Boomyoung there. That is definitely... Eggsy was on the mark, but Jerry set up quite a bit. Everything was impeccable. We're going to talk about Wendy on the Luna, so much presence, but for me, something we haven't seen too much of, and I love the versatility of this player. Marvel was just living up to that name. Absolutely marvelous right there. Representing so much Vanguard presence in the front line, answering every unorthodox frontline dynamic that Loyalty brought to the table. They brought chaos. Loyalty actually did really well and brought chaos here, but Z10 adjusted quickly and got back on their horse and showed everybody they're still one of the top dogs here in Asia, and they've got some points on the board. But like you said, CB, they need to start getting them now, especially in this final week of group stage.
Yeah, you're expecting them to be contesting with the XOXO1s and with the rejects, so you can't see them falling to the likes of Loyalty. And I'm glad that you highlight Marvel, because he's one of those guys that has always had his flexibility on display when it comes to the Vanguard role. You know, we talk a little bit about Gargoyle playing the Rogue. Marvel, I think, is one of the only other people in the region who can be that good on the Rogue, but is also just as good when it comes to the Venom, to the Groot, to the Penny even. We saw all these different looks from this guy, and it was all looking good.
Can't forget the Captain America either. You know, there's a reason that within their team and maybe out of there, they call him Captain Korea. Definitely bringing a lot of aura when playing that hero. But I've got to say, they went from 0 to 100 real quick there for Z10, but I was impressed with some of the little moments from Loyalty as well. And I think that, you know, if they continue to work on those small things, they might find that room towards improving heading forth. But I guess a question to both of you: do you think Loyalty will be able to secure at least one win before the end of group stage?
Again, like, I mean, they've got N1 Hex and Rival Esports on the other side of this, and those are going to be must wins for all three of those teams, because, you know, that's how they're going to qualify. Only one out of those three teams can escape that vortex at the bottom and make it out to playoffs. And this version of Loyalty, I think, potentially could get the better of N1 Hex, but there are still some things that they need to clean up. If they keep leveraging some of these ban drafts like they have been and playing the game the same way, if they're able to just keep their backline safe, I think it might be doable.
I mean, we've got this sort of trifecta rivalry going on right now at the bottom of the bracket. How crazy is that? It's very reminiscent of OCE with the little tiebreaker situation, but we're not there just yet. I don't think they're going to get us into a tiebreaker, but we're definitely going to have cinema between these teams as they're going to try and get those pivotal wins, and they got to get them against each other between N1 Hex, between Loyalty of course, between RVL. Let's see if they can do it, but Z10 did claim the victory here. They did get it indeed over Loyalty, which means Z10, whew, they got momentum. They got to take on N1 Hex tomorrow. Then, of course, they're going to take on RVL at the end of the weekend as well. This is the momentum they wanted. This is the wins that they need to take themselves back to that top spot. Let's see if they can pull it off. But, of course, whew, I think we might have a chat with one of them. Matsy?
I reckon we will. Bring. We are going to be welcoming in one of our Z10 players right now. And, well, it's Zoko. A pleasure to have you on board again, man.
Hello.
Hello. And I got to say, a question to you, I suppose, about a different side of things. How is it for you personally playing now, I guess, a bit more with creative there? Like, how is it navigating the language barrier for the team?
It's a little bit harder for me personally. I think overall it's better for the team though. It lets like more of like the like nitty-gritty stuff that needs to get like calm between the Korean players, like just like be communicated to each other, and I just try my best to like do my job.
Now, that is... Ooh, that's crazy. CB, I'll let you go, of course.
Oh, no. We had a bit of a pause. I was going to let you go first, but I guess I'll take it. I'll say, so I'm going to throw a lot at you real quick here. You have a loss to Reject, and you have that 2-1 loss to EXO. You're most likely going to see both of those teams again in the playoffs down the line. It's going to be on a new patch, an entirely new environment. So what's your guys' mindset looking to the future at those matchups? How are you tackling it? How are you approaching it? How are you preparing for those showdowns?
I think we're just going to continue to work hard. We're going to attempt to try more things in scrims. I think one thing that we were doing as often as we should have in scrims before was trying out new things. We were kind of stagnating, I think. So I think us finding out like what works, what doesn't work, just like different matchups we haven't tried before, like just like both ends, like what's good versus one thing, what's bad versus another thing. I think that'd be very helpful moving forward.
So let me expand on that, finding out what works and what doesn't work. So what have you guys found that does work for you? What do you think is like the thing that has kind of, got that wind beneath your wings again?
Well, I think one thing in specific is Rocket works very, very well. We've seen it much more often in all the regions. I think that character is insanely good right now. Builds ult fast, res is very strong and neutral, hard to dive. I think that character is something we haven't really put as much emphasis as we should have in matches before.
Now, Z10, you guys have big ambitions. And I know you guys aren't just focused on group stage. You're looking at playoffs. You're looking to make it to playoffs. Maybe you're even looking across a little bit at OCE. Is there a match that you really want to take on now that we're going to go very, very soon to the specific playoffs?
I think Pacific playoffs. I think one match I'm looking forward to is Gen.G.
Very common answer. I'm hearing a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see how we do it. Well, how we do against them.
Eyes on the prize, and love to see it. Keep going, like. What's up?
I was gonna add on, you guys want to take on Gen.G. Have there been, let's say, you don't have to leak the results, but have there been scrims against Gen.G? Have there been some backroom brawls?
I think recently, no. There haven't been any scrims as of recent. I think before stage 1 we scrimmed a couple times. It's been a while since then, so it's hard to say where we are compared to where they are. So we will just continue to keep working hard, keep trying new things as the meta changes.
Yeah, hard work pays off, and definitely keen to see that showcase going forward. I know a lot of teams are putting scrims under lock and key, so information is scarce there. So keen to see it all unveiled once the playoffs do make their way forward. But I guess looking forward to the end of group stage here, which team do you think will end up in first place out of all the teams right now?
I think it's going to be Rejects. for this first group stage. I think they are looking very, very good right now.
Yeah, love to see it, and we'll see if it comes true, you know, heading into their future games. I think they've got EXO very soon, so that'll be the showcase, if you will. See how that all goes. I'm sure that one Dan's going to be watching very keenly into that one. But for today, Soko, we do want to say congrats on the victory. We do appreciate your time for coming on once again, and yeah, best of luck for the rest of the group stage.
Thank you, thank you.
Good luck.
There you go. Always a pleasure to have Soko come on board there, share the team
Always.
insights. You know, I feel like the team is heading in a positive direction. It feels like, you know, they've had a bit of a turnaround since the beginning of group stage there. Obviously, having that loss to EXO would have been very alarming for them. So it seems like they're starting to really hone in on that road to recovery. But speaking of recovery, everybody, let's give ourselves a chance to recover before we head into the next series. We are going to be heading into a short break, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with the next one right after this.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저기로 날아올라. Rushing on my window frame, on a boat to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, yeah, I feel it skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're
Welcome back, rivals. We are going to be into the mix. It's one final series here today in Stage 1 for Pacific Asia here. We got Matzy, Liger, and CB ready to take you through it. It's XOXO taking on a Triple AD, and I gotta say, this is one of the showcase matches of the day. I'm curious if Triple AD have leveled up to try and contend well.
I mean, they've contended quite well with XOXO01 in the past. Every time these two teams have competed, it has gone the distance. If it's a best of 3, it'll go to 3. If it's a best of 5, it'll go to 5. And we get to see one of 3 ways that this will all play out today. Either XOXO01 will do just that again, give us cinema, give us a full 3 mapper, or they'll show us just how much they have leveled up, or option C, Triple AD pull off an upset.
We would love that, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we all love an upset? Do people want an upset? You know why? Because I'm not upset when I watch XOXO. Why? Because they have changed up their roster and they've unlocked the potential of all existing players. I love when a roster swap revitalizes a team. Not when a team has to restructure around the roster swap, but when a swap gives everyone that like, yo, we are built different now. We've got a new element to this recipe. We can do something different. And that's what XO have brought to the table here. And that's going to be what they need to maybe finally say, hey, AAA, this rivalry, it's done. We're ending it tonight.
Put them in the rear view, move on to bigger and better things. I mean, you've already overcome one of those bigger and better things in Zero Tenacity. Reject might be next on the chopping block tomorrow, but like I said, XO and Reject are in a death race up against each other, trying to get that first seed. And first one to flinch, if they do so before they meet, is going to come into that one looking like fresh meat on the table. And I think XO are going to be looking for, like you said, a dominant win, put Triple AD in the rear view, put this rivalry to bed, as they have every other time before. Like I said, they always go the distance, but XO always comes out on top.
Bringing it out in a big way there, but it's Triple AD on a line right now. Quasar, No Smite, the MVP in some regards. Tuba, Rocco, Mandu, and a Snake there. Now, Liger, when you look at this team, you know, they've gone through some subtle changes as well. You hyped up how little changes can make things a lot better. And how are you feeling about Triple AD?
I think Triple AD have made some pretty impeccable changes as well. They've done some things that have allowed them to really unlock more opportunity for themselves. They're a team that many people believed were top of the pack at one point. Then they kind of went to the middle after we saw more presence coming out. Z10 to rise to the occasion. But they're a team that I want to say has been consistently around town. They've never really fallen down to the bottom, but they also haven't had their time to shine in that first place position. So if there's ever a time to really show something, now would be it. Look, they're feeling confident that they can make it to the top 6 and go on to playoffs. That's fair. That's not what you need to win it all and get to land and get to the mid-season finals. You need to bring something different and you need to show that more than ever. But what I'm expecting, the Master Thief might need to come out to play. Might be time for some more Black Cat from AAA.
I concur, and I do also kind of agree, you know, you do need to bring something different, but in bringing something different, they've also brought something that is the same. No Smite and Tuba, 2 players from other hero shooters that I'm quite familiar with, get to bring in somebody that they're quite familiar with, Mandu, to replace Windsor in that back line, and I do think that that has also kind of rejuvenated Triple AD, but it hasn't been necessarily enough for them to break from that middle of the pack where they have been cursed to lurk for the time being, but still capable of getting some upsets here and there. They're one of the teams that did get the better of Reject back in the preseason group stage and maybe could get the better of XO before they meet Reject here tonight. That's what I'm looking forward to, and like I said, it would be an upset, but it would be one that I would not be upset to see.
Outcome that we could be heading towards there. You know, if XO lose out today, then their chances at taking away a potential first place will be wiped away, unless there's another surprise in store for Reject towards the tail end of a group stage. There's so many possibilities. I feel like with the TVA right now, looking at all the different time streams, you know, it's just so many different outcomes that we could be heading towards. None of them are getting pruned though, Liger, not yet.
No, nobody is going in there. No agents of the TVA are shutting things down. Still, all realities have potential to become the new sacred timeline. Nothing is locked in. Loki is sitting, observing, and waiting to see who's got potential to exist and stay the course and hold down. We'll see. As again, there's currently 6 teams who want to qualify for it. But this match, though, I'm looking forward to it. Every time we've seen these 2 teams clash, it's been cinema. this might be that match today that breaks the 2-0 pattern. And we're going to start off with Hell's Heaven. Once again, I'm crying in Wakanda. I miss you, Burning T'Challa.
And me crying in Wakanda, we're all gonna be over here in Hell's Heaven celebrating as we are gonna be enjoying the cinema. So you have fun over there in Wakanda, slurping your vibranium smoothie or whatever you're having down there, you know, in the Wakandan sunset. I hear it's beautiful out there. I don't know what the delicacies are, so I just went with the thing that they're famous for.
We'll be drinking vibranium out here. we are.
It's gotta taste good. You know how like you need to have enough iron for like your blood, like for you gotta have vibranium. It's the same thing.
Well, I'm excited to see the next kind of menu items. You know, maybe we could see a Wakandan menu in Times Square in game. You know, we've seen a bit of Jeff potential there. Maybe we spice things up, add a new restaurant into the mix there. Curious what funny things will happen. Eat some food in Times Square this time. But we're going to be eating up the draft right now. So, without further ado, I leave it to you two.
You know what Times Square really needs? A Wakandan food cart. If you ever been to New York, you ever been on the East Coast, you know halal food. We got the best food carts. You know, there's Mexican street food. There's all kinds of stuff. Show me what Wakanda cuisine looks like in the form of a cart on the side of Times Square.
I mean, look, whatever they eat, I know it's going to be a banger because it's from Africa, and that's where I'm from, North Africa, and let's represent. I'm down for some more food. I'm down for all the grub, and I'm also down to eat as we sit and watch cinema here today between these two teams. All right, ban phase looking good so far. Gambit's double ban, nice and safe. Phoenix not available for XOXO. In return, AAA have locked in the dino for themselves on Protect. Now we're going to see what AAA want to lock for themselves here, as XOXO have the dino. JT3 looking very sharp.
Ooh.
And the Rocket already locked in early. They know CB. They know who brings the money.
Before the Devil Dino 2, they'll even give that one up one-sided. Okay, if AAAD win this map, I'm gonna feel so vindicated, because I'm saying, like, I think more teams need to start prioritizing the Rocket over the Devil Dino. You can give up the Devil Dino, and there's ways to counter it. Emma Frost is still there. Venom and Captain America are both really strong. You know, there's ways that you can make up for that, but you can't make up for the loss in the Rocket Raccoon, and AAAD gonna take it away one-sided, and I'm liking this. It's a bit of a curveball. It's something we haven't seen, but it's a curveball with some real heat behind it.
Oh, I was just about to say the heat kind of got snuffed out. No team has Phoenix, which means this Rocket is going to go even stronger, knowing that amp's not going to go down instantly from an Ensong Inferno. In return, though, AAA lock in Black Cat. Oh, that is insane. That means they're going to have, unless it can get shut down, AAA are going to have the Rocket, the Black Cat, which also means they can compensate that with the Cap, with the Venom, with also, what people are forgetting out here, White Fox as well. That can really bring some power to this dive composition, whatever they want to run here. But in return, I was concerned about it, and it was a smart choice. EXO made sure to lock out the Star-Lord. There will not be an amped up Galactic Legend for AAA. That is a good ban by them. If they can get Black Cat locked in for themselves, they can also not lose another trade there. They go for the Mantis instead. This could be one-sided Black Cat. Ooh, this is tough.
Ooh. I mean, either one-sided Black Cat, or there's still the tricky situation of the Luna Snow, because you have managed to get yourself the better backline with that Rocket Raccoon one-sided. If you give up the Mantis, the Luna Snow, and the White Fox, that is a deadly triple strategist look. A Loki ban instead. What are you cooking, AAAD? I'm not quite sure. That's gonna, like, we haven't seen a whole lot of Loki in the ban phase, or even played when they're able to make it through, so I don't know, I'm a little bit worried. They started off really strong with that Rocket one-sided, but I'm not quite sure if they stuck the landing with that Loki ban.
I have a suspicion. Sadly, we won't get it confirmed because Loki is banned. Could have been the Nature's Alliance team up. With the Mantis factor, maybe a bit of Groot as well, especially on this map. Could be that going forward. But it really depends. Hell's Heaven, of course, we're locking in. Very curious to see why the Loki ban. Maybe there's something we don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they scrim each other. These teams do rival each other. I wouldn't be surprised if they hit the scrim blocks as well. So maybe there's something that they're ready for that we don't know about. But what I know I'm ready for, a Black Cat duel. We're going to get it. We're going to see Felicia. She's going to go out. She's going to go crazy. And people are going to get swept up and swiped. Last time we were on Hell's Heaven, though, Jerry really brought out those claws. So I'm curious to see if Rocco and Sondrak Wu can bring it as well. You know, give me that cinematic Black Cat duel that we get from OCE between Reno and FMCL. Let's see it here today between XOXO and AAA. They lock in to these letters of teams as we get into the action on Hell's End.
You talk about Sungjuk Woo and the Black Cat, and I do think that's a big part of the reason why XOXO1 have been able to level up over themselves in the preseason is the fact that Sungjuk Woo has a hero that is so dive-coded and so strong right now, and he's able to leverage it to the fullest and does so much in the way that only someone like Sungjuk Woo could pilot. So I kind of give him a slight edge over Rocco in this Black Cat head-to-head, but not to be outdone, Rocco is going to be getting in there and getting active before long as well. You can already see AAAD playing pretty far back with that Vibrant Vitality team-up and sectioning off JT3 from the rest of XO, but the healing will come through, and a chomping onto No Smite. I hope you like the taste of wood, my friend. Good sleep from Alone Fills, and a good headshot onto Rocco, and that is one way to say bye, Felicia.
Alone Fills, insane. Sleep right there, denying all the capabilities of Rocco right now. They do capture early on. I didn't even see that sleep land. It was so quick with it.
And we cut over to the Alone Fills POV, and like we already saw what was inevitable, just one headshot away, and it's like, oh, I can use my context clues. I know what happened here.
Absolutely. Oh, high ground right now for AAA. Let's see if they can lock in and activate here. XOXO have a 20% lead right now, leading to that 30% very soon. Runes of Loki go out early from Mandu. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe they wanted the one-sided Loki here. That could have been why they planned that ban phase out. But we're going in on the Vampel. We're getting bouncy. Set up that Banhammer right now directly onto the opposing force. JT3 has Rampage if they need. They're going to be going for the crunch. Oh, feast combo! Already taking out No Smite. Big shred, deleting the Groot out of here. And JT3 takes out Tuber as well. That is pressure, that is power from the Dino right now. One-sided Dino, gotta say. It's not necessarily, yeah, it's pain. It's pain.
It's equal parts that, but it's also like the Vibrant Vitality team up from AAAD. As strong as it is, it's not quite as strong on the attacking side as it is on the defensive. Like, if you were already set up and in control of the point, No Smite could put his walls down, Mandu could put the clones down, and you already know where you want to play, you would be in the money. But XO, off of being able to win that first fight, can parlay that into a second fight win and a commensurate ult bank for what is coming their way. A God of Mischief now coming up from Mandu, and AAAD want to get in this fight.
Want to get into the mix of it all right now. Mandu on the front lines. The Mantis Resurgence coming out with that following right there. JT3 hits the Rampage. We're going to see the Rage of Ultron. Everybody's going forward. Look at this mechanical pressure coming out from both sides right there. But Rocco's swiping, trying to get as much potential as they can. Delete them right now. Cashing in right there. Dashing in right there. And there's more to come from the slashing coming out from Sungjuk Woo as well. Zeta's Freedom Charge does run out for now, but 97 to 98 to 99. Overtime is on the line right now as we see the final ditch effort from AAAD. If they can contest XOXO right now, we're going to see it all unfold. Tuba has the Manhammer if they need. They're going to try to ramp it up, and there it is. The Manhammer's been called, but slipped out. Alone Fills slipped out once again, and the portal from No Smite keeps the fight alive. There's still one more bout to go.
Sungjuk Woo making the swap over onto the Magic. Another one of those weird pocket picks that he's become known for. Tuba on a sliver of HP has to try and get back to the rest of his team. Rocco will be there to clean up Sungjuk Woo and save Tuba's life. As AAAD do still have a say in this fight. They've got a calling card if they need it, and they just might. But the flip will come through, and XO are not keen to fight this for much longer. Even being on the Doctor Strange, No Smite just wants to do a little bit of damage on the way out and will get about as good as he can. And this is going to be XO forced back. AAAD finally in the driver's seat and getting to hold on to that aforementioned calling card, as well as the Rage of Voltron, and building up to the rest of their ultimates as well. So good tools going to be coming online to hold it, but an awkward composition for both sides.
Into it right now, we see the potential. Mandu has the ultimate almost online. Could be big for them if they can get that value, but Boundary going off right now. Snake hitting that. Rage of Ultron pummeling forward that damage. Felix has it open as well.
The flip.
A lot of options. Could they... Hold on.
We had a back cap. I don't know if it was Ace, but somebody from the side of XO just went in and snuck the point out. Rocco is going to go back and clean him up, but now AAAD are playing from behind the 8-ball, and XOXO, they're gambling with house money right now. Sleep from Quasit, and they'll get the flip back, but that is about 10 to 15% that AAAD could have had in their bank that XO just stole right out from their back pocket.
That was very close for AAA, but they do stabilize, get it back in their favor and still have quite a bit of ults online right now. XOXO have a bit of a tough fight here. They kind of need to take a fight to lose the fight, but they need to do it quickly before AAA get into that overtime position. And in the back lines, Rocco taken out. When he feels that's high value right there, already setting up that cash in, and they're going to go straight for Felix right there. But it's a massive Agamotto from No Smite into the Maelstrom, allows them to take out J3 and the rest. They're going to try to force, no, they do force Kumiho. That is a bad spot to Kumiho as the team is down. XOXO don't have the momentum right here. AAA bringing Cinema back to the screens, everybody. Lock in. I think there's one more big fight here. It's probably going to go to overtime.
AAA were able to win that one quite economically, and it comes off the back of that assassination from Rocco onto Alone Fills, and holding on to that Soul Resurgence, you can't not have your Mantis in the fight, and this time they're going to be a little bit more protective of that Mantis, not let that one happen, but Rocco going to pop the calling card, now is going to know where everyone is. There is that Soul Resurgence, so EXO will still be alive in this fight. Devil Beast Rampage coming out is going to be answered with a Soul Resurgence on the other side, and both teams going to have to start draining the bank because it's 99 to 99. Overtime situation taking over, but JT3 stomping a mud hole right through Mandu, and AAAD are already down a man, a crucial man, a god of mischief even, that will not be there to make up the lion's share of the healing. Zeta is squaring up fisticuffs with Quasin and will knock him right out. Felix with a shot onto Snake in midair, winning the aerial supremacy duel, and Rocco trying to turn the tides in favor of AAAD, but he's all alone. He's got no friends, he's got no homies, and he's got no HP. He does have a Helm of Hades, and he does have a little bit of invisibility. Will be able to steal that health pack there and stay alive for the time being. Buy enough time for Quaz to get the TP play. One more shot for AAAD.
One more opportunity, one more fight right now. These teams are refusing to go down against each other. JT3 taking out Quasi Sonjuk with Force to Tuba. That's 1-1 apiece, but the Rage of Ultron's going to even the odds right now. Snake pummeling forward all that damage onto JT3 right now. No Smite trying to bring it on the Mantis, trying to bring the damage, trying to bring the sustain, trying to bring every single opportunity to take the Dino down. JT3 falls. That's Felix going with the Rage of Ultron. That's the pressure coming out. No Smite holds it down. Ultron's there to provide some drone coverage, but it's still 99 to 99. We're in overtime. No Smite looking to the sky, hoping to take that Ultron down, but he's too primal. The cape is swinging. The splashing is going from Quaison, who's on the Jeff right there. Kumiho is unleashed from Ace right now, and that's going to push AAA off, and XOXO, whew, turn it. I wouldn't even say on the last second. After the last second, after the last second, after the last second, after that last second, did they turn it back in their favor and capture the factory.
A couple seconds too late, and No Smite, I think, spent a little bit too much time trying to take down Felix in the skies and couldn't confirm the KO. And the Age of Ultron still is upon us as both teams came out with that one, and EXO were able to get the better of that last fight. A bit of a C9 even coming out from AAAD because they're trying so desperately just to find that one single frag to get themselves back in the fight and put EXO down for good, and they just can't find it. But we go 99 to 99. A pretty good omen if we're in the mood for some cinema. If we want to see it go the distance, we're starting off on the right foot.
Alrighty, everybody, into the mix of it all. We've got to be very careful dealing with these Ultrons right now. They're kind of dictating the pace of these matchups as they take to the skies and they really redistribute that damage and healing across the board. And really tough as well because they're flying quite high enough, and it really forces Black Cat to come out of hiding, which means Rocco and Songjak Woo really have to risk their secrecy and their precision and their position when they're taking on these Ultrons.
Well, it doesn't matter how high you are, Rocco knows a way to get to eye level. Actually not going to go for Felix there. Instead, going to go for the back line, try and take a duel with Alone Fills. Got to be careful of the sleep, a little bit of Botanical Barbiturates, and a headshot there, and a little bit of follow-up damage as well. And Alone Fills going to win that duel again. Felix wins the Sky duel with Snake, and this is EXO up 2 men. Now AAAD going to try and keep themselves in the fight as they nearly have the cap in. They can get away with a couple of percentage if they're able to brute force it the rest of the way. So they're going to force out the Soul Resurgence now from Alone Fills, but Quasit is isolated, gets caught out, a sleep and a stun and a headshot, and you're done. And AAAD are going to be forced to take their leave here. Rocco popping the calling card is not going to be content to back out just yet. Freedom Charge coming out from Zeta, though, even as Rocco takes down Ace, a high-value KO. It's not enough to get AAAD in the driver's seat. This one should be all EXO, and Songjak Woo with one final swipe, but the claws will make it so. Rocco's still around, though, still kicking, still fighting, still not conceding, and Songjak Woo has to respect it, and AAAD, the reinforcements are coming back in, and despite EXO's best efforts, they're not able to confirm this first cap.
Oh, there's the moment. There it is. So the action. Snake takes out Song Jiang-woo. Big plays coming out from the Luna. Setting it up right now, setting the dance floor. Felix on the skies right now trying to tear away the dance floor. Not necessarily tear it up on the floor, but nonetheless it's going to be there down and about with Felix on the Mecha. Dino right now holding it down. Going to go for the crunch. Going to set up the frenzy. Try to shred through. No smites HP, but it's just too much sustain coming up from Twisted right now. Big plays. GT3 goes down. That's the power of the Mantis. You got to be very careful how it all works out. Mentofish came out from Rocco as well to enable them deny the jump and the escape, but Tupa's getting the value. Rocco as well gonna finally aim for the Ultron in the skies, and only one swipe away and finally takes down Felix. That must have felt good for Rocco. Rocco wanted that one for a while.
Yeah, and he worked so hard for it. I don't know what you're feeding this guy. He's got to be drinking his milk because bro's bones are strong as vibranium. Maybe he's been having some of that food at the Wakandan food cart because he just does not go down and is able to consistently go for the contest when it feels like EXO should have won the fight, should have kept the point. Rocco says, no, I am not out of this one just yet. Buys AAAD enough time to go on in, and now Tuba with that banhammer onto the backline, going to find themselves in the jaws of JT3, and EXO threatening to find the flip here. Sung Jiang-woo caught all by himself, but no smite. There's the Spore Bomb, gonna put him down.
Set it up right now into the action. There it is. Dawn/Falls being gone. Strangling Prison onto the stairs. Unfortunately, the map denied it. The stairs did not enable that at all. They got to walk away. Snake, no smite. They did get the picks though. And even though the prison didn't get the value, they did at least bring down Judgment, and that's going to be XOXO on the back foot right now. AAA looking formidable, looking crazy right now with a crazy 50% lead. XOXO don't have the ultimates to turn this fight in their favor either, unless they can pull something crazy. And I'm hoping it's going to come from a clean rampage from JT3, but Mandu's got that ready. This Loki was the factor, CB. This Loki is really what AAA is cooking with.
The best case scenario, like even if you start to pop some of these ultimates, the best you can hope for is the AAAD also break the bank and maybe double dip on the strategist ultimates. They've got all three, so they can spare two if they need it. Devil Beast Rampage is going to come out. God of Mischief and a Soul Resurgence down from Mandu as Rocco is looking for his targets with that calling card. Knows where all of EXO are hiding, and they are making no secrets about it. Snake will find First Blood onto Felix there. Misses on the snowball there, so can't take down Sung Jiang-woo, but Rocco again with his old nemesis alone fills, and this time will be coming up. Aces on this one, and there is a double for him and potentially an ace for the side of AAAD as they put EXO down. Gonna have to be a strange DP that comes out from Alone Bills if he can get it in time. Rocco, though, gonna go up and clean up Felix, so even if the portal play comes out, which it won't, there wouldn't even be a dance floor on the other side for EXO to stand on, so AAAD will even the score.
Tie it up nicely here. In Hell's Heaven, AAA. Okay, 100-0. Really staying in dominance here. Kind of in the lead here when it comes to the momentum in this domination map. But nonetheless, still got to keep your eyes peeled right now as we watch to see how the rest of it unfolds for themselves. I got to say, XOXO, a bit of a tough one that last round. But got some time. They got a breather right now. They can see if they can regroup for themselves. Try to get a win here. But got to say, this Nature's team up. It's looking good on AAA. I like that trio.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, and it's not even like a letting, like, they got the rocket through, like they could be playing that as well, but no, they're just going full in on the Vibrant Vitality, playing with the regen domain still in a triple strategist look, so you can still get the damage onto Snake, as you know, Quasit and Mandu are more than enough healing to be able to make do with this one. So I like what I'm seeing from AAAD. It's an interesting look from them that we don't typically see. You know, I tend to think of this team as more of a dive team, but No Smite making the adjustment over onto the Groot, I think, has paid off dividends and also kind of helped them keep Sung Jiang-woo in check and allowed Rocco to roam free on the other side.
On the other side. Oh, Lonely feels his aim is insane. Although Sung Jiang-woo in the back line. Going for the slash, going directly for Quasit. Taking him out. A little bit of vengeance coming through. Oh, blocked away though. It's like, I've had enough of you. Get away from my team. I'm going to set up those walls, but nonetheless, into the slashes, we're going to see the Mentofish drop as well. Sung Jiang-woo taking out Tuba. Starting up there. Mark starting up there. Momentum saying, Rocco, it's not just your time to shine. It's my time to finally cash in. As they start slashing and, oh, never mind. JT3 is like, I've had enough of you. I'm going to land that crunch and end Felicia's little, thievery campaign.
It's so back and forth though. Like there's trades on both sides, and It's so evenly matched between these two teams that I love it. It's the same cinema that we get every time, and I'm hoping that this continues as EXO get the first cap there. And Triple AD, they're going to have some ults to try and take this one, but no smite. Luckily, no stairs this time to block that Strangling Prison. He's just got to make sure that it lands on the backside, but Zeta has one as well, so something you're going to have to scout out. Sungjung has caught Rocco out and will be able to get the better of him, and even with Tuba there to try and play Bouncer, not going to be enough to save him, and now Sungjung has Snake in his sights and wants to weed him out of the grass, but what a Spore Bomb yeeted out there from no smite. Snake still does fall, but there's the Strangling Prison, locking the Vanguards down, bursting them down, forcing out that Fatal Both Worlds from Felix. EXO desperately clinging to the control.
It's matched again, mirror match right there. Zeta goes for the prison as well, and they force out Quasar to resurge, but it's not enough because JT3 going Jurassic on him with their big crunches into the Quadra KO on the Devil Dinosaur from JT3 right there. What a massive moment for themselves. How they turned it and busted through that Soul Resurgence. So much damage.
It's going to be another one on deck, though, as Mandu is going to have that God of Mischief and Rocco with a calling card. And no Stratus ultimates just yet for EXO. Alone Phil's coming up on a Soul Resurgence, but there's still an opportunity for Rocco to try and burst someone down if they're not caught inside of it. So EXO kind of have to play together, and that's just going to make it all the easier for Rocco.
Into it again. We're going to see if that is time for JT3 to hit the Rampage. At the same time, Ace is going to hit the Kumiho and Unleash. It's going to be a battle of the beasts right now as they go forward and pressure and force AAA off out of here. EXO in the lead right now with a 90%. They're turning the tides. They swipe one. Sungjung taking out Snake, cashing in right now. Goes for the portal onto the other side. Jumps Quasar right now. But Mantis is holding it down. Double sustain coming out, but it's just not enough. The power of the Blackhead, the thievery, the madness of it all. Rocco trying to match the pace. Does the same in the back line. Taking out Ace right there, 99%. There's so much power coming out from these Black Cats as they are absolutely blitzing each other's backlines right now. I did not want to be a strategist in this meta, but Sungjung was taking out no smite. Everybody's trying to get into the fight once again. 90% is 99 to overtime. We're slashing with Sungjung, who's chasing once. He's going to go for the DP. King Deadpool is down, and that's going to be triple KO for Sungjung, timing out and taking the map.
EXO, like, they come out of map number 2 and they just have an ult advantage, and they're able to just leverage that, snowball it all the way to 100-0 on Frozen Airfield. And Triple AD are constantly playing behind the 8 ball, and in that one fight, like you said, where they pop the Soul Resurgence, the Strangling Prison, everything to try and burst the members of EXO down, but EXO white knuckle that fight with the Fate of Both Worlds, and with this guy right here, JT3, going on a double beast rampage to end all rampages and put a stop to Triple AD's rampage on Hell's Heaven. But 20 final hits for Rocco. You want to talk about rampages? Triple AD, even in defeat, still come out looking formidable and still come out looking like a threat, and one that EXO for map number 2 cannot take lightly.
I mean, we didn't see it too much in the previous sets today, but we got reminded by these two teams who are up there. We're talking top teams in Asia. They reminded everybody why it is this season of Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur. They reminded us very clearly. They got those moments, they got that power play, and they definitely put everything they could into those calling cards and get the value they need. Rocco with the MVP makes so much, sorry, the SVP makes so much sense as well. While MVP goes to the Dinosaur. So JT3 bringing the pressure, bringing the Dino power on the front lines. It was good for AAA to finally bring out the Dinosaur of their own. It's crazy to think, CB. They both went 100-0 on a round on each other, but they also kind of took it 99-99 on the first round. So in a way, these teams are only difference in skill by one overtime fight.
So what you're saying is it's a tie, actually, and the score is still 0-0, and we've got to have at least 2 more maps to play this one out. Maybe we get our first 4 mapper of Asia group stage.
Hey, back in Ignite E1, they pulled off map 8 in the grand finals. I'm down for map 4. Let's break the rules.
Well, speaking of breaks, we're going to take a quick one, and we will have map number 2 of this series on the other side. If you don't go anywhere, chat, because this one is cinema, and we are only in the first act.
are undefeatable!
Welcome back, rivals. We are back on track in an absolute cinema matchup between EXO and a Triple AD. And EXO, they come out on top in the beginning of this one. They come out swinging, and oh my goodness, like, were you guys expecting this?
Yes, this is exactly what I was expecting. I was expecting these two to go band for band and to go the distance. And in a way, like Liger was saying before the break, they did. 99 to 99 on the first one, and then 100 to zeros back to back on either side. It's the kind of thing that you love to see from these two teams. They're both adapting, they're both learning, and they're both growing and evolving from their preseason selves, still trying to get the better of one another. But just as it was before, EXO is just that 1 inch ahead still.
Look, they're growing, adapting, evolving, but they're not innovating, and that requires you to use technology like Stark Tech, and maybe we will see the Iron Samurai. But unfortunately, not available in the tournament client, so I will have to wait one more week until the playoffs. I believe in shout out Boba. I'm sure he'll play Iron Man for us. But until then, we got the best of the best here in Asia today. We got a banger matchup for the final set of the night as well. This is good. This is really good because Matsi, they have come through and set the stage. They've both let's just iron it out. They've gone overtime 99 to 99 to each other. Then they're both 100-0 to each other. like damn, that's a rivalry right there. They don't even like fight bang for bang all 3 rounds. They said, hey, listen, you roll us, we roll you. Then we have a cinematic opening, and we'll see. We'll go to our second map of the day. But the second map of the day, we don't know what it could be. A lot of options out there in Convoy, of course. Matsi, what map do you want to see?
Honestly, I want to see Arako for a change. I want to see some Arako breaking through for some Convoy, you know, change direction a little bit. Maybe see some of those environmental KOs, you know? I want to see that Dino delivery service coming out. But before that, I want to say, Jarvis, bring out the Iron Samurai.
Still gonna wait. Still in tournament client. Much to Liger's lament. As soon as you said technology, by the way, I knew exactly where you were going with that one. I'll chime in with a map pick of myself. I want to see Spider Islands because I think, you know, again, it's not one that we see a whole lot of. I do love me some Convoy maps in this game, and I do think that Spider Islands is sleepily one of the better ones. Most teams tend to gravitate towards Museum or Midtown because, you know, they're very forward, very straightforward. You know what you're gonna get, but Spider Islands kind of changes things a little bit. I do have a spoiler, though. It's not going to be that. In fact, it's not going to be Convoy at all, so I think we're all wrong.
Is it Museum?
It's not Museum.
It's not Museum? I don't
It's not
care.
Museum.
W. Let's go. What's the map? Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready for cinema. Midtown, Yggdrasil, whatever map. Let's go. It can even be a convergence map. Can we even do a convert? Yo, Jarvis, can we do a convergence map? Spice it up a little bit. Oh, okay. We take those. Lower Manhattan.
We can, and we will. We're going back to Lower Manhattan for the second time today. A bit of an odd epidemic of Lower Manhattan picks going around over here in the Pacific. We might need to quarantine.
Yeah, I think we need to tie it up. We're bringing out too much of the good stuff at once. We need to, you know, hold it back a bit. We'll speak to the teams. Now, I want more. I'd take this over Museum any day.
Listen, it's a great map, but here's the beautiful thing. We're in a very cinematic set right now. These two teams are very, very much close, but AAA could flip it. They could definitely flip it, and we could see convergence tonight before the end of Ignite. But that is the question, if they can win it for themselves, if they can flip it here and take XOXO the distance, which is good for them, because that's what they need to kind of bring a little bit of more support and more belief in their team's journey and their mission when it goes into going into playoffs right now. Look, both teams, safe to say, these teams pretty comfortably making it to playoffs. Something crazy, horrendous would need to happen in terms of their next matches in order to take them out of it. But from the looks of things so far, they may be safe. But you're never safe when it comes to Ignite, because you can do well, but you want to do marvelous. That is the goal at the end of the day. You want to take everything that is possibly offered to you. That's how it is downtown Manhattan, and who does it best than Kingpin, taking everything he wants?
I got a question, Matsu. What would you do if I scanned you with a UAV drone and revealed your ult charge? What would you do?
Maximum pulse!
Let it rip. Just hit, you're just gonna hit me with the pulse get. All right, deserved. Maybe we'll have one of those for Kingpin if he ever gets released as a playable character. We'll see. That could be a one that they've been teasing for a while. I know that's what people want. People want more villains in this game. You know, it's a hero shooter, sure, but let's get a couple more bad guys in the mix.
I have a theory. One entire year of Marvel Rivals, all releases will be villains.
The villain
Just
era.
Villain year. That would be absolutely amazing. Sinister Six, everything.
No way. That would be
I want
absolutely
Kraven
fantastic.
to be extra strong against all the animal people. I just want that one
no
factor.
more zoologist
No more-
backline. Get rid of it.
Does Black Cat count as an animal people?
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
okay?
And White Fox and Namor with your fish
Squirrel
legs.
Girl.
Whoever else.
Namor? That feels unfair.
Yes.
Just because he's affiliated with squids, like guilty by association.
Yes.
All right, well,
That would be great.
not going to be seeing any Kraven. We might see a couple of animal heroes come out to play, but we will definitely be seeing a Devil Dino for the side of Exo, same as before. I want to see if Triple AD try and change that calculus again and go for that early Rocket Protect, because I do think on a map like Lower Manhattan, especially like any Convergence map where you can hide the BRB, I think it becomes just that much more valuable and that much stronger, and you can already see they're hovering it. They are going to go for it. Lock it in for your old girl CB. Yes, let's do it.
Ooh, okay. All right, one-sided Phoenix may be coming up next. We don't know. Maybe Phoenix double ban. One-sided Dino for XOXO. You know, JT3 loves that. JT3 is begging for that. Every single guys, can we have the one-sided Dino? Please. Can I have Dino Thunder time? Only for me. That's what JT3 has been locking in. And it seems to be a recipe for why EXO is doing so great here in Asia group stage. But we're going to see that next ban coming out. Ooh, no Phoenix across the board. Nobody gets to sing the end song Inferno today. Mantis locked out as well. Honestly, wise. Alone feels Mantis might be just scarier than the Black Cat. I'm going to be serious. Those sleeps have not missed.
Yeah, and like the entire first map was basically decided off of that sleep, you know, the early one onto Rocco. So I can definitely see Rocco lobbying pretty hard for that one to come through. And it's actually wait, Rocco, yeah, like the Loki Protect again. Interesting look again, like Triple AD kind of doing the same thing. And I want to amend one of my earlier stats where I said the team that gets the one-sided rocket wins every time. All right, sure, it didn't happen last time for Triple AD, but that's because they didn't play it. They went with a Vibrant Vitality instead, and that Loki Protect kind of like gives me pause. It leads me to believe they might try and go for that one again, especially if we don't see a Mantis ban, which we won't. It's going to be a Black Cat ban.
I mean, I love the educational lessons we've been learning today. We now know why these teams are bringing out Loki. I mean, in what, maybe the past 2 weeks has Rocket developed in Ignite meta? Maybe Loki's finally entering. I mean, this is Loki we're talking about. Loki, the hero who never exits meta. Surprisingly, exited meta. I'm not surprised Loki's already back. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it usually doesn't take too long, but I guess for the case of Triple AD, you know, what's old is new. You know, the Vibrant Vitality team up once upon a time was really strong, is still one of the strongest team ups in the game. Gets overshadowed occasionally by the entanglement, the enchanted entanglement. What's the name? Why am I losing the name of the Gambit one?
The love triangle? Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I may have offended every X-Men 97 fan, but regardless, on our screens...
Explosive entanglement.
Explodes. Why is it called explode?
Is it explosive?
You know what? I think it's because Gambit gives them exploding quantum... I keep calling it quantum entanglement. Oh, I want Ant-Man and the Wasp. Can we get them in the game, please? Can we get them? I would love that.
Someone in chat is probably just like spamming, like screaming the name of the team up right now. Nevertheless, Vibrant Vitality is still a very strong team up, and one that Triple AD on the defensive side will be leveraging yet again. And XOXO01, you know, they were able to break through it when it comes to Hell's Heaven. We'll see what they come out with and how they manage to deal with it, because I know, you know, they've played this team before, and they literally just played against the same team with the same pick ban phase in the same situation. They know exactly what is waiting for them once these spawn doors open.
Oh, we know it's time to get down to Portal Combat. Songjukwu already portaling out the left door of the Cathedral right there into the mix right now. If they go for it sneaky, they're going straight to point onto the high ground. Whoa. That's pretty far back, actually.
That is not the high ground.
You're not ready for second point. You're not ready for second point just yet.
Songjukwu going to swap to the Black Cat, so attempting to set up a pinch here. Interesting look here.
It was to
not
buy
gonna
them
have the-
time.
Yeah, it's gonna buy them time. It's not gonna have the like Sung Jung Woo's not gonna have the cash to try and go for the invisibility. So you know, I doubt Triple AD are gonna scout that there's only 5 members of EXO over here. So you know they'll realize once Sung Jung Woo is there that oh he is there and he is no longer on the Doctor Strange. But can they actually deal with this? As EXO seemingly have full control right now, and Triple AD are trying to play in 2 different directions at once.
This is kind of a strong strat, but it all depends on the first pick right now. If AAA can really bunker here, then it will not look good for EXO. Oh, they go for the bite right now. No smite. They're going to try to grab, and they do straight through the Groot right now. And there it is. EXO's investment into this strategy is actually paying off right now. They track, they see it, they know where Rocco is, and they're trying to get this Star-Lord out of here right now. Tuba taking out JT3. Big pressure, big slashes. Song Joong-woo taking out Snake in return for the revenge. Cashing in one more time after the scan and going to shred through and go for those strategists. Again, the Loki on the back foot right now. Not a tough time for Mandu, but nonetheless, I know he feels getting the picks as well. Portal being forced out early from No Smite from AAA to keep the contestation, but Song Joong-woo's got a bottle of their own as they did cash in and brought a little bit of mysticism of their own to the fight.
He's just so good, you know, the portal through there to clean up that KO onto Quasi and Tuba all by himself right now, getting cleaned up there by Felix, and that's going to be the cap coming through. 4:45 in the time bank for EXO, and they're going to do it relatively ultless. Only an invisible boundary is what they're going to have to pay in order to cash out there and keep this pain train rolling. Triple AD going to make a couple of adjustments. Snake now going to abandon the Luna Snow and try and take to the skies because the ground is not safe so long as Sung Jung-woo walks it, so the Ultron instead is going to be the flavor of the month, and Rocco also going to make a swap over onto that Moon Knight. So we're getting a little Central Parky with our composition here.
Absolutely right now. Bringing it to the high ground. Ironwood walls from Zeta. Try to bring the pressure. Lonely feels on the Punisher. Bringing the firepower, bringing the source. Oh, No Smite caught into a bad spot right. Oh, perfection. Rocco taken down. We gotta watch out for the Punisher right now. Frank Castle is absolutely building a palace of expectations right here. Just going crazy with it here. Gotta be careful. Quasar does pop the resurgence to try to keep the sustain and keep him alive. But the onslaught has just begun. Runes of Loki are shut down. Not only Feels gone for the Executioner, shredding through, taking out Tuba. Quasar falls as well, and the Loki clones don't stand their chance as everybody's trying to hide right now from this very, very excited user of the water gun.
Yeah, he is definitely happy to be here and happy to see you coming his way because it's just more targets for him to shoot down, but those targets are well equipped with ultimates. The problem though is that Mandu has had this God of Mischief for about 2 fights and has died at the beginning of both of them. He needs to be able to leverage it this time, cannot fall with his ultimate again. No Smite gonna go ahead and pop that Strangling Prison. There's a Hand of Khonshu as well, but Mandu falls again and can't pop that God of Mischief, so EXO are just running right over Triple AD, and there's no defensive utility. Triple AD cannot stop this pain train from rolling. 4.5 minutes, and they're already on to point C.
Ready rolling on with such a massive advantage as the scan rolls on through. Now revealing that XOXO do have boundary up, so AAA want to burn through that, but XOXO now know the Loki is available as well. They're going to try to mark him first. They're going to see if they can. Tuba switching as well. Oh, actually, that's an activation right there of the book. Deadpool's opened the book right now. Let's see if it has the answers to what they need to try and stop this XOXO momentum.
Lone Girl's off on a flank here, really putting the hurt in onto Rocco, and also has access to that health pack right in front of him, so even if he starts to take a little bit too much damage, there is a safety net literally right in his crosshairs. Invisible Boundary going to come up from Ace, and that is a very aggressive play coming out from EXO. Triple AD, finally Mandu is going to be able to pop the God of Mischief. Good move onto Sung Jung-woo, but he's able to get back onto the map, not going to be falling off today, and Triple AD still on the back foot. And Sung Jung-woo comes back on. He comes back with a vengeance, taking down Rocco. Will be cleaned up, but you have to trade out Tuba as well, who got left alone to try and make the peel happen. And this cart continues to march forward. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and Triple AD still looking, still scratching, still scrambling to try and find an answer, and the answer may come their way before long. Alone Fills with his final judgment. He is going to pop it, and he is going to melt No Smite down from a tree into firewood, and Tuba wrapping around the back to try and contest for as long as he can, but that is not very long at all, as Alone Fills will be having his fill, and 258 EXO will find the full cap, and Triple AD, it feels like they were never even in this defense.
That is quite unfortunate right now. That is quite unfortunate for AAA. It's such a pace they had set. But there is a chance that XOXO may walk into the same AAA as they did at the start of the day for their set. And maybe AAA pushes to the very end. That is their goal after all, because if they don't, they're going to lose this set. And they're going to not be able to gain any points on the board as well. They want to tie it up. That's their goal here, so that they can potentially start their reverse sweep. But in the mix of it all, in the matter of it all, we're going to see if they have a chance right now as everybody sets on up. AAA contemplating what they want to run right now on attack, while XOXO are pretty confident they're going to run the same thing that they just attacked with for defense. I mean, hey, if a double-edged sword works both ways, why not use it again?
Yeah, they're absolutely going to be using it again. And Sungjak Woo, I mean, now on the defensive side, like, the places where he could be lurking is going to be even more. So, AAAD, it's like, before they had to play split in 2 different directions, now they have to constantly be looking in 2 different directions as they walk in. Rocco gonna take the Elsa Bloodstone, and that's an interesting look. Another high burst damage hero to potentially, you know, just get the damage in onto Zeta here, burst down these root walls, and maybe get the better of Alone Fills in this hit scan exchange. But this is another one of those, like, kind of desperation plays that I don't know if this is all going according to Kaikaku here for AAAD.
Well, we're gonna find out as it all unpacks and unfolds as they keep on pushing forward. I gotta say though, I want to bring attention to look, Elsa's a good pick here. Elsa's a pretty good pick here. It's a little bit more firepower for the front line, and Galatrox can really be the answer to trying to pick off XOXO off. So we'll see if they can get the value. We'll see if they can get the momentum right now. But that Ironwood Wall right now is really giving Zeta a lot of sustain. If they can try to get an off angle, which they are trying to do right now. The duels on the sidelines. Even Tuba's taking some shots. They do manage to get the Ironwood Wall. Start pushing right now. A little bit of a rocket jump coming out from No Smite. That might have backfired actually, as it sent him sky high directly into the mark site of Alone Fills.
But some mutual deforestation as both teams have lost their Groot, so XO are gonna have to try and take this defensive a little bit more differently. Backing up onto the point there, Tuba gonna pop that ban hammer. Sungjak Woo gets caught out by the snare, and Rocco is good for a 2-piece, making the most of this Elsa Bloodstone and wants to draw a little bit more blood with a nice little shot deep into the backline, stopping XO from even coming in the front door. 2 ticks already now for AAAD, and JT3 is gonna fall, trying to deny the third, so Zeta all alone on an island will be left stranded there as AAAD find the cap. A late strange TP play coming out from Sungjak Woo. I gotta imagine he's feeling pretty sheepish after that one. Gonna swap back over to the Black Cat and tuck Felicia's tail between her legs, rejoin the team, and concede to AAAD.
That's gonna be a tough one right now, as this is the AAA that we were waiting for. XOXO gotta stop this momentum before AAA replicate what they just did do back to them. We're gonna see if that's the moment. We're gonna see how it all unfolds. Tuba right now clearing out whatever Sungjak Woo tries to set up. They're gonna bring more potential, and it feels looking sneaky, looking in the backline, pump action, going straight for Quasar, taking out the rocket. That's gonna deny the amp. That's Galatrox right there, primed and ready as the momentum AAA wanted finally with that Galatrox. Tuba taken out, and another pick for Tuba, and it's a double little selfie action right now. Are you gonna go for the second one? Yes, they are. King Deadpool.
Of course, you know, you can't just have one for the gram. You got to have another one for the Patreon. You know, get a little bit of extra content for your fans there, your adoring fans. And I'm a big fan of this offense from AAAD.
Subscribe
and
now.
This defense as well, as they turn around and they're able to snake out Sungjak Woo. Quasit is going to clean that one up. Good little bit of extra damage coming out, but over on the other side, good freeze from Mandu, but it's not going to be enough to slow down Zeta. Galactic Legend from Snake with the Invisible Boundary from Ace is concealing all the would-be targets, and AAAD left at an even playing field as Tuba gets back into the fray, takes down Phoenix. Snake with a good shot down range onto Zeta, also taking out the Flame Orb, so Sungjak Woo is going to be flying blind, and a Banhammer now from Tuba is going to force XO back, but AAAD are setting a much slower pace right now than XO did on the other side, so they got to put the pedal to the metal if they want to try and match this time bank.
They definitely do, but right now they got a dinosaur in their front line. GT3 hitting the rampage right now. We're going to see if that's going to be the match, but Rocco's the one with the LOS to see if they can bring something down into their sides, into their favor right there. Ace has the invis boundary ready in the next fight if they need. They got to build it up a little bit more first. Then JC3 taking damage, probably going to do that for themselves. But Zeta goes for the Abyss, goes for the crunch. Too big as the pig, taking out Black Cat Songjok Woo right there. That's going to be pummeling that damage directly into Ace. Mandu's going to have to hit the dance right now into the back line. Going to force the boundary, which, oh my days, the Galactic Legend from Alone Feels cleared through right there. That is insane. Taking out the Lunar Snows dance right there. The Fate of Both Worlds did not manage to save any Worlds today, as Alone Feels is getting their triple KO, farming it up right now, going Galactic on the Star-Lord.
He timed it perfectly. Like, the second that dance floor drops, the damage comes through and Mandu just gets bursted down. And Triple AD, they did a good job of trying to weather the rest of the storm, but they have to corral themselves into that little cubby just to try and survive and use just the shield. Like, Tuba's little bubble shield was all that they had to their name, and once that goes down as well, again, like, you're stuck in that cubby, no way out but in a body bag, and EXO are more than happy to zip you right up and looking to do the same on this defense. 2 minutes left for Triple AD to try and get this cap going. And they're gonna have ultimates. Rocco doing a little bit of peeling there, catches Songjok Woo out. That is a good start, but you're gonna need so much more than that because this fight is happening closer to Triple AD spawn than it is to EXO's.
To it all right now. Big primal power is what JC3 might unlock, but Snake's going to be the one Galactic in the sky. Get a bit of value right there. They do take out Zeta. That's going to bring quite a bit of damage if the Venom is down. Feast of the Abyss not online. JC3 goes for the Rampage matchup with Songjok. We're hitting the calling card right now, pulling her hand from the deck right now to see who she can take. And there is one as they are turned around because Snake refuses to let the thief get away with it. Cheeky little post from Tuba right there with Ace, and that's the value, that's the momentum that Triple A needs to finally get the Shield Mobile moving down Main Street. They're still in this, but damn, they did lose a good 3 minutes to get here.
And they lost so much progress because, like I said, the fight was happening so far forward. The Triple AD, like, even though they win that fight, no one was contesting the card. It was in control of EXO the entire time, so it backslid about a third of the way through. Good Glartrox, though, from Rocco, taking down two. Beautiful stuff while already being down a man. The man advantage now very firmly in favor of Triple AD, and one more man down as Zeta is going to get cleaned up there. And I don't know if Alone Feels is going to have an opportunity to touch. This should be the second point cap coming through. He's going to try and fly in, but Snake is going to cut him off at the pass. It does buy enough time for the strange TP. This time, Songjok Woo is just in time.
Let's see if EXO have the contestant to be able to hold it here. They go for the portal. They want to buy the time. They want to force AAA into overtime. That's going to force Tuba to go for the ban hammer right now. They're going to try to get the mark of the Star-Lord. Snake versus Alone Feels unfortunately taken down right there. Feast of the Abyss coming out from No Smite. They're going to have to use ulti. This is not what AAA want, but they have to do it. They have no choice. And they do capture her back. 1 meter goes down. And they get another minute 45 in the time bank. But damn, that was a strong play by XOXO to just munch their time more with a clean portal from Songjok Woo. Honestly, that strange pick from Songjok Woo, it's happened twice now. And it's bought them so much time.
I mean, yeah, like you said, it bought them time, and speaking of time, Triple AD are starting point C with less time than EXO finished with, and that is already a tall ask whether you're going to get this cap at all. Tuba is doing a good job of trying to keep Zeta in check and might even be able to confirm the KO here, but Zeta will be able to escape, get back to high ground, and get back to safer water, so good disengage from EXOs. Now they have the ult advantage. They're going to be looking to clamp down on top of Triple AD here. A couple of Haktuas coming Snake's way from Ace, who's going to pop the Jeffel to try and look for an environmental here. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get a whole lot done, but Felix is getting a whole lot done with the light and dark ice, taking Snake down, and there's a triple for Ace, and oh, we are all going swimming, my friends. Only one actually going to fall. Mandu does end up falling out to a watery grave, and the rest of Triple AD, well, they're going to be going to a dirty one, back on terra firma, but buried 6 feet beneath it. EXO still in control.
It's a very delayed Jeffel. They really waited till the last second, but they did get 3, which was impeccable patience and timing coming out from Ace on the Jeff right there. Been a minute since we've seen some Jeffrey getting down with the business, but we love to see it. But you know what I love to see more than anything? A desperate overtime fight. 15 seconds are definitely going to disappear in the blink of an eye right now, as this is the final chance for AAA to push to the end. They cannot lose another fight. They literally do not have the time to afford it right here. Posted on the high ground, already drops the amp for now. It's going to be set up right there, but going to be dove down by Zeta on the Captain America. Timing out right now. The Amp's not going to be there. Left to go. It's a big moment as Snake and Alone Fields meet once again. This time Snake wins. Run it down. One more time. The Galactic Legend. Rocco getting the picks. Taking out JT3. And we have a little bit of Jeffrey Ace in the backline. Absolutely assassinating Snake. This flank, Jeff, is insane right now. Bringing the favor back into the squad right there, but XOXO set it up. Songjok, we're going for the corner card right now. Marking the slash and going right for Quason. I can't even see what's going on, but it doesn't matter because Songjok is frozen and Banhammer disabled, but it doesn't matter. They're already back in the fight with a triple KO. Bro got altered and froze and is still farming. Quadra KO for Songjok Woo. Do we see the penta? It doesn't matter because the map's over. XOXO, hold it down. Claim the map and claim the set as a whole.
Good news and bad news. The bad news is we are not able to break the 2-0 curse tonight, as it's going to be full sweeps across the board. But the good news is EXO have indeed leveled up, and they're showing us on this map just how much they've evolved from the preseason. They have gotten serious. They have managed to find their strengths. Sungjuk Woo now has a hero that is meta, hard meta, in fact, that he is piloting just about as good as anybody else in the world right now. Like, he's doing some insane stuff on this hero that I don't even know if I've seen people in EMEA or Americas being able to pull off. 14 final hits for him and not to be outdone. 17 for Alone Fills. And like, this team, right, they are so much more clean.
I would love to be corrected. However, I'm confident Pacific got Black Cat down. This is the region of, we have like, I think like 7 star Black Cat players across the region. Other players do have it in Americas and EMEA, and I'm definitely in China as well, but I think this was the hero designed for this region. Dive has been a thing in the Pacific for a very long time. A lot of Outgraves duelists play it, and this is the meta that I really think Pacific has really shown up at the front door and said, knock knock, we're here too. So I like what I'm seeing so far. I'm very impressed, and I've got to say this was absolutely a great series between these two teams. It is unfortunate it doesn't go to the third map, but it did go banger for banger. As we can see, AAA still there to say, look, EXO, you're not rolling us by anytime soon. We're still going to make you work for it. We're still going to consider you a rival.
Oh yeah, rival to the end of time there, that is for sure, Liger. And what a series, like just incredible work coming through from everybody in the game there. You know, it didn't matter which team they were on, somebody made a play in a big way. So I'm keen to see the highlight reel towards the end of that one. You know, we got to see a little glimpse of it, but my goodness, like you can't even pick a best play out of it. There was just that much great work, right, CB?
Yeah, like, you know, there's a lot of different candidates for best plays, best players, best moments, but I feel like, you know, Sungjuk Woo finished things off the way that, like, as a microcosm for the entire series, just running rampant with a nice little quad, can't be brought down on that Black Cat. And even though Rocco was definitely holding his own on that hero when it came to Hell's Heaven, that one was just too close to call until we called it for EXO, and then Lower Manhattan was just the EXO show all along, a one-team highlight reel across the board, and Sungjuk Woo was very much so at the forefront of it. But just like I said, you know, Alone Phil's 17 final hits, he is not to be outdone. He was definitely getting active, whether it was on the Star-Lord, whether it was on the Punisher. I think the Punisher was a major part of the reason we haven't talked about a whole lot, but another major part of the reason why they were able to burst down what Triple AD was playing. You want to play into the Vibrant Vitality? Sure. You want to play into the Groot? Sure. We're just going to melt your walls down with pure raw damage.
All damage all day, making a huge plays there. And yeah, it's a great solution. You know, they bring that one out, but it looks like that's not the only thing they're bringing out. We're bringing out our interviewee right now. Let's welcome in one of the victors right here, right now. It's going to be none other than Sungjuk Woo. Welcome back, my man. Congratulations on the big victory there. And I got to ask, you know, is there something in the air today? Because we keep seeing Lower Manhattan. What's going on?
To be honest, we not expect them to pick this map too. We thought they're gonna pick like Museum, the classic one, you know. Yeah, and turn out they picked the new map. So yeah, just gonna get along with it, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they picked the new map, and you played the new hero. How are you feeling about Black Cat in the current meta? Because you are piloting her as well as just about anybody else that I've seen right now. You feel like she's a hero that kind of plays into your forte a little bit?
Yeah, she's kind of cool to play, and she's like, of course, she's like pretty like powerful and like yeah, she's too OP to play like. But like if you're getting like hard counter, like when I play, I don't know, like every time I go in, I just get like people walk back to me and like trying to shoot at me. So if you play against a good team, like it's kind of hard for me. Yeah.
Now, you guys have been performing amazingly right now. You're a team that has literally shot to the top of the region. That does put a target on your back. Do you guys know about this? Do you feel as though you've kind of ushered yourselves into that top position now?
Yes, we are like especially this season because like dive is pretty strong right now. I would say, and we hope to be like the first play on group stage here. So yeah.
Well, if you want to be the first place team in group stage, you're going to have to beat Reject, and you have got that matchup tomorrow. So I'm not going to ask, can you beat them? Because, you know, from what I've seen, I know that you can. But let me ask, will you beat Reject? And what's the score going to be?
I mean, I can't tell. I guess we will see tomorrow.
Yeah, just gonna find out on the day, hey? I love to see it. And Sungjuk Woo, I gotta say a shout out to you. I saw that Spider-Man in one of those matches, so thank you so much for bringing that one out. That's very appreciated. But yeah, I gotta say, do you have any words to Reject out of the closure of today before you face them?
Let's have a good game. Yeah.
Love it. Confidence as always, and keep it cool, calm, and collected. So best of luck to you and your team heading into tomorrow's games. It's been a pleasure to have you on board again, and maybe we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, hope to see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you
It's
go.
edited. He actually said you're going down, Reject. We edited the interview.
Yeah.
He said, Reject, you're going down. You're not even going to get one round. Nah, I'm kidding. Sungjuk was respectful. Everybody in here in Asia is respectful. And they let their in-game do the talking out here at night.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to give him a little opportunity, like a little breath to, you know, talk a little smack, you know, talk himself up a little bit. But I kind of respect it, you know, how he's like, hey, we're just going to have a good game. What's the score going to be? Only one way to find out. You got to tune in tomorrow and you got to see it.
We should have reminded him what Piggy said. Next time. Next time.
Next time we'll just say that, Piggy said you're going to be easy. Like, but we heard him talking smack. He said everybody else, nobody steps to us.
Said everybody's bad. Who?
Not everybody.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Not everybody.
There's some teams. I mean, I'd love to see the score at the end of the day. I mean, we're gonna know right now what are the standings looking like? Who's cooking?
Well, EXO would still be on top, right? I think that they've still got the lead in terms of games for the moment. So EXO will still maintain that lead at the closure of tomorrow, though. Maybe not. That's the big test, you know. You're gonna have to run it through to Deadpool to see who's gonna be the winner.
EXO is like, they're still on top, but only because they've played more matches than Reject.
Yeah.
So like they're on top, but with an asterisk. You know, EXO's 5-0. Reject, I think after today is 4-0. Could be 5-1, could be 4-1. Like it could be any score line after tomorrow. Who knows what we're going to see? If this EXO shows up, we might see a banger tomorrow. We might even see a new king crowned for the time being. It's only group stage. I want to get ahead of myself. Playoffs is going to be an entirely different beast when we bring in some beasts from down under. Not you guys, but the Chiefs and Gen G into the fold. You guys won't be playing, as far as I know, as far as I'm aware. Matt, your team didn't qualify, so you're on the bench.
Yep, stuck on the bench.
Unlucky.
Sorry, guys.
Well, I'm actually the coach for absolutely no one because don't learn from me. I'm here to tell their stories. But what a banger match for the day.
You can make it like a good coach for like the Chiefs. They could probably use you. Like you probably know a thing or two. You can teach them.
I'll be a good morale coach. I definitely remember back in mid-season finals. I may have done a group huddle with Ground Zero at the time. Did hype them up before their match, and they won. So I'm going to take credit for just that one match.
Every team I think needs
But I
like a
don't think-
coach, 2 analysts, and a hype man. Like that's your staff right there. That's your roster, and a manager also. It's probably important to have someone to book the scrims for you.
Analyst as well. Social media team. Stack the entire roster. You're so. I love when orgs have a support team that outnumbers the actual players because it means they're locked in to Marvel Rivals. It means they mean business and they're here for the long run. We love to see that.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You know, it really goes to show some of the normally unseen pieces really make it so much in terms of the forefront of things, you know. Shout out to our clip farmers out there, you know who you are.
Yes.
Not just the players, but the people who capture those moments.
Yeah, that's 100% a message to send out to the world. If you guys see any social posts from your favorite teams, like them, share them, do as much as you can to support the scene, even the official Rivals Esports posts. Every little bit matters to help these players because, hey, get themselves a bit of change in their pockets and all the goods like that. They'll be able to train more, play more, scrim more, and bring the A game. And hey, you get to one day root for champions on the big stage one day. And it all starts if you support them from now.
And also go over to that one Dan's co-stream. Make sure that you clip him pogging out of his mind. His EXO are still on top, and he's screaming "Stop the count" at the top of his lungs. You know, now that you're seeing Reject start to take a map, he's gonna be like, "Stop the steal! Nope, stop it."
Yeah, I think Dan might be calling Loki at the end of tomorrow if it doesn't go the way he'd like there. Maybe change the time stream. But you can see today's results once again, everybody. Reflecting back, we did see Arrival take it away from N1 Hex to start the day, 2-0 there. Following suit, it was Reject shutting down the Burgers, 2-0 there. Zeke Dan and Loyalty gonna be Zeke Dan shutting them down at 2-0, and another one to follow through. It's EXO and Triple AD. So just a day of twos.
I expected if anyone was going to go the distance, it would be EXO versus Triple AD. But like I said, the alternate outcome is that XOXO1 show us just how much they have leveled up compared to their past selves. And they have leveled up so far, in fact, that even with an asterisk, you know, they are the top dogs when it comes to our team rankings. Reject trailing not too far behind them, and Zero Tenacity overtaking Triple AD, finding themselves back on the podium where they know they belong.
Well, spicy looking ranking. Wow. Cannot believe it. Because that could change tomorrow. Like, everybody, take a screenshot. Do not forget this leaderboard. Compare it to tomorrow night when we come back again. It's going to look a lot different. It's going to look a lot different. We've got some big deciding matches tomorrow. Some big maps to get a lot of points on the board. I mean, N1 Hex have 2 matches tomorrow. Right? That is crazy to see if they can finally get themselves a point on the board. It's all on them, and they got some pretty tough matches though.
And there's both of those matches. First up, going up against the Burgers, and then later on, capping off, bookending the night with a matchup against Zero Tenacity. And this is where it gets really scary for N1 Hex, because they've got to win one of those 2 matches and then also still beat Loyalty the next day if they want to qualify. And speaking of Loyalty, right smack dab in the middle of the show, they will be going up against Rival Esports, and if Rival Esports beat Loyalty there, they will lock themselves in for a qualification. And then just above that, we've got a banger alert in match number 2. Matsy, tell me all about that one.
Oh yeah, we do. This is the match we've been waiting for. EXO taking on Reject there. The Clash of the Titans to potentially decide who's going to take away first place at a group stage. Going to be absolutely incredible to find out the results of that one when we get there. But for now, Lager, it's time to talk about some of our favorite costumes.
To all of my Ronin out there, to all that know what it means to lead your allies with grace but spare no mercy for those who cross you, command the battlefield in style with Iron Man's Iron Samurai and Mantis's Mandy Celestine, the Greeders costumes, and leave your mark forever etched into eternity. It's available now. I already bought it, guys. I already copped that. Frame 1. Heed the call of glory. It's time to show them what you're made of.
And there's so much more. If you want to show up in style, you want to show up repping your team, you want to show them what you're made of, you are made up of that stuff that reps Gen G, right? Or maybe Reject. There's surely no other teams that you could potentially choose from. Maybe you are a fan of the EMEA or the Americas teams. Well, no matter what team you are cheering for, cheer loud, cheer proud, and get their partner team bundles that are live in the game right now. You get the skins, you get the sprays, you get the titles, you get all of it, and it's all peak, it's all good stuff. And again, you know, make sure you support the team, support the region. Gen G and Reject, I bought those bundles. I copped the Pacific one, frame number 1, and you can go do the same thing, or maybe frame number 2, because a little bit of time has passed. I got there first. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit quicker than you.
hey, you know, it's not a race. Everyone can get their hands on it. Until
But if
they
it were,
can't.
I win.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, everyone's a winner when they get their hands on these bundles, and the teams will definitely appreciate your support if you do cop them in the meanwhile before they're gone for good. But make sure you get your hands on that before they go. And I'm keen to see if there's going to be more stuff like that, you know, into the future. And Liger, are you keen for something like that too?
Yes, I want the thing to have shorts themed around every team. Okay?
Ooh.
I think it's the banger idea. Okay? I think a cape for Strange. I'm yelling at almost a Moon Knight cape. Do it in entirety. I want the moon to be the logo of the org. And we drop hands down. I want the hands to be the hands of the players. Alright, there's many things we can do, but don't worry about my shenanigans. Matsy, don't worry about me. I got ideas.
You got ideas, and I'm ready to see them all unveiled in the Museum of Contemplation, those who know. But for today, everybody, we're not going to be contemplating any longer, maybe contemplating tomorrow's results. We do want to say a big shout out to all of you for tuning in today. Shout out to all the teams for putting on one hell of a show. Shout out to that one Dan for putting on the watch party. And until next time, everybody, stay marvelous! See you soon.